Some houses are said to remember, and some feel as if they've been waiting for you, waiting in silence, waiting in darkness, waiting for the sound of a door opening once again. Tonight, that door leads into Hell House, Richard Matheson's haunting descent into fear. Born from his fascination with the fragile line between science and the supernatural, the question of what waits beyond death, and what happens when belief collides with reason, this nightmare first emerged in 1971 and slowly spread its shadow across the world, passing through millions of hands and leaving generations of readers unsettled. And Matheson knew exactly how to get beneath the skin. This was the mind that gave us I Am Legend, The Twilight Zone, and stories that reshaped modern horror itself. Not long after, Hell House stepped onto the screen as The Legend of Hell House in 1973, with Matheson writing the screenplay himself. As you follow this journey, know that this is not a word-for-word reading, but a cinematic third-person retelling designed to pull you deeper into the shadows of the story. And the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Stay close. Along the way, you'll uncover strange facts, adaptation secrets, and the hidden stories behind the story itself. You may already feel it, that quiet sensation at the back of your mind, as if something is standing just beyond the edge of your vision. The story begins. The rain had been hammering at the windows since before dawn, and Dr. Lionel Barrett found himself amused by the gloomy, almost literary quality of it. He sat in the corridor, the weight of a 2-hour limousine ride from Manhattan still in his bones, watching with growing impatience as a succession of anxious-looking people hurried past him into Deutsch's bedroom. He checked his pocket watch. More than an hour had slipped by. He assumed the old newspaper magnate wanted to discuss parapsychology given the sensationalist bent of his publications, but the delay was grating. He shifted his bad leg, wincing, and glanced toward the door. His wife, Edith, was waiting downstairs, and he regretted bringing her. There had been no way to predict such a long wait. The door finally opened, and Deutsch's secretary emerged to summon him. Barrett collected his cane and limped forward, pausing only briefly before stepping past the secretary and into the vast, darkly paneled bedroom. He approached a massive bed, where the withered 87-year-old figure of Rolf Rudolf Deutsch sat propped against the pillows. The old man's eyes were sharp in his skeletal face. The first words from Deutsch were a blunt observation about his limp, a remark that immediately put Barrett on the defensive, though Deutsch dismissed it just as quickly. He then explained why he had been summoned. Barrett was to receive a fee of $100,000 for a singular task, to establish the facts regarding survival after death. The offer stunned Barrett, filling him with a complicated mix of elation and despair. The money would change his life, yet the request seemed impossible. As a physicist, he could not, in good conscience, promise to deliver a definitive answer on such a nebulous subject. He tried to voice his hesitation, but Deutsch cut him off, demanding cold, hard facts. When Barrett asked where he could possibly find such evidence, Deutsch gave him the name of a place, the Belasco House in Maine. The name sent a jolt through Barrett. He had thought the place was sealed off, and he knew its dark history. He hesitated, but seeing the old man's frown, he quickly agreed to the assignment. The opportunity was too great to let slip away. Deutsch informed him that he would not be working alone. 2 others would be joining him: Florence Tanner, a spiritualist medium, and Benjamin Fisher, the lone survivor of the disastrous 1940 investigation. Barrett tried to hide his disappointment. A mental medium and a man who had lost his abilities seemed like poor partners. He listened as Deutsch laid out the terms, noting the old man's insistence on a week's time frame and brushing aside his questions about costs. When Deutsch's face contorted with sudden naked rage, Barrett realized he had no choice but to accept the challenge. He had a chance, if he could get his machine built in time. And he gave his word. Later, discussing logistics with Hanley, Barrett detailed his needs. A list of phenomena observed in the house, restoration of its electrical and telephone systems, and access to the pool. He then requested one more crucial item, a machine. He had spent 12 years designing it, and its construction was paramount. He also confirmed the living arrangements, noting with grim amusement that the couple hired to cook for them had refused to sleep in the house. Before he could leave, Deutsch's son, William, burst into the library, his face red with fury. He accused Barrett of wasting time and offered him $1,000 to walk away, his voice thick with contempt for the whole enterprise. Barrett corrected him on the terminology, insisting on supernormal over supernatural, but the son was not interested in semantics. He was convinced it was all superstition. He grabbed Barrett's arm, threatening to block the project, but Barrett pulled free, telling him he would continue unless ordered otherwise by the old man himself. He strode out, though a nagging thought clouded his mind as he leaned against the wall in the hallway. The pain in his leg was sharp, and he began to wonder, with a creeping unease, if he could handle a week in the Belasco house. He remembered the stories of the 1931 and 1940 attempts. What if it was as bad as the accounts claimed? In the Rolls-Royce on the way back to Manhattan, Edith marveled at the enormous sum of money. Barrett explained that Deutsch was essentially paying for an assurance of immortality, a quest that, despite his own beliefs, he was now tasked with. He admitted he was wrestling with the idea of going to the house alone, a notion that visibly troubled her. She pressed him for the reason, and he confessed it was the house itself, a place with a grisly history of death, suicide, and madness. He didn't fear its ultimate effect, he assured her, but he suspected the investigation would be deeply unpleasant. Edith, however, refused to be left behind, insisting she could help with equipment and his manuscript, and that she was not afraid. Barrett wavered. He knew she was a devoted partner, and that they had rarely been separated. The house, though, was an unknown factor, with a power that had destroyed 8 people, including 3 scientists. Even though he was confident he understood the nature of that power, he was terrified of exposing Edith to it. Florence Tanner stepped out of her small house and crossed the yard to the converted storefront that served as her church. She paused on the sidewalk, gazing at the painted window and the sign that read Temple of Spiritual Harmony. A smile touched her lips. The name was fitting. For 6 years, this humble place had been the center of her existence, bringing her a profound spiritual peace she had never known before. She unlocked the door and stepped inside, grateful for the warmth after the evening chill. Her eyes fell on the bulletin board with its schedule of services and events, and then on her own photograph on the wall. She allowed herself a moment of quiet vanity, noting with satisfaction that at 43 she still possessed her striking red hair and the figure of a woman half her age. She dismissed the thought with a wry smile, chiding herself for her pride. She walked down the carpeted aisle and took her familiar place behind the lectern, looking out at the empty rows of chairs. Her congregation was not there, but she could picture them. She remembered how she had told them that morning and evening about the opportunity that had come to her, the means to build a true church on their own property. She had asked for their prayers as she left on a sacred mission. Now alone, she clasped her hands and closed her eyes, her lips moving in silent prayer. She asked for the strength to cleanse the Belasco house, a place with a history so steeped in death, suicide, and madness that it had become the most hideously defiled place she could imagine. She prayed to end its curse once and for all. When she opened her eyes, they glistened with tears. She looked around at her beloved church. The gift of being able to build a real house of worship for her congregation, especially at Christmas time, was nothing short of a miracle. God was good. Across the city, Edith Barrett finished brushing her teeth and studied her own reflection in the bathroom mirror. Her short auburn hair and strong, almost masculine features framed a worried expression she didn't like. She switched off the light and returned to the bedroom, where Lionel lay fast asleep. She sat on her bed and watched him, listening to his heavy breathing, and felt a pang of sympathy. He had been so exhausted by the frantic preparations that she had insisted he go to bed early. She lay on her side, her eyes fixed on his sleeping form, and the memory of his unusual request surfaced. He had made her promise to stay by his side at all times once they entered the Belasco house. She had never seen him so concerned. They had visited other haunted houses together before, and his calm confidence had always made fear impossible. But this house was different. His concern was palpable, and it made her wonder if her presence might be a hindrance, draining his energy when he needed it most. Still, she couldn't stay behind. She would face anything rather than be alone. She had never told Lionel how close she had come to a breakdown during his 3-week trip to London in 1962. She had lied, sounded cheerful on the phone, and then wept and trembled alone in their apartment, unable to eat or sleep, losing 13 pounds and fighting off dark compulsions. She had greeted him at the airport, pale and smiling, blaming her appearance on the flu. She couldn't face that again. The most haunted house in the world was less terrifying to her than the prospect of being alone. Far above the earth, in the cabin of Deutsch's private plane, Benjamin Fisher sat wide awake. He had never flown before, and the luxury of the armchair felt deeply foreign to him. He poured himself another cup of coffee and tried to read one of the magazines left on the table, but his eyes soon lost focus. His thoughts drifted relentlessly back to the past. He was the only survivor of the 9 people who had entered Hell House in 1940. He remembered the morning they had found him on the front porch, naked and curled into a fetal position, shivering and staring blankly into space. When they had lifted him onto a stretcher, he had begun to scream and vomit blood, his muscles seizing up like rock. He had lain in a coma for 3 months. When he had finally opened his eyes, he looked like a haggard man of 30, though he was just a month shy of his 16th birthday. Now he was 45, his face lean and weathered, his dark eyes holding a hard, suspicious readiness. He straightened in his chair. He was not a naive teenager anymore, not the credulous prey he had been in 1940. He had spent the last 30 years living a menial existence, washing dishes, doing farm work, selling door to door, anything to avoid using his mind or his abilities. He had even committed clumsy fraud to alienate the spiritualists and scientists who had pursued him, deliberately driving them away. But through all those years, he had somehow protected and nurtured his gift. It was still there, perhaps not as spectacular as in his youth, but intact. And now, backed by the thoughtful caution of a man instead of the arrogant recklessness of a boy, he was ready. He was ready to shake loose his dormant powers, to exercise and strengthen them once more, and to use them against the pest hole in Maine, against Hell House. The 2 black Cadillacs wound through the dense forest, the lead car carrying Deutsch's representative, while the second held Dr. Barrett, his wife Edith, Florence Tanner, and Benjamin Fisher. Fisher sat on the pull-down seat facing the others, his posture closed off. Florence reached out to touch Edith's hand, offering a gentle explanation for her earlier reserve, insisting it was only concern for what lay ahead. Edith acknowledged the sentiment, but withdrew her hand. Barrett interjected coolly, asking Florence not to alarm his wife prematurely, and assured her that Edith had been properly prepared for what they might encounter. Fisher grunted, a dry, skeptical sound, the first he'd made in an hour. And Barrett clarified that his wife had also been advised that any occurrences would not signify the presence of the dead. Fisher asked permission to smoke and lit a cigarette. Florence attempted another topic, remarking on the strangeness of a project like this being financed by a man of Deutsch's reputation. But Barrett dismissed it as the fear of an old man approaching death. She countered with a quiet assertion of her beliefs, and Barrett only smiled. Edith then recognized Florence from somewhere, and Florence explained that she had once been an actress under the name Florence Michaels. Edith nodded, and Florence expressed her excitement at working with such giants, confident the house could not stand against them. Edith asked why it was called Hell House. Barrett explained that its owner, Emmerich Belasco, had created a private hell there. When she asked if he was the one who haunted it, Florence interjected that the phenomena were too complex for a single spirit, suggesting a case of multiple haunting. Barrett agreed to the presence of something without committing to her interpretation. Edith asked if his machine would get rid of it, and he promised to explain later. The car angled downward, and Barrett announced they were nearing the Madawaska Valley. Through the windows they could see the hill-ringed valley ahead, its floor swallowed by thick fog. Fisher winced as the car plunged into the greenish mist, the driver slowing and switching on fog lights and wipers. Florence wondered aloud why anyone would build a house in such a place. Fisher responded flatly that this was sunshine to Belasco. The car crawled forward, the fog swirling around them, revealing and then swallowing trees and boulders. The only sound was the engine's hum. The car finally stopped, and Deutsch's representative emerged from the mist to give them directions, confirming the telephone and electricity were connected and the rooms ready. He mentioned that the local couple would deliver meals and that supper would arrive at 6. Barrett asked about a key, but Fisher interjected to insist they get one anyway, and the man handed over a single key from his ring. He said his goodbyes and disappeared back into the mist. Fisher clambered into the driver's seat and turned the car onto a rutted blacktop road. Edith confessed she wished she knew what to expect. Fisher's reply was flat and ominous, telling her to expect anything. Fisher inched the car through the fog for several minutes before stopping and announcing they had arrived. He got out, buttoning his coat, and the others followed. The cold was biting, the air thick with a fetid smell. They stood together, looking around at the oppressive landscape, until Fisher indicated the direction they should go. Barrett suggested they take a look before retrieving their luggage, and they followed Fisher's lead. They crossed a narrow concrete bridge, Edith peering over the edge but seeing only mist. She glanced back and saw the limousine already swallowed by the fog. Fisher's voice drifted back, warning them not to fall into the tarn. Edith saw the dark, gelatinous body of water ahead, its surface littered with debris and its shores lined with slimy stones. The stench of decay was unmistakable. Barrett shook his head, remarking that Belasco would have a tarn. When he asked why Fisher called it Bastard Bog, Fisher declined to answer, promising to tell him later. They walked in silence, the only sound the crunch of gravel under their shoes. The cold was numbing, and Edith stayed close to her husband, clutching his arm. At last, Barrett stopped, and Edith looked up to see the house looming before them in the fog, a massive, windowless specter. Florence uttered the word hideous, sounding almost angry. Barrett replied that they hadn't even gone inside yet. Florence turned to Fisher, who was staring at the house with a visible shudder. She reached out and took his hand. He gripped it so hard she winced. Edith leaned forward, noticing the absence of windows, and Barrett explained that Belasco had had them bricked up. She asked why, but Fisher cut him off, saying they were wasting time, and lurched forward. The final yards of gravel brought them to the cracked porch steps, thick with fungus and frosted grass, and they stopped before the massive double doors. Edith attempted a light-hearted remark, suggesting she would go home if the doors opened by themselves, but Barrett found the handle held fast. He glanced at Fisher, who confirmed that this had happened to him before. Barrett produced the key and worked it into the lock, wiggling it until the bolt suddenly gave way and the heavy door began to swing inward. Edith flinched as Florence gasped beside her, but Barrett quickly assured her it was just reaction. Fisher reached inside to find the light switch, but flicking it produced nothing. He remarked dryly on the restoration of electrical service. Barrett attributed the failure to an old generator, and Edith expressed surprise that there was no electrical service at all. Barrett explained that the telephone was a field phone, and promised that Deutsch would provide a new generator. Fisher's tone was dubious, but Barrett dismissed the idea that an antique generator breakdown could be classified as a psychic phenomenon. Edith asked if they would stay in Caribou Falls until the new generator arrived, but Barrett insisted they would use candles for a day or so. Fisher produced a flashlight and stepped inside, followed by Barrett, who extended a hand to help Edith cross the threshold. The smell was even worse inside, and Barrett theorized it was from the old, unaerated house and the unused furnace. Florence entered last, visibly affected by the atmosphere, but Barrett dryly reminded her it was an atmosphere of this world, not the next. Fisher swept the flashlight beam around the vast entry hall, revealing hulking furniture, massive paintings, dusty tapestries, a broad curving staircase, and a second-story corridor overlooking the hall. Barrett quipped that it was humble, but Florence corrected him, sensing arrogance in the very air. They located the kitchen, a cavernous space dominated by steel counters, a giant stove, and a huge steam table in the center. Fisher found a box of candles in a drawer, and they lit them, the flickering light casting their shadows wildly across the walls and ceiling. They moved into the great hall, a space of imposing dimensions with a mammoth fireplace, antique furnishings, marble statues, an ebony concert grand piano, and a massive circular table surrounded by high-backed chairs. Barrett noted it was a good place to set up his equipment. They explored further, discovering a theater designed for 100 people, its walls covered in red brocade, and its stage flanked by gilded columns. Fisher, when asked about Belasco's death, only said that the house had tried to kill him and almost succeeded. They came to a door that led to a chapel, but Florence recoiled before she could enter, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere. Barrett and Edith went inside alone, and Edith was shocked to see the figure of Jesus on the cross was naked, with an enormous phallus, and the walls covered with pornographic murals depicting demented, lust-crazed figures. Barrett called it a profanation of the sacred, and Edith agreed Belasco must have been deeply sick. When they emerged, Fisher met them with the news that Florence had disappeared. Barrett called out to her, and they found her in the great hall, standing beside a phonograph. She explained that she had heard a voice, and she held up a record she had found. Barrett inspected it, noting it was homemade. When Florence suggested it was Belasco's voice, Barrett placed it on the turntable and wound the crank. A crackling noise preceded a soft, mellow voice that welcomed them to the house and promised that their stay would be illuminating. The voice spoke of an unseen host and assured them that all their needs had been provided for, urging them to function freely and find the answer they sought. The recording ended with the words, "Auf Wiedersehen," which Florence translated as, "Until we meet again." Edith was unnerved, but Barrett insisted the record was not meant for them, simply a coincidence. However, he conceded that the phonograph playing by itself was a separate problem, and he asked Fisher if the record had played in 1940, which it had not. Fisher then explained that Belasco used to greet guests with that record, spying on them from hiding, and he speculated that Belasco may have walked right by them while their attention was fixed on the phonograph. Barrett dismissed the record's relevance as coincidence, insisting it had been cut half a century ago. Florence pressed him on what had caused the phonograph to play by itself, but Barrett deflected the question, calling it a separate problem and asking Fisher if the record had played in 1940. Fisher shook his head. When Barrett asked if he knew anything about the record, Fisher hesitated before explaining that Belasco used it as part of a game, greeting guests with it while spying on them from hiding. He added that Belasco claimed the power to become invisible, focusing a group's attention elsewhere to move among them unobserved. Barrett expressed doubt, but Fisher challenged him, pointing out that they had all been focused on the phonograph moments ago, and Belasco could have walked right by them without anyone noticing. The group moved up the staircase, and an icy breeze extinguished Edith's candle. Barrett quickly attributed it to a simple breeze and relit her flame, promising to discuss it later. He assured her there would be many such things during the week, and she would get used to them. Florence and Fisher exchanged a look as they ascended. On the second floor, Barrett offered Florence the first bedroom they came to, and she accepted it after a brief appraisal, commenting that the Barretts would rest more comfortably there. Barrett and Edith took the room next door. Inside their room, Edith watched Barrett inspect the space. The bedroom was furnished with carved walnut Renaissance beds, a fireplace, a heavy rocking chair, and a large Persian rug covering the teakwood floor. Barrett explained that he had glossed over the breeze to avoid a discussion with Florence, but confirmed that it had happened. He admitted Florence would be voicing her spiritualist beliefs throughout the week, and Edith would need to inure herself to them. His own intention was to prove those beliefs erroneous. In her own room, Florence picked up the dead telephone, amused that it had likely only been used for internal calls. She closed her eyes, sensing something in the air, a shifting, throbbing presence that advanced and retreated like a timid beast. She opened her eyes, certain it would come to her. In the bathroom, she turned on the hot water and was met with a gush of rust-colored liquid before the water ran clear, though it was cold. She winced, hoping the water heater wasn't broken too. She thought of the chapel and the violent nausea she had felt at its threshold, regretting her retreat. She resolved to work her way up to it, vowing that God would grant her the power when the time was right. Fisher sat in his smaller room, staring at the rug's pattern. He could feel the house around him like a vast, invisible being, aware that Belasco and the others knew he was there, their single failure from 1940. They were watching, waiting. He resolved not to act prematurely, determined to get the feel of the place before doing anything. Later, Fisher returned to the great hall, changed into dark clothing and scuffed tennis shoes. He moved silently to the table where Barrett and Edith were unpacking equipment. Barrett declined his offer of help, meticulously wiping each instrument before setting it on the table. Fisher watched, noting the physicist's fussiness, and lit a cigarette. He asked if Barrett still taught physics, and Barrett admitted he did, but limitedly due to health, explaining that he had had polio at 12. Fisher nodded silently. Barrett then asked about the tarn, and Fisher explained that Belasco's female guests had gotten pregnant there 13 times, a fact that made Edith shudder. Barrett continued unpacking an array of scientific instruments, and Fisher asked how he planned to use them without electricity. Barrett assured him a new generator would be installed by morning. Fisher lifted a heavy metal cube from a crate, noting its stenciled label, Barrett, EMR, but Barrett deferred explaining it. Florence joined them, dressed warmly, and suggested a walk to Fisher, who agreed. After they left, Edith picked up a typed list from the table and scanned it, an exhaustive catalog of observed psychic phenomena that made her wonder what kind of week lay ahead. In the garage, Fisher and Florence explored the empty space. Fisher suggested keeping the car there, but Florence shook her head, reasoning that if a generator could be tampered with, so could a car. Fisher asked why she had given up acting, and she deflected the question, saying it was a long story. She stopped in a patch of light, closed her eyes, and after a while reported that there was nothing there. Fisher agreed. They left the garage, and as they walked along the corridor, Florence stopped suddenly, twisting her head as if she heard something. She murmured about sorrow and pain, then shook her head. She insisted Fisher must have felt it too, but he gave no answer. As they continued, Florence asked if he had read Barrett's article comparing sensitives to Geiger counters, explaining that they picked up psychic emanations and evaluated them. Fisher gave a non-committal grunt, and Florence glanced at him before they started down a flight of stairs near the chapel. She wondered aloud if they would need the full week, but Fisher warned that even a full year might not be enough. She tried to dismiss his pessimism, citing cases where abstruse psychic problems had been solved overnight, but she stopped abruptly, her hand clamping on the banister rail. A savage curse escaped her lips, and she seemed to recoil from her own words, describing the fury and destructive venom she had just felt emanating from a very hostile man imprisoned in the house. They reached the lower corridor and pushed through swinging metal doors into an Olympic-sized pool room. Fisher knelt at the edge and dipped his hand into the murky water, surprised to find it not too cold, and that water was still flowing, suggesting a separate generator. Florence gazed across the glinting surface, sensing something in the water. They moved to the steam room, and when Fisher opened the heavy door, she grimaced, feeling a perverted presence inside. Fisher let the door swing shut, and as they walked back, she tried to lighten the mood by commenting on Barrett's equipment. But she expressed her doubt that science alone could end the house's power. When Fisher asked what would, she answered simply, love. They explored a wine cellar that Florence could vividly imagine filled with bottles, but she chose not to enter. Passing the chapel door again, she shuddered, acknowledging it as the worst place of all, but vowed she would get in there. They moved into the ballroom, a vast space with brocaded walls and enormous chandeliers, and Florence questioned whether a ballroom could be an evil place. Fisher replied that the evil came later. She felt lost in a labyrinth of contradictions, but was determined they would emerge. A tinkling sound came from overhead, and Fisher pointed the flashlight at the chandelier, its pendants refracting colors across the ceiling, though it was motionless. Florence whispered that the challenge was met, but Fisher warned her not to be too quick to accept it. She accused him of blocking things off, but he insisted he simply wasn't sticking his head on the block a second time, warning her that she was walking around like an open nerve and that Hell House intended to kill every one of them. She touched his hand, quoting scripture, but he swore and stalked away. Later in the dining hall, Florence proposed a sitting that evening. Barrett had no objection, and Fisher agreed. Edith declined. Barrett asked Fisher if he would sit in the morning, but Fisher refused, and Barrett noted internally that this justified him bringing in his own physical medium. Barrett remarked that the house had scarcely lived up to its reputation, but Fisher countered that it hadn't taken their measure yet. Florence argued that the haunting was created by surviving personalities, and that Belasco was the only one they could be sure of. Barrett challenged her, pointing out that Belasco's presence had only been reported, not documented. Their debate deepened, with Florence citing centuries of observations, but Barrett insisted these were facts and evidence of a phenomenon, not proof of ghosts. She asked if he accepted survival, and he called it a charming notion but rejected communication with the dead. She compared his skepticism to the foundations of religion, but he offered an alternative: the subliminal self, the extended faculties of the human system, which he believed produced all psychic phenomena. Florence smiled and said they would see. Edith asked when the house was built, and Fisher answered 1919. Barrett requested a general account of Belasco's life, and Fisher began to speak. He recounted Belasco's birth in 1879, the illegitimate son of a munitions maker and an English actress. He described Belasco's childhood cruelty, including hanging and dismembering a cat, and his mother calling him evil Emeric. He detailed a sexual assault on Belasco's younger sister, his time at a private school where he was abused, and his eventual revenge on one of his abusers. When Barrett asked what Belasco looked like, Fisher quoted from memory a description by his second wife, who later committed suicide. The teeth of a carnivore, a white face that despised the sun, green eyes with an inner light, a broad forehead, and jet-black hair and beard. He was tall, 6'5", known as the Roaring Giant. His education had been broad but unspecific, and he had inherited $10.5 million from his father, which Florence suggested might have given him a sense of guilt. Fisher's tone was flat and absolute. Belasco had never felt guilt in his life. Barrett seized on this as further evidence of mental aberration, but Fisher countered that Belasco's mind, while aberrant, was brilliant, a storehouse of information and a powerhouse of energy, though he amended it to a charnel house of fancies. Florence asked if Belasco had ever loved anyone, and Fisher quoted Belasco's own words about will and influence, explaining that he meant the power of the mind to dominate others. Florence inquired about children, and Fisher said there was a rumored son, but no one was sure. The corruption began in 1920, Fisher explained, starting subtly with sensuality and escalating, until Belasco formed a club called Les Aphrodites, holding orgies after his symposiums. The principle of excess spread to every aspect of life: gluttony, drunkenness, drug addiction, and mental perversion. The house became a self-contained society where debauchery and brutality became the norm, all engineered by Belasco with finesse and protected by the house's isolation and the guests' fear of him. Belasco grew tired of eager sinners and began luring young, creative people to his artistic retreat, corrupting the innocent. He destroyed women for sport, including his own sister, who died of an overdose in 1923. By 1926, Belasco withdrew from active participation to study evil, escalating the depravity with contests, days of defilement, and importing grotesques. The house fell into disrepair, services failed, and an influenza epidemic led to the windows being sealed. The generator failed, the furnace went out, and pneumonia killed 13 guests. By 1928, the remaining guests were deep in mutilation, murder, necrophilia, and cannibalism. In 1929, Belasco staged a Roman circus with a leopard eating a virgin, and drug-addicted doctors experimented on animals and humans. Belasco walked among them, a cold, terrifying figure, observing his hell. When the house was broken into in November 1929, everyone inside was dead, 27 of them, but Belasco was not among them. Florence declared it would end now. Later, Florence returned from preparing herself for a sitting. She expressed her belief that the concentrated evil in the house acted as a magnet for degraded souls, explaining its complex texture. Barrett asked about his equipment, and she assured him it wouldn't bother her, suggesting he turn on his tape recorder when her guide Red Cloud began to speak. She clarified that she was a mental medium, not a physical one, and asked him to extinguish their candles. Edith hesitated, but Barrett reached over and put hers out. The darkness was overwhelming, and Edith groped for his hand. Florence began her invocation, asking for understanding and communication with those in restless torment. Fisher, remembering his first sitting in 1940, felt a familiar dread. After the hymn, Florence slipped into a trance, her breathing deepening. Her voice changed, becoming sonorous, claiming to be Red Cloud, a spirit guide from afar. She delivered platitudes about death not being the end, but Barrett's attempts to question her were cut off. She spoke of the house as a place of sickness and evil, and described an ugly, caveman-like man in pain, begging for peace and release. She pointed toward the entry hall, telling him to leave, but then indicated he was too sick to understand. The séance had taken a strange turn. In her trance, Florence had spoken of limits and nations, of extremities and terminations, but the words carried no meaning for her, or for anyone else in the room. She'd shaken her head, confused. Then she jerked as if someone had seized her from behind, and she'd ordered the unseen presence away with a grunt. Another figure was there, she announced. A young man, insistent, desperate to speak. But before anything could come of it, Florence's voice changed entirely. What erupted from her was raw, hysterical, nothing like her own measured tones. She raged at the others, demanding to know why they'd come, insisting their presence served no purpose, that nothing ever changed. Her threats tumbled out, venomous and unhinged. She couldn't help herself. She'd hurt them. She'd kill them all. Edith pressed back into her chair, her body rigid with alarm. The voice coming from the medium was alien. Unhinged, unbalanced, terrifying. Then the table exploded with percussive violence. A series of savage blows hammered against its surface, so rapid and fierce they seemed to come from a madman wielding a hammer. Edith cried out, but the sound of her own voice was swallowed by the assault. Barrett reached for his instruments, then stopped, cursing the lack of electricity. Suddenly, the rapping stopped. Edith's ears still rang with them, her flesh gone numb, the vibration lingering in her bones like a physical residue. She glanced at the medium and saw her slumped in the chair, her head lolling, her mouth hanging slack. Then Lionel pulled his hand from hers, and she heard him move, saw a pinpoint of red light appear in the darkness. He'd taken out his pencil flashlight and was aiming it at Florence. In the faint glow, Ida could see the medium's face. Eyes shut, mouth open, lost to the world. Cold began to rise from beneath the table, creeping up her legs, making her shudder. She crossed her arms, trying to contain the chill. Across the table, Fisher sat rigid, fighting the urge to bolt from his seat. Barrett's voice cut through the darkness, calm and clinical, as he described the dropping temperature, the tactile nature of the cold, the failure of his instruments to register it. He attributed the physical phenomena to the percussions that had just occurred. Florence, he noted, was reacting erratically, her trance state fluctuating, likely disoriented by the unexpected physical manifestations and the absence of a proper cabinet. He reached for a small tube of uranium salt solution and pressed it into her hands. The moment he did, Florence's eyes snapped open and she sat up straight. Barrett's disappointment was audible as he declared her out of trance and switched off the tape recorder. He struck a match to relight the candles. She turned her face from the sudden flare. Fisher rose, poured water from a pitcher, and handed it to her. She drank it down in one long swallow, then looked around, dazed, asking what had happened. When Barrett explained that she'd manifested physical phenomena, the teleplasm, the materializing figure, she stared at him in confusion. It made no sense to her. She'd been a mental medium her entire career. Why would this change now suddenly, without explanation? He had no answer for her. Her gaze moved around the dark hall, and finally she sighed, accepting the change as God's will. It was not her place to question the method, only to serve the purpose. She felt the weight of the work settling on her own shoulders now, lifting it from Fisher's. Barrett suggested they might work together, now that she'd shown an unexpected capability. And though his tone was encouraging, she sensed his reservations. He'd have to test her further to be sure. Still, there was no harm in seeing if she could produce again. It would be faster than waiting for one of his own people to arrive. When he pressed her for commitment, she agreed with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "The Lord moved in mysterious ways," she said. Fisher's warning cut through her lingering unease. He told her to watch her step. The Lord might not have much sway in Hell House. Later, alone in her room after a hot shower, Florence thought about the session. The only part that struck her as truly significant was that desperate, crazed voice, the threat that had come through her, and the plea beneath it. "Can't you see I'm helpless?" The words repeated in her mind, hollow and pitiful. She knew there was something there, something just beginning to take shape, and it might be the answer she was searching for. The house fell massively silent. She lay in bed, her candle extinguished, wondering what Ben was doing, pitying him for his deluded retreat. But those thoughts faded as she considered her own part in the work, her own search for meaning. Then the door to the corridor opened, and she heard it close. Footsteps approached across the rug. She called out a greeting, but there was no reply, only the sound of measured breathing at the foot of her bed. She knew it wasn't one of the others. She kept her voice steady, asking who was there. The breathing continued. She asked if it was the same presence that had warned them to leave. The breathing quickened in response, labored, desperate. She urged it to speak or give a sign, offering God's love and help. For a moment, she thought she heard a sob. But then the breathing stopped, and the room fell still. Florence sighed, disappointed. She lit her candle and looked around. Something still lingered in the air. She asked if she should put out the light, hoping to invite further contact. No answer came. Then the bedspread exploded upward, sailing across the foot of the bed before settling gently back down. Beneath it, a figure stood, its outline distinct in the dim glow of the candle. Tall, she thought. She could see its broad chest rising and falling as if with breath. It wasn't Belasco, she realized. There was no malice in this presence, only anguish. She rose from the bed, moving toward it, trying to see through the cloth. But before she could reach it, the bedspread collapsed onto the mattress. She leaned to pick it up and recoiled as a hand brushed across her buttocks, followed by a low, mocking chuckle from somewhere in the shadows. She straightened, angry now, pitying the entity for its crude games. If it was clever enough to taunt her, she told the darkness, why was it still a prisoner here? The chuckling stopped. In a sudden violent flurry, the blankets, sheets, pillows, and mattress cover were ripped from her bed and scattered across the room. Florence waited, unflinching. When nothing more happened, she announced that if the presence wanted her attention, it would have to behave itself. She began to gather up the bedclothes. Something tried to pull a blanket from her hands, but she held fast and ordered it away until it was ready to act properly. The corridor door opened as she started remaking the bed. She didn't even turn to watch it close. She caught her breath, steadying herself. She could see the figure now, tall, its broad chest rising and falling as though alive. She estimated its height, murmuring her surprise at how tall it was. Then Fisher's warning surfaced in her memory. The roaring giant. For a moment she hesitated, wondering if this was Belasco himself. But no. She knew it with sudden certainty. This was not Belasco. There was no malice here, only anguish. She rose from the bed, letting the bedclothes fall away, and moved toward the figure. It turned its head as if to watch her approach. She spoke softly, telling it that Belasco would not carry such pain, and she could feel its suffering. She asked who it was. Before she could get an answer, the bedspread collapsed. She bent to retrieve it, and a hand slid across her buttocks, making her jerk back with a gasp. Anger flared. She looked around, hearing a low, mocking chuckle, sly, lewd. She drew a shaky breath and told the presence that it had at least proved its gender, but its cleverness didn't explain why it remained a prisoner in this house. The chuckling stopped. In a sudden, violent burst, all 3 blankets flew from the bed, as though yanked by some invisible rage. The sheets, pillows, and mattress cover followed in rapid succession, scattering across the rug. Within seconds, the bed was stripped bare. Florence waited. When nothing more happened, she asked if it felt better now. Smiling to herself, she began gathering the bedding. Something tried to pull a blanket from her grasp, but she held firm, telling it she wasn't amused and ordering it away until it could behave properly. The corridor door opened as she started remaking the bed, but she didn't turn to watch it close. Edith steeled herself and stepped inside the cabinet, the heavy draperies falling shut behind her. Florence was already undressing, her skirt and sweater removed, her half-slip pooling at her feet. She draped it over the chair back and reached behind herself to unhook her brassiere. Edith murmured an apology for the intrusion, but Florence waved it off, reminding her that it was standard procedure. Edith kept her gaze fixed on the medium's face, trying not to look down, but her eyes strayed as Florence bent to remove her underpants. The full curve of her breast caught Edith off guard, and she looked up quickly, heat rising to her cheeks. Florence straightened, her skin prickled with goose flesh. Edith told her to open her mouth for inspection, a task she found absurd, but she performed it mechanically. Florence obliged, smiling at the technicality. Edith asked about her hair, and Florence reached up with both hands to unpin it. The movement made her breasts hitch upward, their hardened nipples brushing against Edith's sweater. Edith flinched back, watching the thick red tresses cascade down over Florence's pale shoulders. She'd never seen a woman so beautiful, and the thought unsettled her. She ran her fingers through Florence's hair, finding it warm and silky. The scent of her perfume, Balenciaga was dizzying. Edith felt the press of Florence's breasts against her own and wanted to step back, but some part of her held her in place. She forced herself to look away, to perform the rest of the examination mechanically. Ears, then armpits. She drew her hands back awkwardly, avoiding the medium's eyes, and felt her heartbeat thudding in her chest. The cabinet felt unbearably close. Florence lowered her arms and waited. Edith hesitated, then glanced down at her hands cupped beneath her breasts, holding them up for inspection. Edith nodded once, and Florence lowered them. That was enough, Edith decided. She'd say she completed the rest. It was obvious Florence had no intention of committing fraud. The medium sat in the chair, hissing at the cold wood, then leaned back and spread her legs apart. Edith stared down at her body, the heavy lull of her breasts, the swell of her stomach, the white fullness of her thighs, the tuft of copper hair between them. She couldn't look away. A hot drawing sensation coiled in her stomach, unnerving her. She jerked her head up so quickly it sent a shooting pain through her neck. She stared at the wooden rod above her, but there was only ceiling visible. Florence asked what was wrong, but Edith shook her head, gesturing with a trembling hand. She pushed through the draperies, crossed to the fireplace, and stood staring into the flames, trying to steady her breath. Her neck still ached from the wrenching motion. She could have sworn someone had been looking down into the cabinet. At her. Edith found herself watching the medium's body, unable to look away. The heavy weight of her breasts, the soft swell of her stomach, the pale fullness of her thighs, the glistening copper hair between them. Something hot and unfamiliar coiled in her stomach, a drawing sensation that made her feel lightheaded. She jerked her head up so fast that a sharp pain shot through her neck. Florence asked what was wrong, but Edith only shook her head, gesturing vaguely with a trembling hand before pushing out of the cabinet. She nodded to her husband and crossed quickly to the fireplace, hoping he wouldn't notice how discomposed she looked. She stared into the flames, trying to steady herself. Only then did she realize she was still clutching the spool of thread. She'd have to bring it back. Her neck throbbed from the sudden movement. Had she actually seen something? There'd been nothing there but ceiling. Still, she couldn't shake the sensation that someone had been looking down into the cabinet. At her. Barrett finished tying the gloves at her wrists, and Florence glanced across his shoulder at Edith, who sat by the equipment table with the cat in her lap. Barrett instructed her to place her palms on the chair plates. As she did, tiny bulbs lit up on the table. He explained that the contact would keep them burning. She watched him unroll wire for the shoe plates, trying not to dwell on the way Edith had looked up during the examination, as though she'd sensed something Florence herself hadn't felt. She asked if the foot plates would activate the same bulbs. Barrett explained there were separate ones for each. When she questioned the amount of light, he assured her the combined wattage was minimal, enough to observe by, but not enough to compromise the session. He had her try the foot plates, and 2 more bulbs glowed on the equipment table. He advised her not to be concerned, but his reassurance did little to settle her growing unease. Fisher watched her from across the room, his gaze flat, unmoved by the sight of her figure outlined in the tight costume. The black outfits brought back memories of his own teenage years, endless sittings and bus rides with his mother, city to city, test to test. He lit a cigarette and observed as Barrett connected wire leads to Florence's arms and legs, roped her to the chair, and fastened a piece of mosquito netting sewn with tiny bells across the cabinet opening. He arranged infrared lights to sweep across the table, tested the synchronized cameras, checked his instruments, and set out modeling clay and paraffin wax. Barrett declared them ready. As if on cue, the cat leaped from Edith's lap and fled toward the entry hall. Edith made a nervous comment, but Barrett dismissed it. He adjusted the lights to minimum illumination, dimmed the great hall, and took his place at the table, switching on the tape recorder to announce the date, the sitters, and the arrangements. He invited Florence to proceed. She spoke an invocation and sang a hymn, then began to breathe deeply. Her hands and legs twitched with increasing intensity, as though electric currents were running through her. Her head lolled, her face flushed, and low groans escaped her throat before she finally slumped into silence. Barrett noted the time and recited her pulse and respiration rates, confirming that her electric contacts remained intact. The temperature was steady, the dynamometer reading normal. 20 seconds later, the dynamometer reading dropped, the temperature began to fall, and her pulse quickened. Edith drew her legs together under the table, shivering at the cold that was gathering there. Fisher sat rigid, feeling the power building around them. Barrett continued his observations. The temperature falling further, the dynamometer tension decreasing, Florence's breath accelerating until it reached a rapid, unnatural pace. Edith stared at the medium's face and hands in the dim light, her stomach knotted with cold dread. The camera shutters clicked, and Barrett announced that infrared rays had been broken. He noted with excitement that EMR was commencing. Fisher looked at him, wondering what EMR meant. Barrett continued reporting as Florence's respiration climbed past 200, the dynamometer dropping steadily. He broke off at Edith's gasp. Ozone was in the air. Minutes passed, and the cold deepened. Edith blinked, then stared at Florence's hands. Threads of pale white matter were oozing from her fingertips. "Teleplasm!" Barrett called it. Filaments uniting into a single strand. He instructed Florence to lift the bell, and a viscous tentacle reared up like a serpent, gliding through the net toward the table. Edith pressed back, watching in horror as it twined around the bell handle, tightened, and shook it. Barrett calmly thanked it and told it to put the bell down. He requested a specimen, setting a porcelain bowl on the table. The tentacle recoiled at his approach, but eventually swayed toward the bowl, curling cautiously around its rim, snapping back several times before finally settling and coiling inside. 30 seconds later, it withdrew, and Barrett retrieved the bowl, noting the colorless, slightly turbid liquid inside. Then Edith's urgent whisper drew his attention. Across the lower half of Florence's face, a cloudy mass was forming, teleplasm issuing from her mouth and nostrils. Barrett described it as it spread upward, cloaking her features like a ragged veil, then condensing into a soggy shroud that covered her head and shoulders. The fabric extended downward, taking on a reddish hue as it descended, the color of inflamed flesh. Fisher watched, feeling a sudden panic, and dug his nails into his palms to stay grounded. The shroud grew whiter, more solid, like linen dipped in paint. Strips appeared across Florence's arms, leg, breast, and lap, coalescing into a shape that took form. A white figure stood before the cabinet, garbed in a shapeless robe, sexless and incomplete, with rudimentary claws for hands, dark spots for nostrils, and 2 eyes that seemed to gaze at them. Edith drew a rasping breath. The figure chuckled. Edith made a stricken sound. Barrett told her to hold still as the figure laughed, a deep, rolling laugh that seemed to fill the air. Edith's scalp crawled as the figure turned to look at her, advancing. A frightened whimper escaped her throat. Then the figure reached for her, and she screamed, throwing her arms across her face. With a sound like a snapping rubber band, the figure vanished. Florence cried out hoarsely, and Fisher struggled to his feet, but Barrett ordered him to hold. Barrett drew up the netting and shone his flashlight into Florence's face, then checked his instruments. He announced that she was coming out of trance, suffering from premature retraction and systemic shock. He turned to Fisher and told him to help her now. Later, Edith woke with a start. She checked her watch and realized she'd been sleeping for more than an hour. Lionel was at the octagonal table, examining something under his microscope and making notes. She slipped her feet into her shoes and crossed to him. He looked up, smiling, and asked if she was feeling better. She nodded, apologizing for her earlier reaction. He dismissed her concern, but she pressed, acknowledging that she'd caused a premature retraction. He assured her it wasn't the worst thing that could happen, and asked what had upset her before the sitting, the examination. She restrained her answer, admitting it had been awkward. He reminded her she'd done it before. She felt herself tensing, saying it had just felt awkward this time. He offered to have done it himself. She was glad he hadn't, managing a weak smile, and added that, compared to Florence, she looked like a boy. Barrett made a dismissive sound, brushing aside her self-deprecation. She changed the subject, apologizing again for ruining the sitting, but he assured her he couldn't have been more satisfied with the results. Curious, she asked what he was examining. He gestured toward the microscope and invited her to look. She peered through the eyepiece and saw shapeless forms, oval and polygonal bodies clustered on the slide. When she asked what she was looking at, he launched into a technical explanation. Conglomerates of adiolated lamellar bodies, single laminae resembling epithelium without nuclei. She looked up with a wry expression, and he smiled, admitting he was showing off. In simpler terms, he said the specimen was composed of cell detritus, epithelium cells, veils, lamellae, filmy aggregates, isolated fat grains, mucus, and other organic matter. In essence, what spiritualists called ectoplasm was derived almost entirely from the medium's body, with minor admixtures from the air and her costume. The bulk of it was organic, living matter, an externalization of thought, mind reduced to matter, subject to scientific observation. Compared to that, he said, the concept of ghosts seemed dreadfully prosaic. She asked if Miss Tanner had made that figure from her own body. Essentially, he said. She pressed for why, and he explained that the figure was likely meant to be Belasco's son, a son he was convinced had never existed. Later, in her room, Florence lay with the cat warm and purring beside her. She'd found it cowering outside her door after the sitting and had brought it inside, holding it until its trembling stopped. Now she stroked its neck, murmuring pity for the creature in such a place. Barrett had said he needed the cat as additional verification of presence in the house, but it seemed a harsh measure. She considered asking him to send it away once it had served its purpose. Her mind churned with unresolved thoughts. Mrs. Barrett strained embarrassment during the examination, the way she jerked as if someone were watching her. Barrett's overzealous safeguards against fraud, her own sudden onset of physical mediumship, her inability to enter the chapel, her concern for Fisher, her growing unease that she might be giving too much weight to Belasco's son. Then the cat leaped from the bed with a gasp-inducing jolt. It rushed to the door, crouching with arched back and bristling fur, its pupils so dilated its eyes looked black. She hurried over and opened the door. The cat darted out into the corridor and vanished. Behind her, something flapped. She whirled and saw the bedspread and blankets landing on the rug. Beneath the sheet, a figure lay, the nude outline of a man, every contour visible, chest rising and falling in a perfect simulation of breath. She felt a stir of unwelcome sensation and told herself it was a trap. She addressed the figure, asking if it was Belasco's son, reminding it that nothing changed without love. She leaned closer, trying to see its face, asking who it was. The figure shouted boo, and she jumped back with a cry. The sheet collapsed into nothing, and the air filled with mocking laughter. She tightened with resentment, telling the presence that if it was only interested in practical jokes, it should stay away. The laughter rose to a frenzied pitch. She ordered it away. For nearly 20 seconds, the room was deathly still. Then the Chinese lamp was pitched to the floor, shattering its bulb, leaving only the bathroom light to hold back total darkness. Footsteps thudded across the rug, and the corridor door was flung open so hard it crashed against the wall. She waited before crossing to shut it, switching on the overhead light and picking up the fallen lamp. There was anger here, she thought. But beneath it, something else. A plea. At supper, Florence entered the dining hall and exchanged a cursory greeting with Fisher. She asked if he'd seen the couple who brought their meals. He hadn't. She made a light comment about the possibility that there was no couple at all, but Fisher showed no amusement. She wondered where the Barretts were. Fisher said he'd been scouting. She urged him to eat, but he declined, pushing the serving dish toward her. She waited, then served herself some salad. She asked if he contacted Belasco's son during his previous visit. He responded with bitter dismissal, saying all he contacted was a live wire. The Barretts arrived and pleasantries were exchanged. Florence steered the conversation back to Belasco's son, but Barrett's tone, a faint, dismissive edge, made her bristle. The memory of the physical examination, the costume, the ropes and nets and cameras, flooded back with fresh indignation. She couldn't repress her anger. She demanded to know when the distrust would end. Barrett asked what she meant, and she launched into a tirade against scientific demands on mediums, the rigid conditions, the indignities, the implication that she was capable of fraud. He tried to interject, but she couldn't stop, quoting scripture, insisting that mediumship was God's manifestation in man, that every biblical phenomenon still occurred today. She glared at him, fury overriding the warning voice in her mind. Barrett poured himself coffee, lifted the cup to his lips, and the cup exploded in his hand. Blood dripped from his thumb. Before anyone could react, the glass beside his plate burst apart. Edith's plate leaped from the table, flipped over, and shattered on the floor. The top of her glass broke off and jumped toward Barrett, glancing off his arm. Fisher's glass exploded, and he threw up an arm to protect his face. Florence's plate somersaulted, scattering salad, then flew across the table past Barrett's ear. A heavy serving dish slid toward him. He jumped up, toppling his chair, and the dish crashed to the floor, splattering potatoes over him. Fisher was on his feet, but his chair lurched into his legs, slamming him against the table. His cup leaped, dousing Barrett's chest with coffee. Fisher's plate catapulted over Edith's head, and his chair slid away, dropping him to his knees. Barrett tried to wrap his bleeding thumb as the silver pot toppled and spun toward him, spouting coffee. He lurched aside, slipped on the potatoes, and crashed onto his side, the pot bouncing off his calf. Edith's chair rocked, throwing her off balance. Knives and spoons flew past her face. Florence shrank into her chair as another dish skidded toward Barrett. He scrabbled aside, and the dish crashed beside him, its cover striking his shin. Fisher yelled for them to get under the table. Florence slid from her chair, falling to her knees. Fisher threw himself beneath the table as the hanging lamp began to swing wildly overhead. From the shelter of the table, they watched objects from the east wall come to life. A silver chafing dish arced across the room. A silver bowl spun against the table leg. Florence glanced at Fisher, who knelt with staring eyes and a frozen mask of dread. The dining table began to rock violently, its legs crashing like hooves. Silverware flew. The table shifted, nearly crushing Barrett's hand. Chairs overturned with rifle shot cracks. The table surged away, smashing against the fire screen. Sanctuary lamps swung violently overhead. One tore loose, showering sparks as it hit the mantel and crashed to the tabletop. A silver candelabrum flew across the room, striking Barrett's side and sending him to the floor with a gasp of pain. Florence cried out, "No!" Then, abruptly, everything stopped. The lamps continued their diminishing arcs, but the violence was over. Edith bent over Barrett, touching his shoulder. He managed to nod. Florence turned to Fisher, telling him he had to leave the house. He wasn't up to it. He stared at her, startled, demanding to know what she was talking about. She looked to Barrett for support, but he was being helped to his feet by Edith, his body a mass of pain. He said he'd be all right, but his thumb was deeply cut. His leg ached, and pain radiated through his arm, chest, shin, and side. Florence stared at him, suddenly understanding his look. He apologized for speaking angrily, but insisted that Fisher needed to leave. Fisher muttered that Barrett was trying to get rid of both of them. Barrett asked Edith to help him to their room. Florence, confused, demanded to know what he meant. He glanced at the wreckage of the hall and told her it should be obvious. Florence stood frozen, watching the Barretts leave, the sting of Barrett's accusation still ringing in her ears. She turned to Fisher, her voice hollow with disbelief, asking what he meant. Was Barrett saying she'd done all that? Fisher turned away from her, refusing to meet her eyes. She insisted it wasn't true, but he lurched off, glancing back only to tell her that she was the one who ought to leave. She was the one being used, not him. In their room, Barrett lowered himself onto the bed with a pained grunt and asked for his bag. Edith fetched it quickly, setting it beside him, and watched as he began to unwrap the bloodied handkerchief from his thumb with agonizing slowness. The sight of the deep, oozing cut made her wince. He reassured her it was all right, then opened the first aid kit and tore open a packet of sulfa powder, asking for water. She brought it, and he handed her a box of gauze, asking her to bandage the wound while he swallowed a pill. She winced as she worked, telling him it needed stitches. He dismissed the idea, gritting his teeth and urging her to make it tight. When the thumb was wrapped, he eased up his trouser leg, revealing a dark red burn on his calf. She looked at it in dismay, insisting he needed a doctor, but he told her to apply some cream from the kit. She hesitated, then knelt beside him and spread the yellow paste over the burn. He hissed at the contact, eyes closing, but muttered that it was all right. She wrapped gauze around his leg and helped him lie down. He groaned, shifting onto his left side, and tried to joke about being one giant mass of bruises. She pressed him to go home, but he shook his head, insisting it wouldn't happen again. He even suggested she could leave, but she refused, pointing out that he was the one who'd been hurt. He chuckled grimly, acknowledging that it had to be that way. He'd angered her. She hesitated, asking if he meant Florence had caused all that. He explained that she'd used the power in the room, converting it into poltergeist phenomena directed at him. The memory of the violence, the table surging, the lamps whipping, made Edith shudder. He admitted he'd made a mistake in accepting Florence's geniality at face value. With a medium, you never knew what lay underneath. If it was hostility, unconscious use of their power could inflict tremendous damage, especially amplified by the energy in this house. He wouldn't make that mistake again. She asked if it was truly so important that they stay. He answered quietly that it meant everything to him. She nodded, trying to suppress the rising panic in her chest. 5 more days of this. Florence paced her room, unable to settle. She replayed Barrett's words, the evidence of her own fury, the poltergeist attack directed at him, the exhaustion she felt afterward. She couldn't make herself believe it. She'd been angry, yes, but she would never harm him simply because their views differed. She refused to accept it. She respected him, loved him as a fellow soul. She'd die before she'd hurt him. Truly. She dropped to her knees beside the bed, clasping her hands and bowing her head, begging God for guidance, for a path to follow, for strength to walk in his light. She looked up suddenly, a radiant smile breaking across her face. Rising eagerly, she checked her watch, crossed to the Barrett's door, and knocked 4 times in quick succession. Edith opened the door, and Florence asked to speak with Barrett. He hesitated, pain drawn on his face, but agreed. She crossed to his bed and told him she understood now. It wasn't her, it was Belasco's son. Barrett looked at her without response. She insisted he was trying to separate them, turn them against each other. If Barrett didn't believe her, he'd already succeeded. Barrett sighed and told her there would be no further sittings. She stared at him, incredulous. "They'd barely begun," she argued. "There was so much to learn." He said he'd learned everything he needed to. She objected that he was cutting her off because of what happened, and it wasn't her fault. He answered coldly that telling him wasn't convincing him. She pleaded, but he interrupted, saying he was in considerable pain. She insisted she wasn't responsible. It was Belasco's son. His voice cut through the air. There was no such person. She shrank back, trying to acknowledge his pain, but he ordered her to go, his teeth gritted. She looked at Edith, saw the concern on her face, and turned away, murmuring an apology as she left. Back in her room, she sat on the edge of her bed and began to cry, whispering that he was wrong. Edith lay awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. She looked at Lionel, deeply asleep despite the bruises covering his body. The uneasiness inside her was growing, a nervousness with no apparent source, probably the house. What was this power Lionel spoke of? The dining hall attack had been terrifying proof of its existence, and the thought that Miss Tanner could wield it against them was unnerving. She sat up, slipped into her slippers, and wandered to the octagonal table, then to the fireplace. The fire was low, mostly coals. She thought of adding a log and sitting in the rocking chair, but the chair itself made her uneasy. She rubbed her face, feeling a tingling beneath her skin, and looked around for something to read. She opened a cabinet and found shelves of leather-bound books, none of them titled. She pulled one out, a treatise on conation and volition. She frowned and replaced it. Another was in German, another on military tactics. She sighed and pulled out a larger volume bound in blue leather. It was a false book, hollowed out. As she opened it, a pack of photographs spilled across the rug. Her heartbeat quickened as she bent to pick one up. A photograph of two women in a sexual embrace. All of them were pornographic. Men and women in explicit poses, some of them on the great hall table, while others watched. She pressed her lips together, bundled them up, and thrust the book back onto the shelf. As she closed the cabinet door, she noticed a decanter of brandy on the upper shelf with 2 silver cups. She returned to her bed, restless and uncomfortable. Why had she looked in that cabinet? Why that particular book? She lay down, drawing her legs up, shivering. She stared at Lionel, wishing she could lie beside him, not for sex, just for warmth. But the thought troubled her. Had she ever wanted sex with him? Would she have married him if he hadn't been 20 years her senior and left virtually impotent by the polio? She twisted onto her back, glaring at the ceiling. What was wrong with her? Just because her mother had taught her sex was evil and degrading? Did she have to fear it all her life? Her mother had been bitter, married to an alcoholic woman chaser. She was married to a different kind of man entirely. She had no reason to feel this way. Then she sat up suddenly, looking around in terror. Someone was watching her again. The skin on her neck crawled, her scalp tingled with cold. Someone was looking at her, knowing what she felt. She pushed up, walked to Lionel's bed, and looked at him. She mustn't wake him. She dragged a chair from the octagonal table beside his bed and sat down, carefully placing her hand on his arm. There couldn't be anyone watching her. There were no such things as ghosts. Lionel had said so. She closed her eyes, repeating the words in her mind like a prayer. No one was looking at her. There were no such things as ghosts. Dear God in heaven, there were no such things as ghosts. In the kitchen, Fisher broke the seal on a bottle of bourbon and poured 2 inches into a glass. He hadn't had a drink in years, and he wondered if it was a mistake to start again, especially here in this house. He took a sip, grimacing at the burn, then leaned against the cupboard, taking tiny sips as the warmth spread through him. He decided to thin it down with water, adding an inch to the glass. Better. Now the relaxation could come without the danger of getting drunk. Fisher settled onto the sink counter, taking measured sips of his drink as he turned his thoughts to the house. It had a plan. He was certain of that. That was what made it so terrifying. Hell House wasn't haphazardly haunted. It worked methodically against anyone who entered. No one had ever figured out how. Until now, he thought, when B.F. Fisher would do the same, move just as systematically. His hand jerked violently as the corridor door opened, and he spilled half his drink across the floor. Florence entered, looking worn and exhausted. She asked why he wasn't in bed. He countered with the same question. She said she was looking for Belasco's son. He stayed silent. She pressed him, asking if he didn't believe in the son's existence either. He didn't know what to say. She turned away, declaring she'd find him. Fisher watched her go, considering whether to offer to accompany her. He decided against it. Things always happened around her because she was too open. He didn't want to experience anything more today. He watched her push through the swinging door into the dining hall, her footsteps fading until the house was still again. He returned to his plan. 2 days had passed. He had the feel of the place now. It was time to figure his approach. He couldn't work with Barrett or Florence. He'd have to function alone. But how? He sat motionless, staring at the floor, sipping his drink. It had to be clever, something different, something that would circumvent the house's method. He tapped his fingers on the drain board. Florence was right about the multiple haunting idea. Belasco and a host of others were in this house. How to best them? After several minutes, he put down his drink and jumped to the floor, heading for the entry hall. A walk around the house, alone this time, without Florence's distractions. Those things she'd felt. He shook his head with a mirthless smile. Spiritualists were too much. Crossing the entry hall, he froze, his heartbeat leaping. A figure was drifting down the staircase. He squinted, trying to make out who it was. There were no lights on the stairs. The figure reached the bottom and moved toward the front door. It was Edith, wearing light blue ski pajamas, her eyes fixed straight ahead. She glided across the entry hall like a wraith and pulled open the front door. She went outside. Fisher started, then dashed across the entry hall and through the open doorway, gasping as he saw she disappeared into the mist. He ran across the porch and down the steps, frost crunching beneath his tennis shoes. He saw a blur of movement ahead and felt a jolt of horror. Was it really her, or was he being tricked? He started slowing, then caught his breath. The figure was headed toward the tarn. No! He bolted forward, grabbing her. Relief flooded through him as he felt flesh and skin and fierce elation that he thwarted the house. He pulled her away from the edge of the tarn. She looked at him without recognition, her eyes like glass. He told her to come back inside, but she held back, expressionless. He insisted, turning her toward the house. She began to shiver as he led her. For a few terrifying moments, he thought he'd lost his bearings, that they'd walk into the freezing night and die of exposure. Then he saw the vague rectangle of the front doorway through the swirling mist and hurried toward it, guiding her up the porch steps and into the house. He took her to the great hall, stood her before the hearth, and tossed a log onto the coals, jabbing at it with a poker till flames leaped up. He turned to look at her. She was staring at the mantel, her expression taut. He followed her gaze and noticed pornographic carvings he hadn't seen before. Edith groaned with revulsion. She was shivering. He offered her his sweater, but she didn't take it. Her eyes were fixed on his face. "I'm not," she said. He stiffened as she reached up and began to remove her pajama top. He asked what she was doing, his heartbeat quickening as she pulled it over her head and dropped it on the floor. Her skin was covered with goose flesh, but she seemed unaware of the cold. She started working the pajama bottoms over her hips, her blank expression unnerving. He told her to stop, but she didn't seem to hear. She pushed the bottoms down her legs, stepped out of them, and moved toward him. He muttered no as she pressed against him with a moan, sliding her arms around his back and pushing her loins against him. She kissed his neck and reached down to touch him. He pulled back, braced himself, and slapped her as hard as he could. Edith spun around with a gasp and almost fell. He grabbed her arm and pulled her back to her feet. She stared at him in shock, then looked down at herself, gasping in horror. She yanked free so violently she staggered backward, snatched her pajamas off the floor, and held them in front of herself. He told her she'd been walking in her sleep. He'd found her outside, heading for the tarn. She didn't respond, her eyes wide with fear. She backed away, heading for the archway. He tried to tell her it was the house, but she whirled and ran across the room. He started after her, then stopped and listened. After nearly a minute, he heard a door being closed upstairs. His shoulders slumped. He turned and stared into the fire. Now the house was getting to her as well. Something kept drawing Florence to the cellar. She descended the stairs and pushed through the swinging metal door to the swimming pool. She remembered the feeling she'd had when she and Fisher looked into the steam room. Something perverted, unwholesome. She couldn't attribute that feeling to Belasco's son. She had to be sure. Her footsteps echoed as she walked along the pool's edge. She was tired, desperately in need of sleep, but she couldn't go to bed the way things were. Before she slept, she had to prove, to herself at least, that Belasco's son wasn't imagination. She pulled open the steam room door and looked inside. The pipe valve had been fixed. The room was filled with steam. She stared into the curling depths. There was something in there, without a doubt, something terribly malignant. But Belasco's son wasn't that way. His fury was defensive. He was desperate for help, yet fought against it with almost suicidal resistance. She turned from the steam room and walked back along the pool. She better warn Dr. Barrett not to use it. If Belasco's son wasn't here, why had she felt compelled to come to the cellar? There was only the pool and steam room. No, she remembered the wine cellar across the corridor. A burst of cognizance exploded through her. An excited smile on her lips, she hurried to the swinging door, pushed it open, ran across the corridor, and opened the wine cellar door. She found a light switch and pushed it up. The overhead bulb was dim, filmed with dust. She walked into the room, her gaze jumping from wall to wall across the empty wine racks. It froze on the wall across from the door. Yes. She started toward it. She cried out as unseen hands clutched her throat, cold and moist. She reached up, grappled with them, yanked them away, and staggered to the side. Regaining direction, she lunged for the wall. The hands grabbed her arm and slung her sideways. She reeled across the floor and crashed against the wine rack. "Don't!" she cried. "I'm here to help." She pushed away from the rack and started for the wall again. Again the hands were on her, clutching her shoulders, turning her, hurling her away. She caught her balance and whirled. "You will not deter me." She started forward slowly, praying in a soft, determined voice. The hands grabbed hold of her again. They jerked free as she spoke out loudly. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost!" She rushed to the wall and pressed herself against it. Flooded with awareness, she cried out, "Yes!" A vision leaped across her mind. A lion's den. A young man looking at her pleadingly. She sobbed with joy. "Daniel!" She had found him. "Daniel!" The distant scream cut through Edith's sleep like a blade. She jerked awake, disoriented, then heard Lionel stirring beside her. He was propped on his elbow, looking at her. She asked what it was, but he only shook his head. She pressed, asking if it had been real, but he didn't answer. The second scream made her gasp. Lionel caught his breath and identified it. Miss Tanner. He dropped his legs over the edge of the bed, reaching for his slippers. Edith started to rise, but Lionel's legs gave way, and he fell against the bed, hissing at the pain in his thumb. She asked if he was all right. He nodded once, pushed himself up, and grabbed his cane. She pulled on her robe and followed him quickly to the door, buttoning as she went. They moved into the corridor, Lionel hobbling badly. She glanced toward Fisher's room, wondering if he'd heard. Barrett stopped at Florence's door, knocked 3 times, and when there was no answer, opened it and went inside. The room was dark. Edith stiffened with anticipation as Lionel flicked on the wall switch. Florence lay on her back, arms clutched across her chest. Barrett limped to her bed, Edith close behind. He asked what was wrong. Florence stared at him with pain-glazed eyes. He leaned down, wincing at the pull of his own stiff muscles. She shuddered, biting her lip to keep from crying, then slowly withdrew her arms. Edith watched as Barrett began to unbutton the medium's gown. There were damp patches on it above each breast. Florence closed her eyes as he drew the edges of the gown aside. Edith shrank back. Deep teeth marks ringed the nipples on Florence's breasts. Florence pulled the blankets to her chin, a sob convulsing her throat despite her efforts to control it. Barrett told her not to fight it, and she sobbed again, tears spilling down her cheeks. Edith felt a rush of sympathy. For the first time, the medium seemed vulnerable. She asked if there was anything she could do, but Florence shook her head, saying she'd be all right. Fisher entered and joined them, asking what had happened. Florence hesitated, then drew the covers down briefly. Edith tried not to look, but couldn't help herself. Her breath shook at the sight of the bites again. Florence said he was punishing her. Barrett looked embarrassed. Florence managed a smile, insisting she wasn't imagining it, gesturing to her breast as proof. She announced that his body was in the wine cellar. Edith could see Lionel's awkwardness. He wanted to be sympathetic, but didn't know what to say. Florence asked if he would help exhume the body. He declined, citing his physical condition. She stared at him in disbelief, then turned to Fisher, who looked at her in silence. Edith realized he'd heard the scream, but had been afraid to come until Lionel arrived. Now he was afraid to help. It wasn't surprising. Whenever something violent occurred, Miss Tanner was always there. When he didn't answer, Florence clenched her teeth, forcing back a sob, and said she'd do it herself. The pain overwhelmed her, and she closed her eyes. Fisher said he'd help. She opened her eyes, tried to smile, and thanked him. Barrett took Edith's arm, starting to turn. Florence asked if he was so afraid she might be right. Barrett looked at her appraisingly, then nodded. They'd go downstairs, though he couldn't dig. Florence said Ben and she would handle that. Edith glanced at Fisher, standing at the foot of the bed, his expression unreadable. A shiver traced up her back. Was there really something down there? Fisher drove the crowbar into the cleft, straining to lever out another chunk of brick and mortar. It had taken over 20 minutes to gouge an opening no larger than his fist. His pants and shoes were stained with mortar dust, and he sneezed as the powder got up his nostrils. Florence watched him anxiously, forcing a smile and acknowledging how hard it was. He nodded, drawing a ragged breath, then raised the crowbar again. It slipped as he pried at another clump, and he pitched against the wall with a muttered curse. He straightened, jammed the crowbar edge back into the gap, and jimmied out another piece of brick. He looked at Florence, saying this could take all day. She offered to take over, but he shook his head. Barrett interrupted, saying that since this would take time, he'd go upstairs and rest his leg. Florence agreed, and he took Edith's arm, turning for the door. Fisher was about to thrust the crowbar again when he stopped. Wait! He picked up his flashlight and shone the beam into the opening. Florence asked what it was, eager. Fisher squinted through the dust, blew into the gap, and pointed the light again. It looked like a rope. Florence came over, and Fisher handed her the flashlight, telling her to keep it pointed in there. He reached into the opening, clamping his fingers on the dusty rope. He pulled down. No give. He pulled up, felt the rope go slack, then tautened as he let go. There was a weight on the end of it, he said. Florence caught her breath. A counterbalance. Fisher grabbed the crowbar and widened the hole as quickly as possible, jabbing at its edges. After a minute of forceful digging, he dropped the bar and thrust both hands through the opening, clutching at the rope and pulling upward. The resistance was fierce. He braced himself, pulling with all his might, forehead pressed against the wall, teeth gritted. Suddenly the rope lurched upward, slamming his wrist against the jagged brick edge. He jerked his hands back, examining his wrist as a rumbling noise started inside the wall. He looked up, startled. A section of wall was hitching slowly to the right. Florence stood beside him tensely as the section creaked and shuddered aside. Edith made a gagging noise and turned away. Fisher grimaced. Florence sighed with relief. Shackled to the wall inside the narrow passage were the mummified remains of a man. Barrett murmured a literary reference. Florence announced she'd told him he was there. Fisher stared at the grayish, parchment-like features, eyes like dark, hardened berries, lips drawn back in a frozen scream. He'd been tied behind the wall while still alive. Florence pressed Barrett for acknowledgement. He asked how she knew it was Daniel Belasco. She insisted she knew. He questioned whether she knew beyond doubt, and she answered yes, incredulous. He smiled, saying more proof was needed. She stared at him, then reached into the opening and removed a ring from the left hand of the shackled figure. She held it out to Barrett. He hesitated, took it, then handed it back with a forced smile, saying, "Very good." She asked if he believed her now. He said he'd think it over. She gasped at him, but he cut her off, saying he needed time to digest the information and couldn't let one cadaver with a ring reverse a lifetime of scientific conviction. She insisted she wasn't trying to reverse his convictions, only asking that they work together. Couldn't they both be right? He shook his head, saying no, and turned to leave, calling for Edith. She looked at Florence for a moment before following him. Fisher took the ring from Florence. Gold with an oval crest and the initials DB. They ate in silence for nearly 20 minutes. Barrett pushed aside his plate and drew his coffee toward him, staring across the table at the EMR indicator. He glanced at Edith, who sat motionless, both hands wrapped around her coffee cup like a frightened child. He asked if she was disturbed. She countered by asking if he wasn't. He shook his head, saying no, and asked if that was why he'd been quiet. She hesitated, as if afraid to raise points he couldn't refute. Finally, she brought up the figure. He acknowledged it was dreadful, but not necessarily the figure. She pressed about the ring. He pointed out that DB didn't have to stand for Daniel Belasco. She didn't look reassured. He suggested other possibilities, David Bart, Donald Bascom, or even Dr. Barrett. She pressed further, asking if that didn't prove her story. It would appear to, he said. She said she didn't understand. He explained that the point wasn't the evidence, but who found it. Miss Tanner was a sensitive of considerable development, with access to the vast power residuum in the house. She could create effects to validate her views. She'd been responsible for the poltergeist attack, later claiming its source as Daniel Belasco. Then she'd become aware of his body and discovered it, verifying her story further. Whether those were actually the remains of Daniel Belasco was irrelevant. Miss Tanner was manipulating her power and the house's power to build a case for herself. Edith looked anxious. He knew she wanted to believe him, but was still unsettled. He asked if she was thinking about the teeth marks. Her faint smile acknowledged it. He chuckled, saying that was the only point on which she was still uncertain. Edith pressed him, asking if the teeth marks weren't proof. He said they were proof to Florence. She countered that they were teeth marks. He acknowledged they appeared to be. She looked more confused than ever, asking if he was telling her they weren't teeth marks at all. He said they might have been, but they certainly weren't inflicted by Daniel Belasco. She grimaced, asking if Florence had done it to herself. He said perhaps not directly, he couldn't discount the possibility, but more likely it fell under the category of stigmata. Edith looked ill. He reminded her that stranger things had happened, then recounted an incident he'd never told her about. Martin Rather, whose genitals were nearly severed during a sitting. He'd done it to himself in a moment of hysteria, yet remained convinced that forces from the other side had attempted to emasculate him. Barrett smiled somberly, noting that was a far cry from a few small bites on female breasts, though he was sure the pain she was suffering was considerable. He continued, pointing out how Florence was rounding out her case. She'd come upon the body last night, and this morning, in a rage at having his secret discovered, Daniel Belasco punished her, trying to frighten her away. Edith gestured weakly, asking if he didn't believe any of it. He said none. She sighed, surrendering, and asked what was going to happen. He told her his machine would arrive this morning, and by tomorrow he'd end the curse of Hell House by purely scientific means. They looked around as Fisher entered the great hall, wearing his pea jacket, his clothes and hands streaked with earth stains. He said nothing as he sat and poured himself coffee, lit a cigarette. Barrett asked if the services were completed, a faint edge of mockery in his voice. Fisher glanced at him, lifted the cover from the bacon and eggs, looked at them, then dumped the cover back. Barrett asked if Miss Tanner wasn't having breakfast. Fisher shook his head and drank some coffee. Barrett studied him, realizing the man was under pressure. For Fisher to have come back to this house after what happened must have required a tremendous act of will. He addressed Fisher directly, saying he hadn't responded to Miss Tanner last night because he was in pain and angry with her, but he did think she was right in suggesting that Fisher leave. Fisher eyed him coldly. Barrett said it wasn't criticism, simply that it might be wise for him to go. Fisher's smile was bitter as he muttered a sarcastic thanks. Barrett laid his napkin on the table, saying he'd given his feelings and the decision was Fisher's. He took out his watch, then suggested they bring some food to Miss Tanner. Fisher said she wanted to be alone. Barrett nodded, pushed to his feet with a flinch, and called for his wife. As they started across the entry hall, he noted that Fisher seemed particularly tense today. She agreed. He looked at her, saying she did too. She blamed the house. He smiled, telling her to wait until tomorrow. Then someone knocked on the front door, and he looked around with an elated smile. His machine. Florence had spoken the words of the funeral service 3 times. Once when she and Fisher laid Daniel Belasco's body to rest, twice more upon returning to her room. Now his soul could rest. It had been bitterly cold outside, the ground like iron. Fisher's attempt to dig a pit had to be abandoned. They'd found a hollow in the earth, placed the body there, and covered it with leaves and stones. She'd recited the service, both of them standing beside the makeshift grave, heads bowed. She smiled, thinking she'd see to a proper burial later. What mattered now was that he was released from this house. She reached into her pocket, drew out Daniel's ring, and held it in her palm, closing her fingers over it. Images began immediately. He was dark-haired, handsome, imperious on the surface, but underneath, as defenseless as a child. She saw him laughing at the dining hall table, waltzing in the ballroom with a beautiful young woman, only youth and tenderness in his smile. Then the visions darkened. Daniel in the theater, face taut, eyes glittering. She tightened. This wasn't what he desired, but he was young, impressionable. Everything degrading was available. She saw him reeling down a corridor with a drunken woman, saw him in this bedroom trying to find beauty in the sex act despite everything. The corruption deepened. Drunkenness, despair, a brief escape, then helpless retreat to Hell House, never to escape again. She saw him naked at the great hall table, watching avidly. Saw him sliding a hypodermic needle into his arm, venting sexual desires that made her tremble. Yet behind the mask the boy cowered, wanting to flee, but unable, wanting love, but finding only license. She caught her breath, seeing him approach his father. She couldn't make out Emmerich Belasco's face. The figure stood in shadows, giant, menacing. She moved her lips in prayer. The ring gripped tightly. The shadows started to contract. In a moment, she would see him. Something cold filled her chest. The vision faltered. She groaned, refusing to lose it, descending deeper with a surge of will. If only she could see the father, get inside him, understand him. Sweat broke out on her brow. She felt a snake uncoiling in her stomach, cold and wet. She murmured no, refusing to surrender. There was meaning here, an answer. She cried out as a violent shock coursed through her body. Her hand unclasped, the ring slipped off, thumping on the rug from an impossible distance. She felt as though she lay in a great cavern, wounded, unable to perceive walls or ceiling, only darkness and distance in every direction. She tried to open her eyes but couldn't. Blackness trickled sluggishly across her mind. Power, she thought. Dear God, the power. She started slipping down the wall of a gigantic pit, moving toward a darkness blacker than any she'd known. She couldn't stop herself. The sensation was physical, her body sliding down and down, the walls adhesive enough to keep her from pitching into space, not enough to stop her descent. The darkness below had a character, a personality. It's him, she thought. He waits for me. Oh God, he waits for me. She fought against it, praying to her guides, her spirit doctors, all those who'd helped her in the past. Keep me from falling deeper, she begged. Take my hand and bear me up. Abruptly, she was back inside the room. She was asleep, yet not asleep, on the bed, unconscious, yet aware. She heard a door open and close. Footsteps drew near. She saw a figure coming toward her like a silhouette cut from black paper. It reached the bed and sat beside her. She felt the mattress yield. Suddenly she knew it was Daniel, and a groaning sound enveloped her. But it couldn't be him. He was at rest. She and Fisher had placed his body in a consecrated grave. He couldn't be back. Asleep, awake, she saw him sitting on the bed beside her, a figure in black. She asked if it was him. He said it was. She demanded why he hadn't gone on. He said he couldn't. She tried to wake herself, unable to endure this limbo. She told him he had to go. He'd been given his release. He said it wasn't the release he sought. She asked what it was, and he told her she knew. She did know, and the knowledge was a chilling wind across her heart. She told him he must go on. He said she knew what she must do. She refused. He said he needed it or he couldn't leave. She refused again, screaming, "No!" in her mind. Then he said he must kill her. Icy hands clamped around her neck. Florence cried out in her sleep, reaching up, clawing at them. Suddenly she woke. The hands were gone. She started pushing up, then froze, her heartbeat staggering. A hideous sound came from beside her on the bed, half animal, half human, liquid and deranged. She couldn't move. Slowly she turned her eyes. The bathroom door was open slightly, faint light clouding through the room. It was the cat, its eyes glittering, insane. making the wavering, unnatural sound in its throat. She began to lift her hand, whispering, "In the name of God." With a savage yowl, the cat leaped at her face. She jerked back, flinging both arms before her. The cat thrashed into her, claws hooking deep into her arms. She cried out as teeth dug brutally into her head. She tried to push it loose, but couldn't. It sprawled across her face, hot fur in her eyes and mouth. Its teeth dug deeper, front claws buried in her arms, the demented sound still bubbling in its throat. She jerked her left arm free, dug her fingers into fur and skin, and tried to pull its head back. The teeth pulled loose, but instantly the cat's head lunged at her throat. She blocked with her right arm. The teeth sank into her flesh again. She sobbed, trying to jerk its head away. The cat kicked its rear legs. She grabbed its throat and squeezed. It began to gurgle, rear legs thrashing, claws tearing through her sweater. Suddenly the teeth pulled free. She hurled the cat to the floor. She sat up quickly, gasping for breath. In the faint light, she saw the cat roll over and regain its feet. She jumped from the bed and lunged for the bathroom. The cat hurled itself against her legs, digging teeth and claws into her calves. She cried out, almost falling. Struggling to regain balance, she toppled against the Spanish table, her right arm crashing on the telephone. Instantly, she snatched up the receiver and swung it at the cat. The first blow smashed against her knee. She sobbed and swung again, hitting the cat's head. She battered it again and again until abruptly the teeth jerked out. She kicked the cat away, spun around, and dashed for the bathroom. The cat raked to a halt, then darted after her. She lurched through the doorway and slammed the door, falling against it as the cat crashed into the other side and started clawing frenziedly at the wood. She stumbled to the sink and looked at her reflection in the mirror, gasping at the deep holes in her forehead, blood oozing from the cavities. She tugged up her sweater, groaning at the sight of her chest and stomach crisscrossed with bleeding lacerations, her torn bra spotted with bloodstains. She looked at her arms, wincing at the perforations the cat's teeth had dug into her flesh. She whimpered, turning on the cold water, dragging a washcloth off its rack and soaking it, then patting it on the bites and scratches. She started crying at the pain, digging her teeth into her lower lip. As she washed the wounds, she heard the cat outside the door, raking its claws through the wood, making the horrible noise in its throat. "It's big," Edith said, watching Barrett jimmy the end of a plank from the crate stamped front. His movements were excited, over-quick. The crowbar slipped. She urged him not to overdo it. He nodded, prying at the other end of the plank. She hadn't seen him so worked up in years, and offered to help. He shook his head. She watched uneasily as he pried boards loose, cracking several, pulling off jagged pieces with his left hand and tossing them to the floor. He muttered that they'd packed it well enough. The crate was 8 by 10 feet, taller than Barrett by a foot. She wondered what was in it. His machine, yes, but what was it, and how was it supposed to end the haunting? He cursed and dropped the crowbar, clutching his bandaged thumb. She urged him not to overdo it. He said all right, impatiently, picked up the crowbar and returned to the crate. She suggested asking Fisher for help. He muttered he'd do it himself. She flinched as he drove the crowbar between 2 planks and started jimmying one out. She told him to take it easy. He looked as though he meant to tear the crate apart with his teeth. Barrett paused, catching his breath. His chest heaved, and a sheen of sweat had broken across his brow. He tried to pass it off with a dry, almost amused sound, explaining that this moment represented everything he'd worked toward for decades. All the years of study and research distilled into this single objective. He trusted she could appreciate why he felt so wound up. She acknowledged that she could, but that her own concern was equally valid. He promised to temper his excitement, conceding that after 20 years of waiting, he could certainly afford a few more minutes of patience. Relieved, she settled back, thinking that if she kept him talking while he worked, it might prevent him from pushing himself too hard. She asked about Fisher, whether he'd truly been as powerful a psychic as the story suggested. Barrett confirmed that Fisher had once been ranked alongside the legendary mediums Home and Palladino. As he pried loose another plank and revealed a row of glass-fronted dials, he described the boy's feats. Levitation that raised a half-ton table to the ceiling, with Fisher still on it, 6 men unable to pull it down. In a darkened testing room, a cluster of fully formed faces floating through the air, one of them startling a Harvard chemist who'd been skeptical until that moment. He mentioned a shadowy figure that paced the room with earth-shaking treads, phosphorescent lights that drifted like giant butterflies and nested in people's hair, a mandolin playing music on its own near the ceiling. One professor had held a materialized hand for 10 minutes, noting its warmth and solidity, only to have it dissolve in his grip in an instant. Then there was the 7-foot-tall figure of a Chinese mandarin, perfect in every detail, that emerged from Fisher's mouth and spoke for 20 minutes before being drawn back into the boy's body. And Fisher had been only 13. Edith asked if that meant he'd been genuine. Barrett assured her he had been, completely, though he added that psychic ability was like a muscle. Neglect it and it atrophies. He set aside the last plank, straightened with his cane, and announced it was time. She rose and came to his side as he peeled an envelope off the front of the machine and slid out blueprints. Examining the control panel with its switches and dials, she asked what the machine had cost. He estimated over $70,000, which made her murmur in disbelief. She noticed a metal plate below the largest dial, the letters EMR, with a scale running into the hundreds of thousands. She asked what EMR meant, but he brushed it off, promising to explain later what the device was designed to do. She repeated its name, the Reverser. And he nodded absently, focusing on his blueprints and shining a tiny flashlight through a grill on the machine's side. Frowning, he limped to the table, set down the plans, picked up a screwdriver, and returned to unfasten a plate. Edith drifted to the fireplace, warming her hands against the flames. Standing there, she was suddenly struck by the memory of the night before, the blank space in her awareness between sleep and waking to find herself naked before Fisher. She shuddered and forced the thought away. She was moving back toward Lionel when Fisher burst into the hall calling for the doctor. Barrett spun around. Fisher reported that Miss Tanner had been hurt again. Barrett grabbed his medical bag and asked where. In her room, Fisher answered, and the three of them hurried across the great hall as quickly as Barrett's limp allowed. Fisher described the injuries as scratches and bites, and said he thought the cat was responsible. He'd come to bring her food, knocked, and when she didn't answer, opened the door. The cat had shot past him and disappeared. Miss Tanner had been in the bathroom, unwilling to come out at first, and when she finally did, the state of her was appalling. When they reached her room, Florence lay in bed, her skin waxen, her head marked with deep, crusted puncture wounds, her face and neck swollen with scratches. Barrett sat beside her, asking if she'd disinfected the bites. She hadn't. He opened his bag, then glanced at the rips in her sweater and asked if her body was injured too. With tears forming, she nodded. He insisted she remove the sweater. She hesitated, then looked at Fisher, who turned away without a word and sat on the other bed, his back to them. Edith moved to help, wincing at the jagged lacerations across Florence's torso and the bites marking her arms. She reached around to unfasten the medium's bra, stepping back as Florence slipped it off to reveal scratches covering her breasts as well. Barrett warned that the disinfectant would sting and offered a codeine pill, but Florence refused. He began swabbing the puncture wounds in her forehead, and Florence hissed in pain, tears pressing from beneath her closed lids. Edith turned away, unable to watch. She looked at Fisher, who was staring fixedly at the wall. Several minutes passed, punctuated only by Florence's sharp intakes of breath and Barrett's quiet apologies. When he finished, he drew a blanket across her chest. Florence thanked him, then explained that the cat had attacked her because it was possessed by Daniel Belasco. Edith looked at her husband, but his face revealed nothing. Florence tried to smile and acknowledge what Barrett must be thinking, but he interrupted, saying her being mauled was what mattered, not his opinion. She insisted she'd recover. He suggested, though, that it might be wiser for her to leave rather than Fisher. Florence refused. Barrett pressed, noting that Deutsch's money needn't be forfeited, that she'd already contributed plenty. She understood. He was offering to pay her off and send her away. She said she appreciated the gesture but wasn't going anywhere. Barrett accepted that, but warned that he would feel negligent if he didn't warn her to leave, and that if he believed her life was at risk, he might see to it that she went. She looked horrified. He said he wouldn't stand by and let her become another victim of Hell House, then snapped his bag shut and struggled to his feet, turning for the door. Later, back in their room, Edith lay in bed watching Lionel sleep. She regretted letting him work so hard on the crate. She remembered what he'd said before drifting off, that Florence's desperation to prove her case was driving her to sacrifice her own body. He'd argued that mediumistic phenomena arose from a dissociation of the mind, a split in the self, and that the personality Florence believed she was contacting was merely a fragment of her own psyche. Edith sighed, wishing she could understand as he did. All she could see were those teeth marks, the bites and scratches Florence insisted the cat had inflicted. How could anyone do that to themselves, even unconsciously? She sat up, slipped on her shoes, and moved to the octagonal table, running a finger over the title page of his manuscript. She thought about the irrational fear she'd always had of alcohol, a leftover from her father's drinking, and told herself it was absurd to condemn liquor entirely. One small drink, just to relax, couldn't hurt. She went to the cabinet, lifted out the decanter and a silver cup, carried them to the table, and cleaned the cup before pouring it full. The brandy looked dark, almost black, and she briefly wondered if it might be poisoned. What a grotesque end that would be. She touched a finger to the liquid, tasted it, and felt the warmth spread through her tongue. She held the cup to her nostrils. The aroma was pleasant. She took a tiny sip, closing her eyes as it slid down her throat and sent a small core of heat blooming in her stomach. Another sip followed. This was what she needed, she told herself. One drink didn't make her a drunk. She moved to the rocking chair, hesitated, then sat, leaning back and closing her eyes as she sipped deliberately. When the cup was empty, she opened her eyes and looked toward the decanter. One was enough. She felt relaxed, just as she'd wanted. She examined the cup's silverwork, wondering if she might take it as a souvenir when they left, and smiled. That was better. She was planning ahead. Then she thought of Fisher and realized she owed him an apology and thanks for saving her life. Remembering the stagnant tarn made her shiver. She stood, crossed the room, and stepped into the corridor, closing the door quietly. A wave of dread washed over her as it sank in that she was alone for the first time since arriving. She dismissed it as foolishness. Lionel was just inside. Florence and Fisher were probably in their rooms. She moved to Fisher's door, knocked, and waited. No response. She knocked again. Still nothing. She turned the knob and pushed, wondering what she was doing, even as she did it, unable to stop herself. The room was smaller than theirs, dominated by a massive canopied bed. A table beside it held a telephone and an ashtray crammed with cigarette butts. She drifted to the armchair, where Fisher's tote bag sat open. She glanced inside and saw T-shirts and an open carton of cigarettes. She reached down to touch the bag. She spun around with a gasp. Fisher was standing in the doorway watching her. For what felt like an endless stretch, they stared at each other. Her heart pounded. Heat crept across her face. He asked what she was doing. She struggled to compose herself, stammering that she'd come to thank him for saving her life. He said she shouldn't have left her husband, then asked if she was all right. She insisted she was. He studied her closely and told her she should return to her room. He walked beside her into the corridor and toward her door, advising her to tie her wrist to the bed at night. She thanked him. He told her not to leave her husband again, that she should never, then stopped, leaning forward as though he meant to kiss her. She flinched back. He asked if she'd been drinking. She stiffened and demanded to know why he asked. He warned her that drinking in this house was dangerous, that losing control could have serious consequences. She insisted she wasn't losing control, then turned sharply and went back inside her room, closing the door behind her. Later that morning, a knock made Florence start. Fisher entered, and she tried to sit up, but he told her to stay down. He crossed to her bed and sat on the edge, apologizing for her pain. She said it would pass, but he didn't look convinced. After a long silence, he told her he agreed with Barrett. She should leave. She called his name in protest. He pressed, saying she was being torn apart, and couldn't she see that? She asked if he thought she was doing these things to herself. He said no, but added that he didn't know who was doing them either. And what if she was wrong about Daniel Belasco? What if she was being fooled? He reminded her about Grace Lauder, a medium from the 1940 expedition who'd become convinced two sisters haunted the house, built a convincing case, and was wrong. She cut her throat on the third day. Florence countered that they'd found Daniel's body, the ring with his initials. He pointed out that they'd given him a proper burial, so why wasn't he at rest? She faltered, admitting she didn't know. He patted her hand, saying he wasn't trying to pick at her, just concerned. She thanked him, then asked about his unusual name. He explained his father was obsessed with Benjamin Franklin. When she asked about his father, he said the man had left when he was 2, and he didn't blame him. His mother must have driven him mad. She frowned as he added that when his mediumship emerged at 9, his mother had devoted herself to it and to his existence. She asked if he regretted it. He said he did. He changed the subject, reminding her she'd promised to tell him about Hollywood. She said it was a long story, but they had time. She began, the gossip columns had covered her spiritualist meetings, making them sound sordid, but they were exactly what she'd claimed. The stories about her avoiding marriage to play the field weren't true. She'd simply never met a man she wanted to marry. She'd always loved acting, putting on shows as a child, joining drama clubs, majoring in dramatics. A smooth progression aided by appearance and fortune. She'd never been a great success, didn't apply herself enough. But there was nothing questionable in her past, no dark secrets. Her parents had been loving spiritualists, and she'd followed their faith. She'd had a brother, David, who died of spinal meningitis at 17, the only real sorrow of her life. When her career faded, the press said she'd fled to religion, but they ignored that she'd been a spiritualist all along. She'd actually welcomed the decline, seeing it as an opportunity to devote herself fully to mediumship. She didn't fear Hollywood or flee it. It was just a location, and the corrupting influences there were no different from any other business. What mattered was the corruptibility of those who entered it. Still, she'd often felt overwhelmed by the moral tension on sets and at parties. Once, after saying the Lord's Prayer before bed, she'd realized she'd said, "Hollywood be thy name," instead of hallowed. She'd laughed and left within the month, coming east to stay. He started to respond, but a distant cat yowl cut through the air. She winced and started to rise, but he pressed her back, saying he'd look. She asked him to get her purse first. He brought it, and she removed a medallion engraved with the word "believe," handing it to him. She told him everything was within if he believed. He tried to give it back, but she insisted he keep it, a gift from her to him with love. He forced a smile, thanked her, and slipped it into his pocket, saying he was fine and she should worry about herself. She asked if he'd sit with her after she rested. She needed to contact Daniel Belasco, and trance was the quickest way, but she didn't want to do it alone. He asked if she wouldn't consider leaving. She said she couldn't, then asked again if he'd sit with her. He hesitated, then nodded, and left without another word. That afternoon, Barrett swam in the pool, the cool water feeling good against his burned calf, even though kicking was painful. His thumb throbbed every time he lifted his right hand, but he needed this. He reached the shallow end and stopped, holding the edge with his left hand. Edith sat on a bench near the steam room, cautioning him not to overdo. He promised he wouldn't. Just 2 more laps, then pushed off and swam again, closing his eyes and listening to the sounds of his own movement. He wondered how the house was affecting Edith. When he'd woken earlier, she'd stirred the moment he moved, and he'd smelled brandy on her breath. He'd seen the decanter and cup on the table, and she'd admitted taking 1 cupful to relax. He'd returned the decanter to the cabinet, warning her that drinking anything in this house was a serious risk, and she'd promised not to touch it again. He reached the far end and turned back, thinking they should be out by tomorrow night if he could get the reverser running without delay. He smiled, wondering if Edith had any idea what the machine would do. At the shallow end, he stood, hissing at the cold air on his wet skin. Edith helped him up the steps and wrapped a towel around his shoulders. He asked if he could stand a few minutes in the steam room. She nodded and handed him his cane, then opened the heavy door. He told her to remove her outer clothes, and she agreed. He tossed the towel on the bench and limped inside as the door thumped shut. The wet heat was a relief. He breathed through his teeth, feeling around until he found a bench. Its top was scorching. He moved carefully, using his cane to locate the hose, then turned the spigot and doused the bench with cold water before sitting down. He worked off his bathing suit and shook it free. He looked toward the door. Edith was taking longer than expected. He didn't want to stand again, but he also didn't want to leave her alone. He was about to get up when the door opened and he saw her silhouette. She'd undressed completely. As the door shut, he called her over, noting to himself that the bulb needed replacing. She moved cautiously across the steam-obscured room, making a faint sound as she stepped through the cold water. He pulled the hose, washed off the bench beside him, and she sat. She coughed, saying she'd never gotten used to steam rooms. He suggested she wet her face and breathe, but she said she was fine. He closed his eyes, feeling the damp heat seep into him, then twitched as her hand settled on his leg. He covered it with his own. She leaned over and kissed his cheek, saying she loved him. He put his arm around her and said he loved her too. She kissed him again, then the corner of his mouth pressing closer. He felt a stir as her hand slid down his stomach. She swung astride him, her lips still on his, her stomach slick and hot against him. She grabbed him and began to rub against him, her breath growing ragged. The hot air seared his throat. She bit his lower lip, and he smelled the brandy again. Her lips moved across his cheek, her tongue trailing as she whispered, almost fiercely, for him to get hard. He gasped as she grabbed his injured hand and pressed it to her breast. He jerked back from the fiery pain. She ordered him not to, clutching him again. His vision blurred from the pain, and he could barely breathe in the scalding air. She clutched at him, groaning loudly, demanding he get hard, then jammed her lips onto his. Gagging, he wrenched his head back, slamming it against the tile. He cried out in fresh pain, his face contorted. She fell against him, sobbing. He gasped her name. She lurched to her feet and turned away. He reached for her dazedly, but she opened the door and vanished. It thumped shut behind her. Wincing, he bent for the hose, rubbing cold water on his face and drawing breath through clenched teeth. What had come over her? He knew the curtailment of their sex life had affected her, but she'd never shown desire like this. The house must be affecting her. He stood groggily, cane in hand, and inched across the steam-filled room, the heat intensifying against his face. The ceiling bulb was almost invisible now. He reached the door, found the handle, pushed, and the door held. He pushed harder. It wouldn't move. His features tightened. He called for Edith and pounded with his fist. No answer. A flicker of unease, but he willed it away. The door was probably warped from heat and dampness. He called again, pounded harder. She answered faintly, and he shouted that the door was stuck. She should try from her side. He felt a thump, and the door shifted as she pushed. He pulled with all his strength, but it held. She asked what they were going to do, sounding frightened. He considered using the bench to batter it open, but it was too heavy. The heat seemed worse. He lowered himself to his left knee to escape the worst of it, then shouted for her to get Fisher. She seemed appalled, but he insisted it was the only way. He waited in the scalding steam, hoping she wouldn't encounter anything on her way. For a long time there was no answer. Then her voice came back, strained but resolute, telling him she'd go and be right back. He stayed motionless, praying she wouldn't encounter anything. In her current state, any shock could be catastrophic. He scowled, realizing he couldn't just wait. He had to shut off the steam. He thought he heard something to his right, but there was only swirling white vapor, thick and coiling, forming shapes that a less disciplined mind might interpret as something sinister. He muttered at himself, dismissing the notion as ridiculous. Standing, he edged across the floor until his shins hit the bench, then knelt and reached underneath for the tap wheel. He couldn't find it and began crawling along the bench, feeling blindly. He froze. This time the sound was unmistakable, a slithering noise like something dragging itself across the tile. He shivered despite the heat, then forced himself to continue. The house's atmosphere was perfect for delusions, he told himself. The noise was probably just escaping steam pressure. He found the wheel at last, relief flooding through him, but when he tried to turn it, it wouldn't budge. He wrapped both hands around it, straining against the pain in his thumb and leg. Nothing. The wheel was stuck. He swallowed, flinching at the scorch in his throat. It was just a physical problem. A stuck door, a stuck valve, things you'd expect in an old house. Edith would be back any moment with Fisher. He could lie on the floor and cool himself with water in the meantime, but then the noise came again, louder this time, and there was no denying it. He turned slowly, leaning against the bench, trying to see through the steam. If it was a phenomenon, he just had to keep his wits. Nothing could harm him if he didn't panic. He listened, wincing at the throb in his thumb. After what felt like a minute, the liquid sliding sound returned, and he imagined lava pouring down a coal chute. He shuddered, ordering himself to stop reacting like a credulous fool. The hose, he'd used cold water to reverse the warping. He began feeling for it, ignoring the noise. Psi phenomena abound in realms of credulity, the phrase crossed his mind. Precisely. He gulped breath without thinking and choked on the heat. Where was the damn hose? The tile was hurting his knees now. He felt the gush of water and made a sound of satisfaction, reaching for it. Then cried out, jerking his hand back. It had touched something like hot slime. He squinted in the dim light and saw a darkish ooze clinging to his fingers. Gagging, he rubbed his palm on the floor. Melted grout? Something else? He jerked around at the sound, now louder and closer, and rubbed his eyes without thinking, smearing slime across his face. He wiped it off furiously, catching a vaguely familiar smell. A sudden panic seized him. What if Edith hadn't gone for help? What if she'd left him trapped here because of what had happened between them? No, that was absurd. She'd be back any second. He wavered to his feet and moved haltingly away from the noise, visualizing a quivering jellyfish shape heaving toward him. Enough, he told himself. He had to reach the door, but he couldn't see through the steam. The dragging, soggy sound continued, and dread laced up his back. Then his feet sank into hot, thick slime. He tried to jump back, slipped, and landed on his left elbow, crying out as pain shot up his arm. He writhed on the floor, then felt the slime push against his side like heated gelatin. He thrashed away, the smell of rot, the tarn's odor, overwhelming him. "It's come inside," his mind screamed. He scrambled to his knees and guessed at the door's direction, hobbling clumsily that way. Something blocked him. Something alive, near the floor, with bulk and mass. He fell across it with a cry of horror. It reared up, shoving him onto his back, hot and jelly-like, reeking of stagnation. He screamed as it flopped across his legs, kicking wildly, his foot sinking into the slime and then striking something that felt like overcooked mushroom. Then it was before his eyes, bulbous and glistening darkly. He screamed again, thrashing back until his spine slammed against the door. The ropey form oozed up his legs, and he couldn't dislodge it, felt its hot suction on his flesh. Then the door shoved inward, pushing him into the gelatinous mass. It struck his face, his screaming mouth filled with turgid jelly, and cold washed across his side. Hands slipped under his arms. He heard Edith screaming, felt himself being dragged. Through a blur, he saw Fisher's pale face above him. He lost consciousness. Fisher later sat gulping coffee, holding the cup in both hands. The unseen couple had come and gone again. He'd been searching the theater for the cat when he heard shouting, then met Mrs. Barrett in the entry hall. She told him, terrified, that her husband was locked in the steam room. He remembered Florence's words about that place. He dashed downstairs, through the swinging doors, and along the pool edge. He heard Barrett's screams before reaching the steam room, and nearly turned back, but Mrs. Barrett appeared, her panic compelling him forward. He threw his weight against the door, but it wouldn't give. She begged him to save her husband, her voice shrill and unnatural. He grabbed the heavy wooden bench, rammed it against the door, and it gave way. Inside, Barrett's screams stopped. Fisher reached through the burning steam, grabbed him, and strained to pull his dead weight out. Mrs. Barrett was shaking uncontrollably, her face gray. They got Barrett upstairs and onto his bed. Fisher offered to help with pajamas, but she refused in a tight, barely audible voice. He left immediately. Now he slumped back, covering his eyes. Nothing fit, nothing added up. They were exactly nowhere. Florence torn apart, Mrs. Barrett losing control, Barrett violently assaulted twice, and he himself. He remembered Grace Louder working alone, convinced she'd solve Hell House, not speaking to the others. Himself working with Graham and Rand, who refused to work with Fenley because he was a spiritualist, not a man of science. 3 demoralizing days, Louder with her throat cut. Graham drunk, wandering into the woods to die. Rand dead of a cerebral hemorrhage after something in the ballroom he couldn't describe. Fenley still in a sanatorium, hopelessly insane. He himself found naked on the porch, horror-ridden, aged before his time. And now he was back. He grabbed his cup and hurled it across the room, his mind screaming that it was all too damn complicated. Later, Edith blinked awake to find Lionel looking at her. She reached for his hand, asking if he was all right. He nodded but didn't smile. She said she packed their bags. He looked at her blankly. She insisted they'd go today. He told her he wanted her to go, but he wasn't leaving until finished. She couldn't believe it, though she'd anticipated it. He said she should go to Caribou Falls. He'd join her tomorrow. She cut him off, saying she didn't want to hear it. She knew what was happening. He'd have died without Fisher, and they had to leave before the house destroyed them all. He listened, then told her he knew it had gone beyond her endurance, but not his. He wouldn't let what happened frighten him away. He'd waited 20 years, and he wasn't losing it all because of something in the steam room. She stared at him, pulse hammering. He admitted the shock was terrible, the worst of his life, but insisted it was not the dead. He pleaded with her to go, said he'd join her tomorrow, that after 20 years, there was only one more day before he proved his theory, and he couldn't retreat when so close. He'd rather die than leave. She felt her heartbeat slow and erratic. She agreed to tomorrow. He swore he'd end the terror by then. She stared at him, feeling lost, with no faith of her own, clinging only to his, praying he wasn't wrong. Florence began her séance, calling on the spirit of immortal truth to open their natures to revelation, to bless their efforts to lift darkness. She offered herself for service, asking the spirits to commune with her, especially to reach Daniel Belasco. She sang a hymn, then breathed deeply, rubbing her hands over her body until she slumped into stillness. Fisher shivered as coldness gathered between them, rising like ice water. Faint spots of light appeared in front of Florence. Condensation points, he thought, hovering like a galaxy of pale suns. His legs went numb. Teleplasm oozed from her nostrils, twin gray serpents joining into a heavier coil that unraveled and rose to cover her face. He closed his eyes, heard rustling paper. The acrid smell of ozone cut through the air, sharp and chemical like an over-chlorinated pool. Fisher opened his eyes despite himself. Florence's head was now encased in a wet, filmy membrane that hung like a translucent sack. As he watched, the material began to shift and take form, as if shaped by invisible fingers pressing in eye sockets, molding a nose ridge, forming nostrils, ears, the line of a mouth. Within a minute, a face had emerged, young, dark-haired, handsome, grave. He cleared his throat, his heartbeat thudding with an almost unreal rhythm. He asked if it could speak. A ghastly, gurgling rattle answered him, and his skin crawled. Half a minute passed before the sound stopped and silence returned. He asked again, and the voice answered. Undeniably masculine. Fisher took a breath and demanded identification. The voice gave a name. Daniel Belasco. Its lips didn't move, but the words came from the pallid features. He pressed for confirmation that it was Daniel's body they'd found in the wine cellar. It was, the voice said. He pointed out that they'd given it proper burial rites, so why was he still present? The voice said it couldn't leave. Fisher demanded to know why, but the voice fell silent. He repeated the question, but still no answer came. Gripping his hands together, Fisher pressed harder. Did Daniel have anything to do with the attack on Barrett in the steam room? No. Then who? No answer. Did he attack Barrett in the dining hall last night? No. Then who? Silence. Did he bite Miss Tanner? No. Then who? Silence. Did he possess the cat? No. Then who? Silence. Fisher persisted, demanding names. Who attacked Barrett? Who bit Florence? Who possessed the cat? Only silence. He demanded again, his voice sharpening. The voice pleaded, said it couldn't say. Fisher insisted. The voice begged. Fisher repeated his demand. A sob escaped the figure. Him, it finally said. Who? Him. Who? Him. Who? Him. The giant. Father. Fisher sat frozen as the face dissolved, the teleplasm rippling and then steaming back into Florence's nostrils. She moaned in pain, and within seconds it was gone. He stayed motionless for almost a minute before rising, numb, to get her water. He stood beside her until she opened her eyes, then watched her drink it all in one swallow. He turned on the lamp and sank heavily into the chair across from hers. She asked if Daniel had come through. He told her what happened, and her expression shifted to deep excitement. She said Belasco. Of course, they should have realized it. He didn't respond. She insisted Daniel would never have hurt her or Dr. Barrett. She'd known it couldn't have been him, despite the evidence. It simply didn't feel right. He was as much a victim as anyone. She saw Fisher's unconvinced look and explained that Daniel was being kept here by his father. They were at war, Daniel trying to escape while his father prevented it, trying to turn her against Daniel and make her believe he meant her harm. When all Daniel wanted was... She stopped abruptly. Fisher's eyes narrowed. He asked what it was. She said her help. He challenged her, saying that wasn't what she'd been about to say. She insisted it was, that she was the only one who could help, the only one he trusted. Fisher eyed her guardedly and said he hoped so. Later that afternoon, Edith sat up and checked the time on Lionel's watch. Nearly 4 o'clock. How could he possibly get his machine ready by tomorrow? She studied his sleeping face, wondering if he still believed everything he said. She had the uneasy sense his confidence was eroding, though he'd never show it, not even to her. He was a man of unrelenting pride, especially about his work. She rose abruptly and went to the cabinet. Both Fisher and Lionel had warned her, but nothing bad had happened from the brandy. It had just relaxed her. If she had to stay in this house until tomorrow, she'd take steps to make it bearable. She carried the decanter and a silver cup to the table, filled the cup and drained it in one swallow, feeling it scald down her throat and radiate heat through her veins. She poured another, sipped it, then sat on the table's edge, pushing aside Lionel's manuscript box. She finished the second cup with her head thrown back, eyes closed, a look of sensual pleasure on her face. She thought about being in the steam room with Lionel and tried to suppress the nagging qualm that beyond a certain point she'd been furious at his impotence, as if it were his fault rather than the polio's. She tightened at the thought that maybe he wanted her to go to Caribou Falls so he could concentrate on his machine without being annoyed by her needs. She blinked. That was terrible to think. If he'd been able, he would have made love to her. Would he? Her mind demanded. Did he even care if they ever had sex? Impulsively, she reached for the decanter, knocking the manuscript box to the floor, pages spilling everywhere. She started to get up, then shrugged and ignored it. She'd clean it up later. She closed her eyes and drained another cupful. When she slid off the table, she almost fell. She was drunk. Guilt pricked at her. Her mother was right. She was like her father. She fought it, telling herself she was a good girl, no, a woman with desires. Lionel should know that. He wasn't that old or that impotent. It was his damn religious mother, not the polio. She shoved the thought away, weaving toward the cabinet. Her limbs felt warm and silky, her head pleasantly numb. Getting drunk was the answer. She thought about the liquor cabinet in the kitchen. Maybe she'd grab a bottle of bourbon or two and drink herself insensible until tomorrow. She pulled out the hollowed book too quickly. It slipped from her fingers, thudding to the floor and scattering photographs. She sank to her knees, staring at them one by one, her tongue unconsciously wetting her upper lip. One showed 2 women on the great hall table, performing mutual cunnilingus. The room seemed to get hotter. She flung the photograph away as if it burned her, muttering a frightened denial. She glanced back as Lionel stirred, then pushed clumsily to her feet, scanning the bedroom like a cornered animal. She walked quickly to the door and out into the hall, flinching at the noise as she shut it. She'd meant to be quieter. Shaking her head, she went to Fisher's room. He wasn't there. She stared inside, uncertain what to do. Closing the door, she drifted along the hallway until she reached the banister and held it for balance. Strangely, the house didn't frighten her. Proof that alcohol was exactly what she needed. She floated down the stairs, remembering a Southern film where a woman in hoop skirts glided as if on a track. She felt the same way, confident and unafraid. A faint glimmer flickered at the edge of her thoughts, too fleeting to grasp. She blinked, hesitated, then continued. Fisher would be in the great hall where the coffee was. She'd never seen him eat, No wonder he was so thin. Crossing the entry hall, she heard splintering wood. She paused, then moved forward again, closing her eyes and feeling like she was floating. Father and daughter, drunks forever, she thought. She stopped in the archway and leaned against it dizzily, blinking to focus. Fisher had his back to her, using a crowbar to pry apart the crate. That's sweet, she thought. He spun around so fast that the cigarette dropped from his lips, raising the crowbar like he was about to strike. She raised her arms in mock surrender and said an affected German greeting. He stared at her silently, his chest heaving. She asked if he was angry, but he cut her off, demanding to know what she was doing there. She said nothing, then pushed off the archway and weaved toward him. He asked if she was drunk. She admitted she'd had a few drinks and challenged his concern. He moved toward her, saying Lionel would be pleased, but she gestured airily at the machine. He took her arm and told her to come on. She pulled away and told him to come on himself, then staggered slightly before turning toward the machine. He called her Mrs. Barrett. She corrected him to Edith. He grabbed her arm again, insisting she shouldn't leave her husband. She said he was sleeping. He tried to steer her away, but she laughed and pulled loose, snapping at him for his language. She smiled teasingly and said something cryptic about not for his sake. He looked confused. As she approached the table, the room felt nebulous, filled with shadowy figures at the edge of her vision. Imagination, she told herself. Just mindless energy. She rubbed her finger on the table's surface. Fisher rejoined her, telling her she had to go upstairs. She refused and grabbed his hand. He pulled free. She smiled and rubbed the table again, saying this was where they'd met. Less Aphrodites around this table. He asked who. She repeated and grabbed his arm, pressing his hand against her breast. He pulled away, saying she didn't know what she was saying. She insisted she did, then slid her arms around him, asking if he didn't like her, knowing she wasn't as beautiful as Florence. He tried to break free, saying it was the house making her do this. She cut him off, claiming the house had nothing to do with it, that she was doing it herself. He pulled her arms loose, pushing her back. She taunted him, asking if he was impotent too. He snapped at her to wake up. Fury exploded inside her. She yelled back, stumbled against the table, and wriggled onto it, yanking up her skirt. She jeered at him, calling him a sexless bastard, then grabbed her sweater front and tore it open, popping buttons. She undid her bra and clutched her breasts, holding them out with furious derision, ranting that he'd never had a woman, never had a tit, and it was delicious. She slid off the table, advancing on him, her fingers gouging at her breasts, her voice trembling with hatred. She hurled the words at him with venom, demanding he do what she said or she'd find a woman who would. His head snapped sideways. She followed the movement, and then a crushing awareness descended on her. Lionel was standing in the archway. Darkness rose like a wave, and her legs buckled. She began to fall. Fisher lunged to catch her, but she screamed and twisted away, collapsing against a marble statue on a pedestal. She grabbed at it, the cold stone pressed against her breast, its face seeming to leer at her. She cried out as the statue toppled backward from her grip and shattered on the floor. She landed on her knees and pitched forward into darkness. Later, music drifted through her consciousness, a slow, tender waltz. She was dancing, gliding through mist, her partner's face indistinct, but somehow familiar. She felt certain it was Daniel. His arm around her, his hand holding hers, warmth and the scent of roses surrounding her, a summer dance, a small orchestra playing. She moved in languorous circles, her partner asking if she was happy. She murmured that she was, very much. Was she on a film set? She couldn't recall. It felt too real. No cameras, no crew. She tried to see her partner's face but couldn't focus. She whispered his name, and he answered gently. It was him, his grave, handsome face now visible. He pulled her close, declaring his love, and she returned it. He asked if she'd never leave him, always be beside him, and she promised she would, always. The music quickened, and she was swept around the ballroom, hearing the rustle of skirts, the room filled with dancers and lovers. She smiled, loved, felt she was floating. A scented breeze touched her face. He danced her onto a wide veranda under a sky of stars and a full glowing moon. She knew this without looking. Intoxication of the spirit, joy and love, waltzing with her beloved Daniel, slowly, around and around, moving towards something. A voice shouted, "No!" and she gasped back to awareness. Daniel stood before her in the mist, white-faced and frightened, gesturing for her to stop. Icy water numbed her feet and ankles. Cold wind scored her face. The smell of rot filled her nostrils. She cried out, staggered back, and fell. Something rushed away behind her. She caught a glimpse of a very tall figure in black, vanishing into the mist. She lay beside the tarn, freezing air slicing into her flesh. She'd been walking into it. Sickened, she pushed up and ran for the house, shoes and stockings wet, shivering. The blind face of the house loomed from the mist. She ran across the gravel, up the steps, inside, and slammed the door, falling back against it, shaking uncontrollably. She'd almost walked into the tarn. A figure hurried from the kitchen. Fisher with a glass in his hand. He stopped, then advanced, asking what happened. She asked if it was whiskey. He nodded. She drank, choking on the liquor, then handed it back. She told him Belasco had tried to kill her. She'd seen him, glimpsed him leaving her by the tarn. She explained how he'd made her believe she was dancing with Daniel while leading her to drown, and how Daniel had warned her at the last moment. Fisher asked how Belasco had gotten control of her. She admitted she must have dozed off, exhausted from the day's events. He looked ill, warning that if Belasco could get her in her sleep now, but she cut him off, insisting she was warned now and would retain her strength. They sat by the fire, her feet propped on a stool, and she said she thought she knew the secret of Hell House. Fisher waited. She declared it was Belasco. He reinforced the haunting by acting as a hidden aid for every other force, controlled multiple haunting. A surviving will so powerful it could dominate every other personality in the house. She knew Daniel's son was aware of it. If he weren't, he couldn't have saved her. It all fit. Belasco had kept her from the chapel, kept her from discovering Daniel's body, made it seem Daniel had bitten her, possessed the cat, caused the poltergeist attack, kept Daniel's soul imprisoned. He was like a general with his army, never entering battle, but always controlling it. Fisher asked how he could be hurt then. She replied by decreasing the size of his army until he had to fight alone. He reminded her they had only till Sunday. She shook her head, saying she was staying until the job was done. She went to her room, knelt by her bed, and prayed in gratitude for the enlightenment, asking for strength. Then she washed the tarn's residue from her ankles and feet, thinking of the massive task ahead, releasing earthbound spirits against Belasco's will. She spoke aloud that she would do it, but she'd have to be alert. Fisher had warned her about being fooled before. She recognized the truth of that. She'd been fooled into thinking she'd caused the poltergeist attack, fooled into thinking Daniel responsible for the bites and the cat. Daniel was tormented, not tormentor. She closed her eyes and silently thanked Daniel for saving her life, urging him to see that if he could thwart his father's will, he could also depart. He was free if he believed. His father had no power to hold him. She asked for help from those beyond. Then she opened her eyes, took a pad and pencil, and held the point to the paper. It started moving instantly, writing by itself, tugging her hand. In seconds, it stopped. She looked at the pad and cried out, tearing off the sheet and flinging it away. The words were burned into her mind. One way only. Later, Fisher stood at the tarn's edge, shining his flashlight at the turbid water. Twice now. Edith first, then Florence. He grimaced at the stench reminiscent of a gangrenous hospital room he'd once known. Footsteps approached through the mist. He switched off his light and tensed, unable to identify the source. When they were almost on him, he saw a lantern's glow and flicked on his flashlight. The old couple from Caribou Falls gasped, their gaunt faces appearing in the beam. He apologized, identified himself. They grumbled about being scared half to death. He held the door for them as they hurried inside, looking around uneasily. He asked how things were in the world. The man grunted, the woman disapproved. He said it didn't matter. They had their own world here. They set covered dishes on the great hall table, glanced at Barrett's machine, exchanged looks, then gathered up the lunch things and departed. He called thank you after them, watching them go. After they'd left, he examined the meal. Lamb chops, vegetables, biscuits, pie, coffee. He sat and ate, thinking about Florence's theory, unable to find loopholes. This time, she was on the right track. They'd always known Belasco was here, but the knowledge had been unexplored. He'd contacted him in 1940, but that connection had been fleeting. Now it was integral. Belasco acted in any area without his presence being known, manipulating every entity in the house. He recalled the record. It had been no coincidence, but Belasco greeting them. He turned as Barrett limped into the room, pale and solemn. The older man hadn't spoken to him, clearly humiliated by his inability to carry Edith upstairs himself. He waited. Barrett stopped, looked at his machine with a confused expression, then turned to Fisher. His voice subdued. He asked if Fisher had done that. Fisher nodded. The corners of Barrett's mouth lifted in the faintest tremor of acknowledgement, and he murmured, "Thanks." Fisher said he was welcome. Barrett limped to the table and began serving food onto 2 plates, working with his left hand. Fisher noticed how awkwardly he held his injured thumb. Barrett apologized for not having thanked him for what he'd done that afternoon, specifically in the steam room. Fisher started to speak about what had happened earlier in the hall, but Barrett cut him off, saying he'd rather not discuss it. Fisher pressed, saying he was only trying to help. Barrett acknowledged that, but stopped short. Fisher interrupted, insisting that something in the house was working on his wife, that what had happened before wasn't her doing. Barrett tried to cut him off again, but Fisher persisted, saying this was life and death. Did Barrett know she'd almost walked into the tarn last night? Barrett looked shocked and demanded when. Fisher told him near midnight while Barrett was asleep, and so was she. Barrett looked appalled. Fisher said if he hadn't seen her go outside. Barrett cut in, saying he should have been told sooner. Fisher countered that Edith should have told him, and the fact that she hadn't was... He broke off at Barrett's offended look. Fisher said he didn't know what Barrett thought was going on in this house, but Barrett stiffly replied that what he thought was irrelevant to this conversation. Fisher looked amazed, demanding what he meant by irrelevant. Whatever was going on was getting to his wife, to Florence, and to Barrett himself, or maybe he hadn't noticed. Barrett regarded him in hard silence, then said he'd noticed a number of things, one of which was that Deutsch was wasting approximately 1/3 of his money. He picked up the plates and turned away. For a long time, Fisher sat motionless, staring across the great hall. Then he muttered a denial. What did Barrett expect him to do? Commit progressive suicide like Florence? If he wasn't handling things correctly, why was he the only one unharmed? The truth crashed over him violently, and he angrily denied it. But the defensive thought broke apart. A wave of nausea hit him. Barrett was right. Florence was right. Those 30 years of waiting had been nothing but delusion. He stood with a muffled curse and strode to the fireplace. No, it was impossible. He couldn't have deceived himself so completely. He struggled to remember what he'd done since Monday. He'd known the door would be locked. His mind rejected that. All right. He'd rescued Edith. Only because he couldn't sleep and happened to be downstairs. What about saving Barrett? Nothing, his mind answered. He'd been available, that was all, and even then he might have fled if not for Mrs. Barrett's presence. What was left? He pulled planking off a crate. Wonderful. Deutsch had hired himself a $100,000 handyman. He cursed aloud. He'd been the most powerful physical medium in the United States at 15. Now at 45, he was a self-deluding parasite, malingering through the week to collect money. He who should be doing the most. He paced, the feeling almost unendurable. Shame, guilt, fury. He'd never felt so meaningless. Walking around Hell House like a turtle with its head pulled in, a blind shell seeing nothing, knowing nothing, doing nothing, waiting for others to accomplish what he should be doing. He'd wanted to come back here, hadn't he? Well, he was back. Something had given him a second chance. Was he going to let it pass him by? He stopped and looked around the great hall with fury. Who the hell was Belisco? Who were any of the dead who glutted this house like maggots on a corpse? Was he going to let them terrify him forever? They hadn't been able to kill him in 1940, had they? He'd been a thoughtless, overconfident child, and even so, they'd been unable to destroy him. They destroyed Grace Lauder, Dr. Graham, Professor Rand, Professor Fenley, all respected, experienced people. Only he had lived and kept his sanity, a credulous boy of 15. Despite virtually begging to be annihilated, the house had only ejected him, left him on the porch to die of exposure. It had not been able to kill him. Why had he never thought of it that way before? He moved to an armchair and sat quickly, closing his eyes and drawing deep breaths, unlocking the gates of consciousness before he could change his mind. Confidence suffused him. He wasn't a boy now, but a thinking man, not blindly confident. He'd open up with care, stage by stage, not allowing himself to be overwhelmed as Florence was, monitoring each step with adult intelligence, trusting only to himself. He stopped, waited, tense and alert. Nothing. Flatness and vacancy. He waited longer, antennae probing. Nothing. He drew more breath, opened wider, stopped. Nothing. A flicker of dread crossed his mind. Had he waited too long? Had his power atrophied? No. He breathed in deeply, inspiring further awareness. He felt a tingling in his fingertips, a spiderweb sensation on his face, his solar plexus drawing inward. All his senses widened, every sound exaggerated, the fire's crackle, his chair's creak, his own breath. The house's smell intensified, the texture of his clothes roughened against his skin. He felt the heat from the fire. But nothing else. What was happening? The house had to be gorged with impressions. He'd sensed them on Monday like a cloud of influences. It struck him suddenly, misstep in judgment. Instantly he started pulling back. But something dark and vast was already hurtling at him, something violent that meant to crush him. He gasped and pressed back, recoiling desperately, but he wasn't fast enough. The force swept into him through the still open chink, wrenching into his vitals, twisting, clawing. He cried out, eyes staring in horror, doubled over with both hands across his stomach. Something slammed against his back and head, hurling him from the chair, crashing him against the table edge, flinging him back. The room spun, a whirlpool of barbaric force. He crumpled to his knees, arms crossed, fighting to shut out the savage power that tried to rip his arms apart. He resisted with clenched teeth, faced a stone-like mask of agony gurgling in his throat. You won't, he thought. The power vanished suddenly, sucked back into the air. He tottered on his knees, face dazed, then choked and fell on his side, drawing up his legs, bending forward until he was fetal, eyes closed, shivering uncontrollably. He felt the rug against his cheek, heard the fire crackle. It seemed someone stood over him, regarding him with cold, sadistic pleasure, gloating at the sight of his ravaged form, and wondering idly, casually, how and when to finish him off. Later, Barrett stood by the bed, looking at Edith, wondering whether to wake her. The food was getting cold, but did she need food or rest? He moved to his own bed and sat with a groan, crossing his left leg over his right and touching the burn gingerly. His injured thumb was useless. The cut should have been sutured, and he was afraid to check the bandage. He didn't see how he'd work on the machine tonight. The least exertion brought pain to his leg and lower back. He grimaced, easing off his left shoe. His feet were swelling, too. He had to end it by tomorrow. He wasn't sure he could last beyond then. The realization drained his waning confidence further. Noises had awakened him earlier. Something thumping on the rug. He'd surfaced slowly from a leaden sleep, hearing a door shut. When he opened his eyes, Edith was gone. Groggily, he thought she was in the bathroom, then saw manuscript pages scattered on the floor and photographs strewn near the cabinet, a book fallen. Alarm rose. He grabbed his cane and stood, seeing the brandy decanter on the table, the silver cup. He crossed to the cabinet, looked at the photographs, tensing at what they showed. He called for Edith, limped to the bathroom, knocked. No reply. The door was unlocked. She was gone. He hurried into the corridor, checked Florence's room. She was asleep. Then Fisher's room, empty. Panic rising, he crossed to the stairs and descended as quickly as he could, teeth set against the pane. He told her not to do this. He heard her voice as he crossed the entry hall, her tone unnatural. He hastened his steps, reached the archway, and froze, staring into the great hall at Edith, sweater open, bra unhooked, advancing on Fisher with her breasts in her hands, ordering him to... Barrett closed his eyes and pressed a hand across them. He'd never heard such language from her, never seen such behavior. He'd always known she was repressed, their sex life constrained. But this... He dropped his hand and looked at her again. Pain, distrust, anger, a desire for retaliation. He struggled against it, wanting to believe the house had done it all, but unable to expunge the nagging doubt that somewhere deep in her lay the real cause, which explained his sudden animosity toward Fisher's words. He stood and crossed to her. They had to talk. He couldn't stand the doubting. He touched her shoulder. She awoke with a gasp, eyes flung open, legs retracting. He tried to smile but couldn't, telling her he'd brought supper. She repeated the word as if she'd never heard it. He suggested she wash up. She looked around the room, then sat up and crossed to the bathroom. He'd refastened her bra and closed her sweater. He limped to the octagonal table, picked up the manuscript box and placed it on the library table. With great effort, he pulled a chair beside her bed and sat. He eyed the cold food and sighed. He should never have brought her here. The bathroom door opened and she walked over, face washed and hair combed, sitting hunched over, gaze deflected like a chastened girl. He cleared his throat, saying the food was cold, but she needed something. He saw her teeth dig into her trembling lower lip. After a moment, she said he didn't have to be polite to her. He fought a sudden urge to shout. He said she shouldn't have had more brandy. He'd examined it, and unless mistaken, it contained more than 50% absinthe. She looked up questioningly. An aphrodisiac? He said. She gazed at him in silence. He found himself saying that there was a powerful influence in this house, and he thought it was beginning to affect her. He wondered why he was saying this, why he was absolving her. But still, the look on her face, he felt a tremor in his stomach. She finally asked if that was all, if he'd solved the problem, her voice carrying an undertone of resentful mortification. He said he was trying to be rational. She whispered that she saw. He asked if she'd rather he ranted, called her names, then pulled himself erect and said he was trying, for the moment, to blame it on outside forces. She said nothing. He admitted he hadn't provided sufficient physical love, citing the polio damage, but acknowledged that wasn't a full excuse. Maybe it was his mother's influence, his total absorption in his work, his inability to... She told him not to. He insisted he was blaming it on that, on himself, and on the house, wiping the sheen of perspiration from his brow. He asked her to permit him to do so, adding that if there were other factors involved, they'd work them out later, after they'd left his house. She managed a nod. He said she should have told him what happened last night, about her almost walking into the tarn. She looked like she might speak, but then said she hadn't wanted to worry him. He said he understood, then stood with a groan, intending to rest his leg before going downstairs. She asked if he had to work tonight. He said he had to finish by tomorrow. She walked beside him to the bed, trying not to show reaction to his swollen ankles. He told her he'd be all right. She stood worriedly, then asked if he wanted her to leave. He was quiet for a while before saying no, not if she'd stay with him all the time from now on. She agreed, then sat beside him, saying she knew he couldn't forgive her now and didn't expect it, knew what she'd done would give 20 years to undo it. She admitted she didn't know why she'd drunk like that, except that she was nervous and frightened. Didn't know why she'd gone downstairs. She was conscious of what she was doing, yet at the same time, she looked up with tears brimming, saying she wasn't asking for forgiveness, just for him not to hate her too much. She needed him, loved him, and didn't know what was happening to her. He sat up despite the pain and put his arms around her, pressing his cheek to hers, telling her it was all right, it would all pass after they'd left this house. He kissed her hair and said he loved her too, and she'd always known that. She clung to him, sobbing. He told himself it would be all right. It had been the house. Everything would be resolved after they left. Later, Florence straightened with a groan and levered herself to her feet. Checking her watch, she was dismayed at how late it was. And still he was here. She trudged into the bathroom, rinsed her face with cold water, and studied her haggard reflection. For more than 2 hours she'd been praying for Daniel's release, calling upon spirit helpers to aid him in breaking his bonds. It hadn't worked. When she'd sent out feelers, he was still nearby, waiting. She hung up the towel and headed for the stairs, disturbed by her deepening involvement with Daniel. She should be doing more. There were so many other souls to reprieve. Could she really remain in Hell House as long as it would take? After Sunday, Deutsch would want the house closed. She thought about the other entities she contacted since Monday, and that was only a small percentage. Recollections flooded her mind. The presence in her room, the pain and sorrow near the garage, the furious entity on the basement stairs, the perverted evil in the steam room she felt guilty for not warning Barrett about, the spirit like a caveman, whatever blocked her from the chapel, the figure that reached for Mrs. Barrett. Unhappy presences filled every room. She shook her head. There were so many. Would a year be long enough? She thought with anguish about Barrett's list. Over 100 items, and they'd barely scratched the surface. Hopelessness assailed her. It was one thing to speak of solving the enigma step by step with unlimited time. But a week, less than 4 days now, was impossible. She thrust her shoulders back determinedly, telling herself she was doing all she could. If all she did was give Daniel peace, that would be enough. She walked into the great hall and began serving herself dinner. She was about to sit when she saw Fisher by the fireplace, staring at the flames, not even turning to look at her. She carried her plate over and asked if she could sit with him. He glanced at her as if she were a stranger. She sat and began to eat, asking what was wrong. He said nothing. She pressed, saying he'd seemed so hopeful before. He still said nothing. She asked if she'd done something wrong. He drew breath but didn't answer. She said she thought they trusted each other. He replied that he didn't trust anyone or anything, and anyone who did in this house was a fool. She insisted something had happened. He snapped that a lot of things had happened. She said nothing they couldn't handle. He turned on her with venom in his dark eyes, and fear she saw, saying there was nothing in this house anyone could ever handle. She said that wasn't true. They'd made wonderful progress. He asked toward what, their mutual graves? She shook her head, saying they'd discovered much. Daniel, and how Belasco worked. He said Daniel contemptuously, asking how she knew there was a Daniel, since Barrett thought she'd made him up in her mind. She cited the body, the ring. He dismissed that as proof, asking if that was her logic for putting her head on the block. She was shocked by the malevolence in his voice. He demanded how she knew she hadn't been deluding herself from the first moment, how she knew Daniel Belasco wasn't a figment of her imagination, his personality and problem exactly what she'd made them. He jarred to his feet, glaring, and said she was right. He was obstructed, shut off, and would stay that way until the week was over, collect his money, and never come within 1,000 miles of this house again. He suggested she do the same, then turned and stalked away. She called after him, but he ignored her. She tried to stand, but didn't have the strength, slumping in the chair, his words hitting her like blows. All the uncertainties returned. She'd always been a mental medium. Why had she suddenly become a physical one? It made no sense, was unprecedented. It threatened her faith. She shook her head. No. Daniel did exist. He'd saved her life, spoken to her, pleaded with her. But Fisher's question haunted her. How do you know Daniel Belasco isn't a figment of your imagination? She tried to repel it, but it wouldn't leave. If he were a product of her imagination, she would have arranged everything exactly as it happened, taken herself to the Tarn in trance, awakened herself at the last moment, given herself the vision of Daniel blocking the way and Belasco fleeing. No, she shook her head again. It wasn't true. He did exist. Then the words rose unbidden. Are you happy? Yes, very. The exchange she'd had with Daniel while dancing, or thought she had. She'd spoken those words once in a television play. Her mind strained to resist, but the dam had broken. I love you, and I love you. You'll never leave me? Always be beside me. Yes, my darling, always, always. She saw him as he'd looked that evening in the hospital, her beloved David, pale and drawn, eyes bright with impending death. He'd whispered of Laura, the girl he loved, never having shared physical love, now dying too late. He'd held her hand so tightly, his face a gray mask, his lips bloodless as he'd said he loved her. She'd whispered it back. Had he known it was her? Dying, had he thought she was Laura? You'll never leave me? Always be beside me? Yes, my darling, always, always. A sob of terror broke inside her, and she started crying. No, it wasn't true, but it was. She'd made up Daniel Belasco. There was no Daniel, only her brother's memory, his loss, his need. Her hands clutched the chair arms, her head slumped forward, shaking, tears spilling, gulping for air. No, it wasn't true. She couldn't have done this terrible, deluded thing. There had to be some way to prove it. Then, as if someone whispered in her ear 2 words: "The chapel." A trembling smile drew back her lips. She wavered to her feet and started toward the entry hall, rubbing at her eyes. There was an answer in the chapel. She'd always known that. Now she knew it was proof, vindication. This time she would get in. She tried not to run, but couldn't help it, rushing across the entry hall, past the staircase, down the side corridor as fast as she could. She reached the chapel door and pressed her hands against it. Cold resistance flooded her vitals, a grinding churn of nausea. She pressed her weight forward and started praying, determined that nothing would stop her. The force wavered. She declared aloud in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, commanding the door to open, declaring that God was with her, that the force couldn't repel her any longer. Suddenly, the force was gone. She pushed the door open, switched on the lights, and leaned back against it, closing her eyes to thank the Lord for giving her strength. When she opened them, the dim wall lights barely held the darkness at bay. She stood in shadow, only her face in light, searching the room. The silence was intense, pressing on her eardrums. She moved forward abruptly, drifting down the center aisle, averting her gaze from the crucifix above the altar. This was the way. She felt it unmistakably, unseen filaments drawing her forward. She reached the altar and stared at the massive, metal-clasped Bible resting on it. A Bible in this hideous place made her shudder. Her gaze shifted around the walls. The drawing power was so intense, it felt like invisible threads pulling her forward. Toward what? The wall? The altar? Surely not the crucifix. She felt herself being drawn onward. Then she gasped, frozen in place, as the Bible's cover flew back violently. The pages began turning so rapidly they blurred into motion, and her temples throbbed. Suddenly they stopped. Bending down, she read the exposed page. The top was titled Births, and below it was a single faded entry: Daniel Myron Belasco's birth date and time. A whispered cry of joy escaped her lips. Later that evening, Edith sat watching Lionel work on the machine's exposed circuit assembly, comparing its maze of wires to a blueprint. She'd been watching him in restive silence for 20 minutes, noting how tired he looked. Finally, she spoke, asking if there was anything she could do. He said no, it was too complicated. Explaining would take 10 times longer than doing it himself. She pressed worriedly, asking how much longer it would be. He said it was hard to say. He had to be certain everything was done correctly to avoid a malfunction that would render all his work useless. He tried to smile, but it was more a grimace of pain, and promised to finish as soon as possible. She nodded without conviction, glancing at his watch on the table. He'd been at it over an hour and had barely finished one circuit. The reverser was enormous. At this rate, it could take all night, and his energy wasn't up to it. She thought of calling Dr. Wagman, but knew Lionel would drop in his tracks before stopping now. A cold weight pressed in her stomach as she watched him. He wasn't as confident as he'd been, trying to conceal it, but failing. His conviction had been badly shaken by what happened in the steam room. She felt her own vulnerability keenly. Despite his facade, Lionel must be feeling the same way. She had to know, what was the machine supposed to do? He said he'd rather not explain. It was involved. She pressed, and he said, in essence, he was going to pull the plug on all the house's power, explaining in more detail tomorrow. Suffice to say, any form of energy could be dissipated, which was his plan. She watched him take a codeine pill and wash it down, then smile and say it didn't sound satisfying now. But she'd see, by this time tomorrow, Hell House would be drained, de-energized. They looked around at the sound of measured clapping. Fisher stood in the archway, a bottle under his arm, offering sarcastic praise. Edith turned away, her face flushing. Barrett asked if he'd been drinking. Fisher admitted he had and would continue, just enough to blunt his senses, Nothing in this house was going to get another crack at him. He'd had it. Barrett said he was sorry, feeling somehow responsible for Fisher's black mood. Fisher told him not to be sorry for him, but for himself, pointing at the reverser and declaring it wouldn't do a damn thing but make noise, assuming it even worked. Belasco would laugh in his face. They'd all laugh, the way they'd been laughing at any idiot who tried to de-energize the place. He gestured at Edith, telling Barrett to get her out, get himself out. He didn't have a chance. Barrett asked about Fisher himself. Fisher said he knew the score. You didn't fight this place. It couldn't get at you. You didn't let it inside your skin. You were fine. Hell House didn't mind guests who didn't mind fun and games. What it hated was people who attacked it. Belasco directed his army like troops. No one moved without him, not even his son. His expression turned rabid as he told Barrett to cut the bullshit, leave the machine alone, spend the week resting, then tell Deutsch whatever he wanted and bank the money. Try anything more, and he was a dead man, with a dead wife by his side. He jerked around, muttering that no one listened. Florence didn't, Barrett didn't, no one. Die, then. He stumbled off, shouting that he was the only one to survive 1940 and the only one to survive 1970, and Belasco would never get him because he was closed off. Edith stared at her husband, who watched Fisher's departure with a troubled look. He said the house had really beaten him. He's right, she heard in her mind, but hadn't the courage to say it. Barrett limped over, sat beside her with a groan, and after a silence told her Fisher was wrong. She asked faintly if he was. He nodded, saying what Fisher called a pile of junk was the key to Hell House. He conceded things had happened he didn't fully comprehend, but that wasn't the point. Man controlled electricity without understanding its nature. What mattered was that he and his machine had power of life and death over the energy inside this house. He stood and declared that was that. Miss Tanner was wrong, Fisher was equally in error, and tomorrow he'd prove his case beyond doubt. He turned and hobbled back to the reverser. She watched him go, wishing she could believe him, but Fisher's words had driven fear deep into her blood, chill and acidic, eating at her. Later, alone in her room, Florence lay in bed after a futile session of prayer and pleading with Daniel. She begged him to understand, to accept that what he asked was inconceivable. She'd opened her heart to him, believed in him, trusted him. He'd saved her life. Now let her save his soul. He didn't have to stay. Help was present if he'd only ask. Those beyond loved him and would help. His father had no power to stop him if he'd seek them out and take their hand. She tried to make him see the beauty awaiting him, the lovely realms beyond this house. Would he stay locked in a barren cell when the universe's beauties awaited? She urged him to think, accept, not close himself to those who'd gladly help. They waited with open arms, would give him comfort. He could be free if he believed. She pledged it. Trust her, let go. She could barely stand afterward, shuffling to the bathroom with limbs like iron, washing and changing into her nightgown. Daniel wouldn't listen. She returned to bed, telling herself tomorrow he'd have to listen sooner or later. She slumped back heavily, wincing at the pain in her breast, staring at the ceiling with heavy-lidded eyes. Then she turned her head. A figure stood by the door. She felt no alarm, no menace. She asked if it was Daniel. The figure advanced, its features clear in the faint bathroom light. Youthful, handsome, grave, eyes filled with despair. She asked if it could speak. Yes, its voice gentle and pained. Why wouldn't it go? It couldn't. But it must. Not without... She cut it off, saying no. It turned its face away. She called its name. It declared its love for her. The only woman it had ever said that to, the kindest person it had ever known. Florence watched the young man's face turn back to her, his dark eyes searching hers with desperate intensity. He started to voice his need, then flinched and twisted toward the door, his expression turning fearful as he declared he would speak to her regardless of anyone's attempt to stop him. When he faced her again, he confessed he couldn't remain much longer, that someone was preventing him, and begged her with increasing urgency to grant what he asked. If he was driven from the house without fulfillment, he warned something terrible would follow. The word driven made Florence tense. She demanded clarification, and he explained that Dr. Barrett possessed the means, that Barrett understood the mechanism of his presence in the house and could expel him. But that was all Barrett understood. The doctor knew nothing of what he truly was, his heart, his mind, his soul, and cared nothing for them. Barrett would drive him from one hell to another. Only Florence could help him. He could leave that very night if she would only agree. His voice began to weaken as he implored her, begging for pity if she truly cared for him at all. Florence started to speak his name, but the room had gone still. For several moments she could still hear his wretched sobbing. Then nothing. She stared at the empty space where he'd stood. She told the silence that she couldn't do what he asked, repeating it as if trying to convince him, or herself. Upstairs, Barrett climbed slowly, his arm draped across Edith's shoulders. He was careful not to lean too heavily on her, and he bit back any sounds of pain. Edith had endured enough distress already, and this discomfort was only temporary. Another pill, a good night's sleep, and he'd be fit by morning. He could manage the pain for another day or so. The reverser was almost ready. One more hour of work tomorrow, and he'd finally prove his theory. After all these years, what was a little pain compared to that? They reached the top of the stairs, and he tried to walk on his own despite the throbbing in his leg and back. He hobbled weakly, attempting a wry sound that came out as a pained groan. He mentioned taking a month's vacation once they were home, finishing the book, relaxing, enjoying her company. She responded with approval that didn't sound entirely convinced. He patted her shoulder and assured her everything would be all right. Edith opened the door and helped him to the bed, her face creased with worry as he sank heavily onto the mattress. She told him to lie back, propping pillows against the headboard and lifting his legs onto the bed. He slumped down, forcing a smile and remarking that at least no one could say they weren't earning their money. She agreed, wincing as she removed his tight shoes and peeled off his socks. She began massaging his feet and ankles, and Barrett could see her trying to hide her distress at how swollen they looked. He said he should take another codeine. Edith stood and moved to his bag. Barrett shifted his weight on the mattress with a hiss, feeling as heavy as a statue. He wouldn't mention it to her, but a short hospital stay might be in order after they got home. He was winding his watch when Edith returned with the pill and a glass of water. He set the watch on the bedside table and washed down the pill. Edith started to unbutton his sweater, but he told her to leave it. He'd sleep in his clothes tonight, it would be simpler. She nodded, unbuckling his belt and loosening his trousers, saying she'd sleep in her clothes too. He agreed that she might as well. Edith sat beside him and leaned against him, pressing her weight onto his chest. He could barely breathe, but said nothing. She murmured how she wished today had never happened. He assured her they could work it out, rubbing her back while trying to think of a gentle excuse to get her up. He asked her to get his tie from the closet. She rose, fetched it, and handed it to him. He asked if she wanted to wash up and brush her teeth before bed. She said yes, and went to the bathroom. Barrett lay half-sitting, listening to the sounds of her washing, the splashing water, the brushing, the rinsing. A domestic symphony, he thought. In hell. He stared across the room, finding it hard to believe they'd only been here 3 days. He looked at the rocking chair. 2 nights ago, it had moved by itself. It felt like weeks, even months. His gaze drifted around the room. Grotesque. It could be a museum display, a treasure trove of art, thousands of beautiful creations ending up in this house, the epitome of ugliness. He blinked, refocusing as Edith returned. He asked if she could bear to lie beside him in the small bed for one night. She said she'd love to. When she was beside him under the covers, he fastened one end of his tie to her wrist and the other to a headboard post, explaining it was so she wouldn't sleepwalk. That should give her enough freedom to move. She nodded, and as he put his arm around her, she pressed against him, cradling her head in the hollow between his arm and chest. She sighed, saying she felt safe now. But she couldn't sleep. She thought about the human mind, how this afternoon she'd wanted to stay awake until their stay in Hell House was over, and now she wanted nothing more than unconsciousness to erase the remaining hours. She'd closed and opened her eyes dozens of times. The fetid smell was always there. Hell House should be burned to the ground. She looked at Lionel, deeply asleep. Moving her hand, she felt the tug of the tie on her wrist. Had he done it because of her sleepwalking, or was it Fisher he worried about? Did he truly fear she'd go to Fisher again? She couldn't understand what had driven her to him the first time. Was it the house or something in herself? She'd never felt such overt sexual desire before. Not for Lionel, not for other men, and certainly not for women. She shuddered at the memory, frightened and appalled by what she'd said and done. It had to be more than just herself. Something had invaded her, a virus of corruption spreading its disease through her mind and body. She refused to believe it was some unsuspected evil in her nature emerging. It had to be the house. It had affected others. She could scarcely hope to be immune. Her chin jerked up. She stared across the room. The rocking chair was moving. She murmured Lionel's name, then stopped herself. He needed sleep. She told herself it was force, unguided, unintelligent kinetics taking the path of least resistance. Slamming doors, winds, footsteps, rocking chairs. She wanted to close her eyes, but even then she'd hear the rhythmic squeaking. She stared at it. Dynamics. Force. Residuum. Her mind repeated the words. Yet all the while, she knew, truly knew, that someone was sitting in that chair. Someone she couldn't see. Someone cruel and implacable, waiting to destroy her, waiting to destroy them all. Was it Belasco? What if he suddenly appeared, gigantic and terrifying, smiling at her as he rocked? She forced herself to think there was no one there at all. No one at all. The chair rocked slowly back and forth. Back and forth. Florence groaned and peeled aside the top blanket, dropping it to the floor. She turned on her side and closed her eyes again, telling herself to sleep. They'd get back to it tomorrow. A few minutes later, she thrashed onto her back and stared at the ceiling. No use. She wasn't going to sleep tonight. Daniel's words had stunned her. She'd always thought in terms of working with Dr. Barrett, but it had never occurred to her that such an alliance was an absolute necessity. She'd almost gone to him to say they had to solve Daniel's problem together. Then she'd realized it would be a waste of time. As far as Dr. Barrett was concerned, Daniel Belasco didn't exist. He was a product of her subconscious. He hadn't accepted the body or the ring. Why would a Bible entry make any difference? She drew aside the covers and sat up restlessly. What was she to do? She couldn't stand by and let Dr. Barrett force Daniel from the house without giving him peace. The thought appalled her. To plunge his desolate soul into limbo would be a crime against God. Yet how could she prevent it? She couldn't even consider what Daniel had asked. She mustn't. She stood with a mournful sigh and crossed to the bathroom, running a glass of water. What other way was there? Her mind probed. She'd been praying steadily since morning, pleading and importuning, all to no avail. And by tomorrow, Dr. Barrett would be ready with his machine. For a moment, she had the wild urge to run downstairs and damage the machine. She shook it off, angry at herself for even thinking it. She had no right to stand in Dr. Barrett's way. He was an honest, conscientious man who devoted his life to his work. That he was so close to the truth was incredible. It wasn't his fault that the answer he'd found was only partial. He didn't even believe in Daniel Belasco's existence. Obviously, he couldn't feel responsible for persecuting him. She put down the glass and turned from the sink. There had to be an answer. There had to be. She started back into the bedroom. She stopped with a gasp. The telephone on the Spanish table was ringing. It can't, she thought. It hasn't worked in more than 30 years. She wouldn't answer it. She knew what it was. It kept ringing, the shrill sound stabbing at her eardrums, at her brain. She mustn't answer it. She wouldn't. Ringing, 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 ringing. No, she said. Ringing, ringing, ringing. With a sob, she lunged across the room and jerked up the receiver, dumping it on the table. She leaned against the table edge, suddenly weak, palms pressing on its surface. She could scarcely breathe, wondering dazedly if she was going to faint. She heard a thin voice from the earpiece, a single word repeated. She couldn't make out what it said, but she knew it was Daniel's voice. She mumbled no into the receiver. The voice kept repeating the same word over and over. She jerked up the receiver and spoke into it desperately, refusing him. He pleaded. She whispered, no, closing her eyes. He pleaded again, his voice pitiful. She said no, Daniel. He pleaded. She refused again. He begged. She had never heard such anguish in a voice. He begged for his very existence. She was his only hope. Tomorrow he would be thrust into horror by Dr. Barrett. There was only the one way. He started crying, pleading and pleading. The world was gone. Only the two of them remained. She had to help him. He was sobbing. She couldn't bear it. She hung up suddenly, a violent shudder racking through her body. All right, it was the only way. Her spirit guides would help her and protect her. God would help her and protect her. It was the only way. She believed in Daniel. She believed in herself. She could see it now with vivid clarity. Moving to the bed on trembling legs, she sank to her knees beside it, bowed her head, and clasped her hands together tightly. She prayed for God's protection, asking to be helped this night to bring Daniel Belasco's tortured soul into his care. For 5 minutes she prayed without cease. Then slowly she rose and undid her robe, removing it and laying it across the other bed. She shivered as she drew the flannel nightgown over her head and looked down at her body. Let this be the temple, then. Drawing aside the bedclothes, she lay on her back. The room was almost dark, the bathroom door nearly shut. She closed her eyes and started breathing deeply, calling to Daniel in her mind. She offered him the love he'd never known, freely, so he would gain the strength to leave this house. With God's love and hers, he would rest that night in paradise. She opened her eyes and told the darkness that his bride was waiting. There was a movement near the door. A figure drifted toward her. She asked if it was Daniel. He confirmed it was. She held out her arms. He crossed the room, and Florence felt a drawing from her body as he neared. She could just make out his features. Gentle, frightened, filled with need for her. He lay beside her on the bed. She turned to face him, feeling his breath, and pressing close, she gave her lips to him. His kiss was long and tender. He whispered his love. She whispered hers in return. Florence closed her eyes and rolled onto her back, feeling him shift his weight onto her body. She murmured a plea for love, for tenderness. He spoke her name. She opened her eyes. In that instant, her heart seized with horror at what lay atop her. The gentle features were gone, replaced by the face of a corpse in advanced decay. Livid, scaly flesh crumbling from bone, rotted lips pulled back in a leering grin that exposed discolored, jagged teeth. Only the slanted yellow eyes were alive, watching her with demonic glee. A leaden bluish light enveloped his entire body, gases of putrefaction bubbling around him. A scream of pure terror tore from her throat as the moldering figure drove itself inside her. In the next room, Fisher jerked upright at the sound of screaming, his heart pounding. For several moments he sat frozen, paralyzed by dread. Then something propelled him to his feet, carrying him across the room. He flung open his door and lunged into the corridor, rushing to Florence's door. He twisted the knob and pushed. It was locked. Panic seized him as her mindless screams continued. He glanced toward the Barrett's door as it opened, and Edith peered out, her face taut with shock. Fisher lurched across the corridor, grabbed a heavy wooden chair, and dragged it to the door, slamming it against the wood. The screaming stopped. He kept battering the door, one of its legs snapping off. He cursed and continued his assault, catching sight of Barrett and Edith hurrying toward him. The jamb splintered, and the door flew open. Fisher hurled the broken chair aside, reached inside to switch on the light, and rushed into the room. The sight of Florence made him gag. He heard Edith retching behind him. Barrett muttered something in horror. She lay naked on her back, legs spread wide, eyes open and staring upward with an expression of total shock. Her body was covered with bruises, bites, scratches, and gouges, all running with blood. Fisher looked at her face again, the face of a woman driven past the brink of sanity. Her lips stirred feebly. He leaned in, compelled to hear. At first, there were only rattling sounds in her throat. Then she whispered a single word. Filled. She stared at him with wide, unblinking eyes, repeating it. He couldn't stop himself from asking what had filled her. With hideous suddenness, she began to smile. Fisher sat slumped in the armchair, his gaze fixed on Florence. He hadn't slept at all through the night. After Barrett's pills had finally eased her into unconsciousness, he dragged the heavy chair to her bedside. Barrett and Edith had returned to their room, with Barrett promising to relieve him in a few hours, but he'd never come back. Fisher hadn't really expected him to. He knew how badly the past 2 days had battered the older man, both physically and mentally. A chill ran through him, making him shiver. He sat up, rubbing his tired eyes and yawning, wondering what time it was. Coffee would help. He forced himself to his feet and trudged into the bathroom, twisting the cold water faucet and cupping his hand under the icy stream. He splashed water on his face, hissing at the sting, then straightened and looked at his reflection in the cabinet mirror. Water dripped from his chin. He blew out a breath, misting the mirror's surface, then reached for a bath towel and patted his face dry. Back in the bedroom, he stood beside the bed, looking down at Florence. She appeared peaceful in sleep, a beautiful woman at rest. But the night had been anything but tranquil. Despite the sedatives, she dozed fitfully, her limbs twitching, whimpering as though in pain, trembling through periodic seizures. He'd been tempted to wake her from whatever terror she was experiencing, but it hadn't been necessary. At unexpected intervals, she'd jolt awake on her own, eyes staring, face twisted with dread. Each time he'd held her hand, trying not to wince when her grip became painfully tight, her fingers white as bone. She never spoke. After a while, her eyes would fall shut, and within seconds she'd be asleep again. He blinked and refocused. Florence was awake now, watching him with an expressionless face as though she'd never seen him before. He asked how she was. She made no reply, her eyes fixed and glassy, unmoving. He spoke her name. A dry, crackling sound came from her throat as she swallowed. Fisher rose and went to the bathroom, returning with a glass of water. He held it out. She didn't stir. He held it for a moment, then set it on the bedside table. Her gaze shifted to where he placed it, then sprang back to his face. He asked if she could speak. She asked if he'd been there all night. He nodded. Her gaze moved to the chair, then back to probe his eyes. She confirmed he'd been sitting there. He said yes. She made a sound of cynical amusement, calling him stupid, then ran an appraising look over his body and remarked that he could have slept with her. Fisher waited warily as she pulled the covers down from her chest and asked who'd put on her nightgown. He admitted he had. She asked if it had been fun, her tone derisive. He explained it was after they'd cleaned her off. Something flared in her eyes, a sudden, wrenching awareness. Her body convulsed with a shudder. She whispered in horror that he was inside her, reaching out tremblingly for Fisher. He took her hand and sat beside her, assuring her they'd get rid of him. She shook her head. He squeezed her hand and repeated that they would. She pulled her hand away so fast he couldn't hold it and began unbuttoning the front of her nightgown. He demanded to know what she was doing, but she ignored him, breathing hard as she yanked aside the edges and exposed her breasts. Fisher winced at the sight. The teeth marks around her nipples looked purplish and infected. She clutched her breasts, compressing and pulling them erect, and told him to look at them. Fisher grabbed her hands and forced them to her sides. In that instant, she lost rigidity and turned her head on the pillow with a faint groan. He pulled the covers to her chin and said he was taking her out of there that morning. Her voice was weak as she said he'd lied to her. He'd claimed it was the only way. Fisher felt ill, asking if she still believed there was a Daniel. She insisted there was, explaining that she'd found the entry of his birth inside the chapel Bible. He'd let her in to prove he existed. He was the one who'd always kept her out. He'd learned about her brother, picked it from her mind just as Fisher had warned. He knew she'd believe him because the memory of her brother's death would make her. She clutched at Fisher's hand again, pleading that Daniel was inside her and she couldn't get rid of him. Even as she spoke, she could feel him waiting to take over. She began shaking violently, and Fisher drew her up into his arms, trying to soothe her, repeating that he'd take her out that morning. She insisted Daniel wouldn't let her go. He said Daniel couldn't stop her. She insisted he could. Fisher said he couldn't stop him. Florence jerked away and thrashed back against the headboard, snarling at him with vicious contempt, asking who the hell he thought he was, dismissing him as nothing. Fisher stared at her in silence. Then a flickering passed through her eyes like sunlight across a dark landscape, and she was herself again, not emerging from amnesia, but surfacing brutally to self-awareness, with total memory of every vile thing she'd been forced to say. She begged him for help. Fisher held her tightly, sensing the turmoil in her mind and body. He wished he could reach inside her like a psychic surgeon, rip away the cancerous mass and fling it from her. But he couldn't. He didn't have the power or the will. He was as much a victim of this house as she was. He drew back and told her to get dressed. They were leaving. She stared at him. He said now. She nodded, but it looked like the jerk of a marionette's head. She rose, drew clothes from the bureau, and started for the bathroom. He stopped her and said she'd better dress in here. Her cheekbones tightened as she made a crude remark about needing to relieve herself, asking if that was all right. Fisher shouted at her to stop. She jerked so hard she dropped her clothes, looking bewildered. He repeated it more quietly. She looked painfully embarrassed, unable to finish her sentence. He stared at her sadly, wondering what might happen if she became possessed in the bathroom, then sighed and told her not to lock the door. She nodded once and went in, closing the door. Fisher listened for the lock and relaxed when it didn't come. He stood and picked up the clothes she'd dropped. He looked around with relief as she opened the door and came out. Without a word, he handed her the clothes and turned away, sitting on the bed with his back to her. He told her to keep talking while she dressed. She agreed. He closed his eyes, yawning, as he heard the rustle of her nightgown being removed. She asked if he'd slept at all. He said he'd sleep when she was out of there. She asked if he was going too. He wasn't sure. He didn't think he was vulnerable as long as he stayed shut off from the house, not fighting it. He might stay. He had no qualms about taking the $100,000 from Deutsch's account. He paused, then added he'd give her half of it. She didn't speak. He told her to talk. She asked why she should bother. The tone of her voice made him twist around. She was standing by the bureau, naked, smiling at him, telling him to take off his clothes. He stood quickly, telling her to fight it. She scoffed. He spoke her name. She demanded he strip, using crude language, and started toward him angrily. She seemed to misinterpret his sudden movement as interest and ran to him. Fisher grabbed her wrist and jerked her to a halt, telling her to fight it. She fought against him, demanding release. He tightened his grip until she gasped in pain and rage, screaming about what she wanted. He told her to fight it, but she kept screaming. Releasing her left wrist, he slapped her face as hard as he could. Her head snapped to the right, her expression one of shocked amazement. When she turned back, he could see she had regained control of herself. She stood trembling, gaping at him, then glanced down at her body in shame, begging him not to look. He released her other wrist and turned away, telling her to dress. Forget her bags, he'd bring them later. They were leaving. She agreed. But Fisher shuddered, wondering if the house would allow him to take her out. In the great hall, Edith watched Lionel twitch as she asked if he wanted more coffee. He assured her he was fine, but she could see he'd been half asleep despite his open eyes. He shifted on the chair, grimacing, and reached for his cup with his left hand instead of his injured right. She told him he needed to have his thumb looked at first thing. He agreed. The great hall was silent. Edith felt unreal. Their conversation seemed hollow, like dialogue from some inferior domestic drama. Or maybe it was just the tension between them, lingering from last night. She stared at Lionel. He was drifting off again, his eyes unseeing. He'd been working on the reverser for more than an hour before they'd eaten, laboring while she dozed in a nearby chair. He'd said it was almost ready. She turned to look across the hall at the machine. Its imposing size made it hard to believe it could conquer Hell House. Everything about this morning felt unreal. Coming down the stairs, they'd seen the cat running soundlessly down the corridor toward the chapel. Later, while Lionel worked, she'd started awake to see an old couple crossing the hall with a coffee pot and covered trays. Half asleep, she'd thought they were ghosts. Only when they set the trays on the table and began collecting supper dishes did she realize who they were. She'd smiled at her own deluding mind and wished them good morning. The old man grunted. The woman nodded and mumbled something indistinct. And they were gone in moments. Still groggy, she'd begun to wonder if she'd really seen them. She drifted back into a shallow sleep, jolting awake when Lionel touched her shoulder. She cleared her throat, and he twitched again. She asked what time they'd be leaving. He pulled out his pocket watch, opened it, and said early afternoon. She asked how he felt. He said stiff but recovering, his smile tired. They looked around as Fisher and Florence entered, dressed for outdoors. Barrett eyed them questioningly. Edith looked at Florence. She was pale, avoiding their gaze. Fisher asked for the car keys. Barrett seemed surprised, saying they were upstairs. Fisher asked him to get them, but Barrett winced and said he couldn't face those stairs again. Fisher asked where they were and was told in Barrett's overcoat pocket. Fisher glanced aside and told Florence she'd better go with him. She said she'd be all right. Barrett invited her to join them for coffee. She hesitated, then nodded and sat down. Edith poured her a cup and passed it across the table. Florence took it with a murmured thanks. Fisher looked uneasy, suggesting she should come with him. Barrett offered to keep an eye on Florence, but Fisher still hesitated. Florence then revealed what Fisher hadn't wanted to say, that she'd been possessed by Daniel Belasco the night before and could lose control at any moment. Barrett and Edith stared at her. Fisher could tell Barrett didn't believe her, and the realization angered him. He insisted she was telling the truth and that he'd rather not leave her alone with them. Barrett regarded Fisher in silence, then finally told Florence she'd best go with him. Florence looked up pleadingly, asking if she could at least have a cup of coffee first. Fisher's eyes narrowed with suspicion. She promised that if anything happened, he could just take her outside. He offered to buy her coffee in town. She protested it was such a long way. She begged him, closing her eyes and promising she'd be all right, her voice sounding close to tears. He stared at her, uncertain what to do. Barrett broke the painful silence, telling Florence there was really no need to stay since the house would be cleared by afternoon. She looked up quickly, asking how. Barrett's smile was awkward as he admitted he'd intended to explain, but under the circumstances, she insisted she had to know before leaving. Fisher said there wasn't time, but she was desperate. She couldn't go until she knew. If she started to lose control, he could just take her out. She turned to Barrett pleadingly. He hesitated, saying it was somewhat complicated. She simply repeated that she had to know. Fisher sat down gingerly near her, wondering why he was going along with this. He didn't believe Barrett's machine would have any effect on Hell House. Why wasn't he dragging her out? It was her only hope. Barrett began explaining fundamentals. All phenomena occur as events in nature, and parapsychology is an extension of biology. Fisher kept his eyes on Florence, who had slipped in and out of possession frequently before. Barrett continued, describing paranormal biology, the premise that man overflows his physical organism. The body emits a form of energy, a psychic fluid that surrounds it in an unseen sheath called the aura. This energy can be extruded beyond the aura to create mechanical, chemical, and physical effects, percussions, odors, movement of objects, as they'd witnessed repeatedly. He believed Belasco's influences referred to this energy. Fisher looked at Barrett, ambivalent emotions rising. The older man sounded so confident. Could all the beliefs of his life really be reduced to something that could be probed in a laboratory? Barrett continued, saying that, through the ages, evidence for this premise had been forthcoming. In the Middle Ages, superstitious thought about demons and witches had manifested those very things through psychic energy. Mediums always produced phenomena indigenous to their beliefs, particularly spiritualism, which created so-called spirit communication. Florence's voice was strained as she objected to so-called. Barrett told her to let him continue, noting that religious exorcisms only worked when the medium was highly religious and profoundly moved. In most cases, including this house, they failed entirely. He gave another example: animal magnetism, which produced impressive phenomena but lacked religious characteristics. He explained the genesis of this mechanism, tracing Reichenbach's experiments with sensitives observing magnets, and Colonel Durakis's continuation, discovering emanations were blue at the positive pole and red at the negative. In 1912, Dr. Kilner had made the human aura visible using a dye screen. When a magnet was brought near, a ray appeared. When the subject was exposed to electrostatic charge, the aura disappeared, returning when the charge dissipated. He admitted oversimplifying, but the end result was irrefutable. The psychic emanation was a field of electromagnetic radiation. He looked around the table, disappointed by their flat expressions, then smiled. They couldn't realize the import until he proved it. Electromagnetic radiation, EMR, was the answer. All living organisms emitted this energy, its dynamo, the mind. The electromagnetic field behaved like all such fields, spiraling around its center. In extremes of emotion, the field grew stronger, impressing itself on the environment, a force that, if contained, persisted undischarged, saturating the environment and disturbing sensitive organisms, establishing a haunted atmosphere. He asked if it was any wonder Hell House was the way it was, considering years of violently emotional, destructive radiations impregnating its interior. The house was a giant battery of toxic power that inevitably affected those who entered. Miss Tanner, Mr. Fisher, his wife, himself. They'd all been victimized, especially Florence, because she actively sought the power out to prove her personal interpretation. Florence insisted that wasn't true. Barrett countered that it was, true of those in 1931 and 1940, and true of her. Fisher demanded to know how Barrett knew his interpretation wasn't wrong. Barrett answered simply. His reverser would permeate the house with a massive countercharge of electromagnetic radiation, opposing the atmosphere's polarity, reversing and dissipating it. Just as light negates mediumistic phenomena, his reverser would negate Hell House. Barrett leaned back, having been unaware he was leaning forward. Florence sat in stricken silence. Edith felt a rush of pity for her. After what Lionel had said, how could anyone doubt he was right? Fisher asked one question. If the aura could restore itself after an electromagnetic charge was turned off, why couldn't the power in the house? Barrett explained that human radiation had a living source. The house's radiation was only residue, and once dissipated, it couldn't return. Florence spoke, bracing herself. She said nothing Barrett had said contradicted what she believed. Barrett looked astounded, asking if she was serious. She insisted she was. Of course there was radiation, and it persisted because its possessor survived death. His radiation was the body it survived with. Barrett said, "Here." They parted company. The residue had nothing to do with survival of personality. The spirit of Emmerich Belasco didn't prowl the house, nor did that of his son or any entity she believed in. There was only mindless, directionless power. "Oh," Florence said calmly. "There's nothing else to do then, is there?" Her movement caught them by surprise. With a fluid, twisting motion, she was on her feet and running toward the reverser. The three sat frozen for a moment, then Fisher lurched up, knocking over his chair in his haste, and charged after her. Before he'd gone halfway, she had the crowbar in her hands and was swinging it with all her might at the machine's face. Barrett cried out, jarring to his feet with an ashen face. He flinched at the ringing impact, as though the blow had struck him instead, and shouted for her to stop. Florence swung again, battering the front of the machine. A glass dial exploded under her blow. Barrett started from the table in horror, but his right leg buckled, and he fell with a startled gasp. Edith jumped up, calling his name. Fisher had reached Florence by then. Clutching her shoulder, he yanked her back from the reverser. She whirled and swung the crowbar at his face with manic rage. Fisher dodged, the bar missing his head by inches. Lunging in, he grabbed her right arm, wrestling for possession. Florence lurched back, snarling like a maddened animal. Fisher felt a bolt of shock as she flung her arms up, breaking his grasp. She was too strong. Blind to everything except the threat to his reverser, Barrett didn't even glance at Edith as she helped him to his feet. Pulling free of her, he hobbled rapidly across the floor without his cane, shouting for her to be stopped. Fisher grabbed at Florence's arms again. She heaved back, and they crashed against the reverser's front. Fisher felt her hot breath on his cheek, bubbly spittle dribbling from her mouth. She jerked her right arm free and swung at him. Fisher ducked, the crowbar smashing against the metal face. He reached for her arm again, but she swung too fast. He threw his arms up, crying out as the crowbar struck his right wrist. Ragged, burning pain shot up his arm. He saw the next blow coming but couldn't avoid it. The crowbar smashed against his skull, and blinding pain exploded in his head. Eyes staring, he crumpled to his knees. Florence raised the bar to strike again. Barrett was on her then, the strength of frenzy in his arms, jerking the crowbar from her grasp with a single wrenching motion. Florence spun around. Barrett's face went blank. Gasping, he stumbled back from her, his right hand clutching his lower back from her. His right hand clutching his lower back. Edith screamed and started forward as the crowbar slipped from Barrett's grasp and thumped on the rug. He started falling. Florence lunged forward, snatching up the crowbar. But instead of turning back to the reverser, she turned toward Edith and began advancing, calling her a lesbian bitch. Edith gaped at her, unnerved by both the words and the sight of Florence stalking her with the raised crowbar. Florence threatened to smash her skull in, beat it to jelly. Edith shook her head, retreating. She glanced desperately at Lionel, writhing on the floor in pain. She started toward him, then jumped back as Florence broke into a savage howl and ran at her, brandishing the crowbar. Edith's breath cut off. She whirled and bolted toward the entry hall, her mind blank with panic. She heard the driving thud of shoes behind her, glanced back. Florence was almost on her. She sprang forward with a gasp, darting across the entry hall and up the stairs. She knew the moment she reached the landing that she couldn't make their room. Florence was only yards behind. Impulsively, she raced across the corridor to Florence's room and plunged inside, whirling to slam and lock the door. A groan of horror tore from her lips as she saw the broken lock. Too late, the door was surging in at her. She stumbled back and fell. Florence stood across the room, panting, smiling, asking what Edith was afraid of. She tossed aside the crowbar carelessly, saying she wasn't going to hurt her. Edith crouched on the floor, staring. Florence's voice was honeyed, almost purring, as she promised not to hurt her. She started removing her coat and dropped it on the floor, then began unbuttoning her sweater. Edith shook her head. Florence told her not to. They were going to have a lovely time. Edith said no, edging backward. But Florence said yes, removing the sweater and dropping it, then reaching back to unhook her bra as she moved in. Edith kept shaking her head, pleading silently. The bra was off. Florence began unzipping her skirt, the smile fixed to her lips. Edith bumped against the bed and caught her breath convulsively. She could retreat no further. Cold and weak, she watched Florence drop her skirt and bend over to remove her panties. She stopped shaking her head, pleading, "Oh, no." Florence dropped to her knees, straddling Edith's legs, and slid both hands underneath her own breasts, holding them up in front of Edith's face. Edith winced at the purplish teeth marks on them. Florence asked if they weren't nice, delicious-looking, didn't she want them? Her words drove a spear of terror into Edith's heart. She stared up frozenly as Florence fondled her own breasts, then reached down and lifted Edith's hand, pressing it against the warm, yielding flesh. The feel of it broke a dam in Edith's chest. A sob of anguish shook her. "No, I'm not that way," screamed her mind. But Florence insisted she was. They were both that way, had always been that way. Men were ugly, men were cruel. Only women could be trusted. Only women could be loved. Her own father had tried to rape her, hadn't he? How could she know? Thought Edith, horrified. She jerked both hands against her chest, pressing them tightly to her body, and jammed her eyes shut. Florence collapsed onto Edith with an animal sound, her weight too heavy to push away. Edith felt the medium's hands clamp onto the back of her head, forcing her face upward. Then Florence's lips crushed against hers, mouth open, tongue forcing its way inside. Edith tried to fight, but couldn't overcome Florence's strength. The room began to spin around her, heat building, a heavy mantle falling across her body. She felt numb and detached, unable to keep her lips together as Florence's tongue plunged deep into her mouth, licking at the tender roof. Sensations flickered through her body. One of Florence's hands wrapped her fingers around the breast again, and she couldn't pull away. Pounding filled her ears as heat poured across her. Lionel's voice cut through the pounding. Edith jerked her head to the side, trying to see past Florence. The heated mantle vanished, coldness rushing across her. She saw Florence's twisted face looming overhead. Lionel called her name again. Edith cried out that she was in there. Florence pulled away, looking at herself with sickened realization, then lunged to her feet and ran into the bathroom. Edith struggled up and moved unevenly across the room, falling against Lionel as he ran in. She clung to him, eyes shut, face pressed to his chest, crying helplessly. Barrett patted Fisher's shoulder, telling him to stay in bed and not move. Fisher mumbled, asking how she was. Barrett said she was asleep. He'd given her pills. Fisher tried to sit up but fell back, gasping. Barrett told him not to move. That was quite a blow he'd taken. Fisher insisted he had to get her out of there. Barrett promised he would. Fisher looked at him suspiciously. Barrett repeated his promise and told him to rest. Edith stood by the door. Barrett took her arm and led her into the corridor. She asked how Fisher was. Barrett said he should come around unless the concussion was more serious than he thought. She asked about him. He said just a few more hours. Edith noticed he was holding his right arm against his chest as though it were broken, fresh blood staining the thumb bandage. When he'd wrenched the crowbar from Florence's hands, he must have torn the cut open again. She almost mentioned it, then gave up, a sense of hopelessness overwhelming her. Lionel opened Florence's door, and they crossed to her bed. She lay motionless beneath the covers. After Lionel had spoken to her for a long time, she'd emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She hadn't spoken or met their gaze, eyes downcast like a repentant child, and had accepted the 3 pills, slipped beneath the bedclothes, and fallen asleep within moments. Barrett raised her left eyelid to look at her staring eye. Edith averted her face. Then he took her arm again, and they returned to their room. He asked for water. Edith went to the bathroom and ran cold water into a glass. When she returned, he was propped against the headboard. He murmured, "Thanks," took 2 codeines from his palm, and washed them down. He said he was going to telephone Deutsch's man for an ambulance to take Fisher and Miss Tanner to the nearest hospital. Edith felt a momentary burst of hope, but it faded. He wanted her to go with them. She refused to go until he did. He said it would make him feel better. She shook her head, saying not without him. He sighed and agreed, saying it would all be over by afternoon anyway. She asked if it would. He looked surprised, asking if she'd lost faith in him. She started to object, but he cut her off, saying what had just happened proved his point precisely. Her attack on the reverser was the ultimate tribute. She knew he was right. There had been nothing else to do but destroy his beliefs before they could destroy hers. He reached out with his left hand and drew her onto the bed, explaining that she wasn't possessed by Daniel Belasco or anyone, unless it was by her inner self, her true self, her repressed self. Like I was yesterday, she thought, staring at him hopelessly. She wanted to believe him, but it wasn't in her anymore. He continued, saying that mediums were unstable personalities. Psychics were invariably hysterics or somnambulists, victims of divided consciousness. The parallel between mediumistic trance and somnambulistic fit was absolute. What they'd witnessed that morning was the part of Miss Tanner's personality she'd always kept hidden. Patience turning to anger, withdrawal to furious expression. He paused, then added that her chasteness had turned to wanton sexuality. Edith declined her head, unable to look at him. Like me, she thought. He said it was all right. She shook her head. He said if there were things to discuss, they'd discuss them at home. At home never had a phrase seem so impossible. She agreed, but it sounded like someone else's voice. Barrett said that in addition to his work, some personal enlightenment had come from the week. He smiled and told her to have heart. Everything would work out. Barrett opened his eyes, looking at Edith's sleeping face. He hadn't meant to sleep. He took his cane, slipped his legs across the mattress edge, and stood, wincing at the weight on his leg and again as he put on his shoes. Sitting on the other bed, he crossed his left leg over his right and worked the lace out of the shoe with his left hand's fingers. He set the foot down, some improvement, and did the same with his right shoe, then drew out his watch. Nearly 10. His expression grew alarmed. It couldn't be PM, could it? In this windowless hulk, there was no way to be certain. He hated to wake Edith. She'd had so little sleep. Did he dare leave her? He stood irresolutely staring at her. Had anything happened to them in their sleep? It was an aspect of EMR he hadn't investigated, but it did seem one had to be conscious to be affected. No, that wasn't true. She'd walked in her sleep. He decided to leave the door open, go downstairs quickly, make the call, and come right back. If anything happened, surely he'd be aware of it. He limped into the corridor, setting his teeth against the pain in his thumb. Despite codeine, it throbbed unrelentingly. God knew what it looked like by now. He had no intention of checking. It would require minor surgery, perhaps even partial loss of use. Never mind, the price was acceptable. He opened Fisher's door and looked inside. Fisher hadn't stirred. Barrett hoped he'd stay asleep when they carried him out. He didn't belong here, never had. At least he was surviving once more. He hobbled to Florence's room and looked inside. She was immobile. He gazed at her sympathetically. She had a lot to confront after she left. What would it be like to face the lie of her past existence? Was she up to it? Most likely, she'd slip back into pretension. It would be less difficult. He turned from her door and limped to the staircase. Well, it had been quite a week, the understatement of his life. Still, all was well. Thank God Miss Tanner had been blinded by her rage. A few well-placed blows, and he'd have faced days or weeks of repair work. Everything would have been ruined. He shivered at the thought. He wondered what they'd all do after leaving the house as he descended haltingly, left hand on the banister. Would Miss Tanner return to her church after this insight into herself? What about Fisher? With $100,000, he could do a great deal. As for Edith and himself, the future was relatively clear. He avoided thinking of their personal problems yet to solve. That was for later. At least they'd all be out of Hell House. He felt some pride in that as the unofficial leader. The 1931 and 1940 groups had been virtually decimated. This time, 4 had entered. 4 would be safely out by tonight. He wondered what to do with the reverser after today. Deliver it to his college laboratory? What a delivery! Tantamount to displaying an astronaut's capsule. Perhaps someday the reverser would occupy a place of honor in the Smithsonian. He smiled sardonically. Or perhaps not. He wasn't deluding himself that science would topple before his accomplishment. There were still years ahead before parapsychology was conceded its rightful place. He moved to the front doors and opened one. Daylight. He shut it and hobbled to the telephone, picking up the receiver. There was no answer. He jiggled the cradle arm. A fine time for communication to break off. He waited, jiggled again. Come on. He couldn't get Fisher and Miss Tanner out without help. He was about to hang up when the receiver was lifted on the other end. Deutsch's man answered. Barrett exhaled with relief, saying he'd had him worried. He needed an ambulance. Silence. Barrett repeated himself. The man finally said yes. Barrett asked him to send it right away. Fisher and Miss Tanner required immediate hospitalization. No reply. Barrett asked if he understood. The man said yes, then fell silent again. Barrett asked if something was wrong. The man drew in a sudden breath, saying it wasn't fair to him. Barrett asked what wasn't. The man hesitated, then said, Old man Deutsch had died that morning. Terminal cancer. Too many pain pills. Accidental suicide. Barrett felt numbing pressure on his skull. What difference does it make? His mind asked. But he knew. He asked why they hadn't been told. The man said he'd been ordered not to, by the son. Barrett's voice was faint as he asked, what about? The man said he'd been ordered to leave them stranded. Barrett had to ask about the money, even though he knew the answer. The man said he didn't know, but under the circumstances... Was there anything in writing? Barrett closed his eyes, admitting no. The man's tone was flat as he said the bastard son would. Doubtless. He apologized, saying his hands were tied. He had to go back to New York immediately. They had the car. He suggested they all leave. There was a hospital in Caribou Falls. He'd do what he could, but he'd probably be out of a job himself. He couldn't stand that man. The father was bad enough, but... Barrett hung up as a wave of dark despair broke over him. No money, no provision for Edith, no retirement, no chance to rest. He leaned his forehead against the wall, murmuring, "Oh no." The Tarn. The words leaped into his mind unbidden. He whirled with a gasp, looking around the entry hall. No, he thought, clenching his teeth. No, he told the house, shaking his head deliberately. He started toward the great hall, saying the house wouldn't win. He might not get the money, but he wasn't going to be beaten. He knew its secret, and he was going to destroy it. He'd never felt such hatred. Reaching the archway, he pointed at the reverser with triumph, shouting that it stood there. Its conqueror. He had to lean against the archway wall, exhausted and racked with pain. It didn't matter, he told himself. The pain was secondary. He'd worry later about Fisher and Miss Tanner, afterward about Edith and himself. Only one thing mattered now, his defeat of Hell House and the victory of his work. Florence felt herself rising from darkness. Daniel's voice cajoled her. She didn't have to sleep. She felt her veins and arteries compressing, tissues drawing in, her body forcing out the darkness, burning pressure built in her kidneys. She tried to hold it back but couldn't. The pressure kept building. Daniel told her to let it go. Florence groaned, unable to stop herself, feeling the gushing from her loins. She cried aloud in shame. Florence was suddenly awake, pushing aside the bedclothes, and standing to stare groggily at the wet patch on the sheet. The realization hit her. He was so deeply rooted in her that he now controlled even her body's basic functions. She heard her name spoken and jerked her head around to see his face projected on the hanging silver lamp. He began pleading, his tone shifting from desperate to mocking as she told him to stop. She shouted his name, but he only intensified, his voice a demonic howl of repetition. She spun and lurched for the bathroom, but a cold hand grasped her ankle, sending her toppling to the floor as his icy presence flooded over her, his voice howling in her ears, sucking away her breath. He began laughing with wild, sadistic pleasure as she prayed for help, his voice impersonating her pleas in mockery. She pressed both hands over her ears and cried out to God. His presence vanished. Florence gasped for air convulsively, struggled to her feet, and started for the bathroom. His voice taunted her, but she set her mind against it. Stumbling inside, she ran cold water and splashed it on her face. She straightened and stared at her reflection. Pallid skin, dark scab scratches, discolored bruises, jagged lacerations on her neck and chest. Leaning forward, she saw her breasts inflamed, the teeth marks almost black. She stiffened as the door swung shut, then saw her full body reflection in the mirror on the door. She started to resist, but something cold snaked up her spine, and she gasped, eyes widening. In a moment she began to smile, leaning back with half-closed eyes. She could feel Daniel behind her, his hands clutched around her breasts as his hardened organ slid deep into her rectum. Edith appeared, falling to her knees and darting her tongue forward. Florence bucked eagerly, her tongue lolling. This was what she was, what she wanted. She twitched as though electric currents surged through her. Suddenly, she saw herself half crouched before the mirror, face slack with vacuous abandonment, the fingers of her right hand thrust into her body. With a sickened noise, she jerked the fingers free. A harsh laugh rasped behind her, and she whirled. The bathroom was empty. His voice spoke in her mind, saying he'd been watching. She flung open the door and ran into the bedroom, his laughter following. She bent to pick up her robe, but something jerked it from her grasp and flung it away. She moved after it, but the robe kept flapping from her. She stopped, despairing that it was no use. His voice parodied her words, and the robe flew up and fell across her head. She jerked it off and pulled it on, buttoning hastily. He was playing with her, making her do everything most abhorrent to her. His voice parroted her thoughts mockingly, giggling like a girl. Florence fell to her knees beside the bed, pressing her forehead to her tightly clasped hands as she prayed desperately for help, asking to be cleansed by the fire of the Holy Spirit, to have God's strength rush through her. But the prayer twisted into obscenity as he forced the words from her mouth. A wail of torment jerked back her lips. She drove the knuckle of her fist into her mouth and bit until pain filled her mind. Daniel vanished. After several moments, she withdrew her bloodied fist and stared at the broken skin, trickling blood. The flare of pain had cleared her mind, driving him away. She pushed up from the mattress and stood. The chapel, that was where the answer lay. She ran across the room and jerked open the door, hurrying into the hall and turning toward the staircase. She could reach it, she told herself. He couldn't possess her every moment. If she kept going, no matter what happened, she could get there. She stopped, her heartbeat jolting. A figure blocked her way, a gaunt man in ragged, filthy clothes, bones showing through his skin, long, shaggy hair, face malformed by sickness, tiny, glowing eyes buried in dark-rimmed sockets, mouth distended with thick, discolored teeth. She stared, recognizing him as one of Belasco's victims. The figure disappeared, and she began descending the stairs. Acid coldness started up her spine. She felt the gray defilement in her blood and fought it off by biting her hand until pain drove it away. Pain was the answer. Whenever Daniel tried to take control, she'd drive him off with pain, because it filled her mind and left no room for him. She stopped, hitched back. Two figures sprawled below, a man plunging a knife into a woman's throat, sawing at the jagged wound, cutting off her head. Florence jammed her fist into her mouth and bit down, stiffening at the burst of pain. The figures vanished. She descended farther, aware that the others, Fisher, Edith, Barrett, couldn't help her. Crossing the entry hall, she caught sight of Barrett in the great hall working on his machine. Fool, she thought. It wasn't going to work. She ground her teeth into her hand again, eyes wide and staring. She'd bite her fingers to the bone before succumbing to Daniel's sway again. She wished she had a knife to thrust into her flesh, to keep the pain constant. Agony that blocked his contaminated soul from hers. She started down the corridor. A wild-eyed man hunched across a naked woman's back. She was dead, a sash cord around her neck, face purplish, eyes bulging. Florence sank her teeth into her hand, blood running down her lips and dripping onto her throat. The figures vanished as she reached the chapel door. A man crouched in front of it, his face white, expression drugged, holding a severed human hand to his lips, sucking on one of the fingers. She bit into her hand. The figure vanished, and she fell against the door, pushing it in. She stood wavering at the head of the center aisle. A maelstrom of power filled the air, the nucleus, the core. She started down the aisle, then jerked back with a gasp at the sight of the cat lying in a puddle of blood, cut in two. She shook her head, refusing to stop. She was almost to the answer. She'd beaten Daniel. She beat the house now. She stepped across the cat, advancing on the altar. The power radiated through her, pulsing, driving. Darkness flickered in her mind, but she thrust her aching hand into her mouth and bit again. The darkness cleared a little, and she moved against the power like a living wall before her. She was almost to the altar now, her eyes staring and fixed. She'd win her battle yet. With God's help, she would... Sudden weakness turned her limbs to stone. She fell heavily against the altar. The power was too strong. She looked up dumbly at the crucifix. It seemed to move, was moving toward her. No, she thought, trying to back off, but she couldn't budge, rooted to the spot as though by a gigantic magnet. The crucifix was falling. It was going to hit her. She cried out as it struck her head and chest, knocking her backward violently. She crashed to the floor, the massive cross and figure crushing down on her, knocking out her breath. The serpentine chill lashed up her spine. She tried to scream, but couldn't. Darkness flooded through her. The possession ended instantly. Florence's eyes bulged, her face distorted with agony. She couldn't breathe. The pain was too intense. She tried to push the crucifix away, but it wouldn't move, and the effort made her gag. She lay immobile, groaning at the endless waves of agony. Again she tried to push it, and it moved a little, but the movement nearly made her faint. Her face was gray, dewed with cold sweat. It took 15 minutes, almost fainting 7 times, holding on to consciousness only with the most intense exertion of will. Finally, she pushed aside the heavy crucifix and tried to sit up, gasping at the agony. Slowly, ashen lips pressed together, she struggled to her knees. Blood started running down her thighs. The sight of the phallus made her vomit. Hunching over, she expelled the contents of her stomach on the floor, eyes glazed with pain. He'd tricked her. There was no answer here, only this final profanation on her mind and body. She rubbed a palsied hand across her lips. No more, she thought. She saw the huge nail sticking from the crucifix's back, pulled out from the wall. She dragged herself across the floor until she reached it. Hovering above it, she began to saw the insides of her wrists across its point, hissing at the pain, sobbing that there would be no more. She slumped back, blood flowing from her wrists like water. She closed her eyes. He couldn't do anything more to her now. Even if her soul was held in bondage in this house forever, she wouldn't be his living puppet anymore. Life was draining from her. She was escaping. Daniel couldn't hurt her now. Feeling was leaving, pain fading. God would forgive her self-destruction. It was what she had to do. Her lips drew back in a surrendering smile. He would understand. Her eyes fluttered open. Were those footsteps? She tried to turn her head but couldn't. The floor seemed to tremble. Was that a figure standing by her, looking down? She couldn't focus her eyes. Suddenly it struck her. Horrified. She tried to push up but was too weak. She had to let them know. She struggled fitfully to rise as clouds of darkness enveloped her. Everything felt numb. She turned her head and saw her blood running on the floorboards. "Help me, God," she pleaded. She had to let them know. Slowly, agonizingly, she reached out to shape the moving scarlet ribbons. Fisher jarred up, his heartbeat pounding as he looked around in dread. His head throbbed violently. He wanted to fall back on the pillow, but something drove him to his feet. He dropped his legs across the mattress edge and stood, reeling, pressing both hands against his head, eyes closed, body rocking. He groaned, remembering Barrett's pills. Damn fool. How long had he been unconscious? He started for the door, moving like a drunken man, trying to maintain his balance. He moved unevenly into the corridor and toward Florence's room, but she wasn't there. His gaze jumped to the bathroom. Door open, no one there. He turned and stumbled back into the corridor, raging at Barrett. He tried to move faster, but the pain in his head was too much. He stopped and leaned against the wall, nausea billowing. He blinked and shook his head, the pain worsening. To hell with it. He staggered forward willfully, needing to find her, get her out of here. He glanced into the Barrett's room and jarred to a halt. Barrett wasn't there. He'd left his wife alone. Fisher clenched his teeth in fury. He moved across the room as quickly as he could and dropped his hand on Edith's shoulder. She jerked back, eyes open, gaping at him. He asked where her husband was. She looked around in shock, realizing he wasn't there. He watched dazedly as she stood. She was taken aback by his appearance. He mumbled, "Never mind," and headed for the corridor. Edith brushed past him, calling for Lionel. She was halfway down the stairs before he reached the landing. He cried for her not to go alone, but she ignored him. He tried to hurry down the steps but had to stagger to a halt, clinging to the rail as pain drove spikes into his skull. He leaned against the banister, trembling, and heard her calling below. He heard an answering call and opened his eyes, bitterly aware that Barrett, so anxious to prove his point, had left his wife alone, ignoring Florence. Stupid bastard. Fisher hobbled down the stairs and across the entry hall, teeth set against the pane. Entering the great hall, he saw Barrett and Edith standing by the reverser. He demanded where she was. Barrett looked blank. Fisher snarled that he wouldn't ask if she was in her room. Barrett started limping toward him, joined by Edith, who looked upset with Barrett too. Barrett said he'd checked, and the pills he'd given her. Fisher cut him off, asking if he thought possession could be stopped with pills. Barrett started to object, but Fisher told him to screw what he believed. She was gone. That was all that mattered. Barrett said they'd find her, but there was no assurance in his voice. He suggested they try the cellar, then stopped as Fisher clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. Barrett told him to sit. Fisher shouted at him to shut up and hunched over, retching. Barrett started forward, but Fisher stumbled to a chair and dropped down heavily. Barrett approached, followed by Edith. They stopped as Fisher jerked down his hands and looked at them in shock. Barrett asked what was wrong. Fisher began to shiver, and Barrett's voice rose involuntarily, unnerved by his look. Fisher said one word, "The chapel." Edith's scream of horror pierced the air. She spun away and stumbled to the wall. Barrett murmured in despair. Fisher walked unsteadily to the body, his gaze fixed on her open eyes staring upward, her face the hue of pale wax. His eyes shifted to her genitals, caked with blood, the outer tissue shredded. Barrett stopped beside him, whispering what had happened to her. Fisher's response was venomous. She'd been murdered by this house. He tensed, expecting contradiction, but none came. Barrett only expressed bafflement about how she could have gotten up with all that sedative inside her, his tone heavy with guilt. Fisher turned to look at the nearby crucifix, and Barrett followed his gaze. Seeing the blood on its wooden phallus made Barrett's stomach contract. Fisher muttered that God wasn't there, then shouted it, his voice cracking with fury. Edith jerked around at the outburst. Barrett started to speak, then held back, drawing in a trembling breath as the smell of gore filled the chapel. He said they should get her out. Fisher insisted he'd do it alone, refusing help. Barrett shivered at his look, but agreed. Fisher crouched beside the body. Darkness pulsed before him, and he had to put down both hands to support himself, feeling them press into her blood. After a while, his vision cleared, and he looked at her face. She had tried so hard, he thought. He reached out and closed her eyes as gently as he could. Barrett spotted something on the floor near Florence. Fisher glanced up, wincing at the pain, but it was too gloomy to see. Barrett fumbled in his pockets, struck a match, and the flare of light made Fisher's eyes contract painfully. She'd drawn a symbol on the floor with her bloodied finger, a crude circle with something scrawled inside. Fisher stared intently, trying to decipher it, then abruptly saw what it was. Barrett spoke at the same moment, observing that it looked like the letter B. They stood in the doorway, watching Fisher's slowly moving form until the mist swallowed him. Then Barrett turned and said it was time. She followed him into the great hall, stopping to watch as he hobbled quickly to the reverser, trying not to think of Florence. He made a final check, then turned to look at her, announcing it was ready. She wished she could feel the emotion he so clearly felt, acknowledging that the moment was important to him. He corrected her, important to science, then set the timer, turned several knobs, hesitated, and threw the switch. For several seconds, nothing seemed to happen. Then a resonant hum rose from inside the giant structure, and she felt a throbbing in the floor. The hum rose in pitch and volume, the vibration increasing, running up her legs and into her body. Power, she thought, the only thing that could oppose the house. She didn't understand it, but feeling its heavy throb and the reverberation starting to hurt her ears, she almost believed. Tubes began to glow behind the reverser's grillwork with intense phosphorescence. Barrett backed off slowly, his fingers trembling as he drew out his pocket watch. Exactly noon. Fittingly precise, he thought. He pushed the watch back and turned to Edith, saying they had to go. Their coats were on the table by the front door. He helped her on with hers, and as she assisted him, she glanced toward the great hall. The noise was painful even here, the pulsing in the floor beneath her, a vase rattling nearby. He urged her to hurry. A moment later they'd left the house, hurrying along the gravel path around the tarn, the sound of the reverser fading behind them. Crossing the bridge, Edith saw the Cadillac in the mist and tightened at the thought of Florence inside it. Barrett pulled open the back door, flinching as he saw Fisher with the blanket-covered body on the seat, cradling its head and upper torso. He started to object, but broke off at Fisher's glare, then re-shut the door. No point in setting him off. He was close enough to the edge already. Edith whispered that she was in there with him. Barrett confirmed it. Edith looked ill, unable to finish the thought of sitting with the body. They'd sit in front, she asked grotesquely, if they could go back in the house, but Barrett refused. The radiation would kill them. She stared at him, finally agreeing. As they got in and closed the door, Barrett glanced in the rearview mirror. Fisher was bent over Florence's body, his chin resting on the top of her head. How badly had her death affected him? Barrett wondered. He turned to Edith and told her Deutsch was dead. She didn't respond, then nodded, saying it didn't matter. Barrett felt a flare of anger, doesn't it? But willed it away. He straightened up, grimacing at the pain in his thumb, and called Fisher's name. No reply. He looked around, repeating that Deutsch was dead and his son refused to pay them. Fisher mumbled what was the difference, his fingers tightening on Florence's shoulder. Barrett turned back, found the ignition key, and pushed it in, turning it enough to activate the dial needles without starting the engine. There wasn't enough fuel to run the engine and keep the interior warm. He should have brought more blankets, some brandy. He leaned back, closing his eyes. They'd have to endure it. This moment was too engulfing for anything else to overshadow. Behind those windowless walls, Hell House was dying. Barrett snapped his watch cover shut, announcing it was done. Edith's face was expressionless. He felt disappointment at her lack of response, then realized she couldn't conceive of what had happened inside the house. He reached across the seat and patted her hand, then turned to Fisher, still slumped over Florence. He asked Fisher to go back in with them. Fisher didn't speak. Barrett said the house was clear. Fisher questioned it. Barrett wanted to smile. He couldn't blame the man. His claim did sound preposterous. He needed Fisher to verify the house was clear. Fisher asked what if it wasn't. Barrett guaranteed it. He waited for Fisher's decision, then said it would only take a few minutes. Fisher stared at him in silence, then edged away from Florence's body and lowered her to the seat. He looked at her for several moments, then withdrew his arms and turned to the door. They came together in front of the car. Déjà vu, Edith thought, as though time had reversed, and they were about to enter Hell House for the first time. Only Florence's absence prevented the illusion. She shivered, drawing up her collar, numb with cold. Lionel had run the engine and heater briefly during their wait, but each time he switched it off, the cold returned. The walk to the house was eerily reminiscent of Monday, their shoes ringing on the concrete bridge, her glancing back to see the limousine swallowed by mist, the circling trudge around the tarn with its hideous odor, the crunch of gravel, the cold, penetrating flesh, the massive house looming up. It was no use. She couldn't believe Lionel was right, which meant they were walking back into a trap. They'd gotten out, 3 of them anyway, and now they were returning. Even realizing Lionel had to know the effect of his reverser, she couldn't comprehend the suicidal folly of their move. The final yards along the gravel path, the approach up the wide porch steps, the click of shoes on concrete, the double doors ahead. Edith shuddered, vowing she wouldn't go back inside. Then Barrett opened the door, and without a word she entered Hell House again. They stopped, and Barrett shut the door. The vase had fallen and shattered. Barrett looked at Fisher questioningly. Fisher said he didn't know. Barrett tensed, telling him he had to open up. Was it possible Fisher had no extrasensory perception left? The thought of bringing another psychic all the way to Maine appalled him. Fisher moved away, looking around uneasily. It did feel different, but it could be a trick. He'd been fooled before. He didn't dare expose himself again. Barrett watched him restively. Edith saw how impatient her husband was. He urged Fisher to try, guaranteeing no trouble. Fisher didn't look around, walking across the entry hall. Amazingly, the atmosphere had changed. Even without opening up, he could sense that. But how much faith could he really have in Barrett? His theory had sounded good, but Barrett wasn't just asking him to believe. He was asking him to put his life at stake again. He kept walking, passing through the archway into the great hall, hearing the Barrett's footsteps following. He stopped and looked around, the floor littered with broken objects, a tapestry hanging askew. What had the reverser done? He wanted to know, but was afraid to try. Barrett pressed him, but Fisher waved him off. He stood immobile, listening, waiting. Then, on impulse, he dropped his barriers, closing his eyes, spreading his arms and hands to draw in whatever might be hovering. His eyes jerked open in bafflement. There was nothing. Distrust returned. He whirled and darted past him. Edith looked alarmed, but Barrett grabbed her arm, explaining that Fisher was startled because there was nothing to pick up. Fisher ran through the entry hall. Nothing. He raced down the corridor to the chapel, shoved the door in violently. Nothing. He turned and ran to the steps, descending with avid leaps, ignoring the pain in his head. Through the pool doors to the steam room, pulling open its door and bracing himself. Nothing. He turned in awe, muttering disbelief. He sprinted back along the pool and out into the corridor, into the wine cellar. Nothing. He dashed back up the stairs, gasping. The theater, nothing. The ballroom, nothing. The billiard room, nothing. He raced along the corridor with frenzied strides. The kitchen, nothing. The dining hall, nothing. He charged across the great hall, back into the entry hall where Barrett and Edith still stood. Fisher rocked to a panting halt in front of them, started to speak, then broke into a run for the stairs. Barrett felt a rush of exultation, throwing his arms around Edith, declaring it was done. Her heart pounded. She still couldn't believe it, But Fisher was beside himself. She watched him leaping up the staircase. Fisher ran across the corridor to the Barretts' room. Nothing. He spun with a dazzled cry, ran to Florence's room. Nothing. Along the corridor to his room. Nothing. Over to Belasco's quarters. Nothing. God Almighty, nothing. His head pounded, but he didn't care. He raced along the corridor, flinging open doors to all the unused bedrooms. Nothing! Everywhere he went, absolutely nothing. Jubilation burst inside him. Barrett had done it. Hell House was clear. He had to sit. Staggering to the nearest chair, he dropped down limply. Hell House cleared? It was incredible. He thrust aside the knowledge that he'd have to alter everything he'd ever believed. It didn't matter. He laughed hoarsely, remembering how he'd called Barrett's machine a pile of junk. Why hadn't Barrett kicked him in the teeth? He slumped against a chair, eyes closed, regaining breath. Then reaction came abruptly. If she'd lasted one more hour, just another hour. He felt a sudden, anguished rage at Barrett for leaving her alone, but it was overpowered by the awe he felt for the physicist. Patiently, doggedly, Barrett had done his work, knowing they'd thought him wrong, yet he'd been right all along. Fisher shook his head in wonderment. It was a miracle. He inhaled deeply, had to smile. The air still stank, but not with the reek of the dead. Fisher braked slightly as the Cadillac nosed into another dense pocket of mist. He decided to keep the car, sell it if possible, and split the proceeds with Barrett. Failing that, he'd drive it into a lake. Deutsch would never see it again. He hoped Barrett had a way to get the reverser out of Hell House before Deutsch could claim it. The machine had to be worth a fortune. He reached forward and turned on the windshield wipers, eyes fixed on the dark road as he drove through the woods, trying to piece everything together in his mind. First, Barrett had been right. The house's power was a massive residue of electromagnetic radiation, and Barrett had negated it. Where did that leave Florence's beliefs? Were they entirely invalidated? Had she, as Barrett claimed, created her own haunting by unconsciously manipulating the house's energy to prove her points? It seemed to fit. It shook his own beliefs, but it fit. Still, why had her unconscious chosen to produce phenomena she'd never produced before? To convince Barrett, to whom physical phenomena were the only meaningful kind, the answer came immediately. There really had been a Daniel Belasco bricked alive inside that wall by someone, probably his father. Florence had picked that up psychically, reading the house's energy like a memory bank. Her mistake had been interpreting Daniel as the haunting force. But why had she carried it to such suicidal extremes? After a lifetime of intelligent mediumship, why had she literally killed herself to prove she was right? Was that who she really was? Had her outward behavior been entirely deceptive? It seemed impossible. She'd functioned as a psychic for years without harm, or inflicting it, as she apparently had on Barrett. Was the power of Hell House so overwhelming that she simply couldn't cope? Barrett would undoubtedly say yes, and it was true that facing it yesterday, he himself had almost been destroyed. Still, Fisher lit a cigarette and blew out smoke. He forced himself back to the unassailable fact. The house was clear. Barrett had been right, no denying it. His theory made sense. Shapeless power requiring the focus of invading minds to function. What had the house been like between 1940 and Monday? Silent? Dormant? Waiting for some new intelligence to enter? Undoubtedly, since Barrett was correct. Correct. He tried to fight off encroaching doubts. He'd been in the house, run from room to room, completely opened. There'd been nothing. Hell House was clear. Why were these qualms assailing him? Because it was all too simple, he realized abruptly. What about the debacles of 1931 and 1940? He'd been in one and knew how incredibly complex the events had been. The list Barrett had itemized over 100 different phenomena. This week's occurrences had been staggeringly varied. It didn't make sense that it had all been radiation that could be turned off like a lamp. There was no logic to back up his misgiving, but he couldn't dispel it. There had been so many final answers before, people swearing they knew the secret. Florence had believed it of herself and been lured to destruction. Now Barrett felt he had the final answer. Granted, he had complete verification of his certainty. But what if he was wrong? If there had been any recurrent method to the house, it was that at the moment someone thought they had the answer. The final attack was launched. Fisher shook his head. He didn't want to believe that. Logically, he couldn't. Barrett was right. The house was clear. Abruptly, he recalled the bloody circle on the chapel floor, the bee inside it. Belasco, obviously. Why had Florence done that? Had her thoughts been blinded by imminent death or crystallized? No, it couldn't be Belasco. The house was clear. He'd felt it himself. Barrett had been absolutely right. Electromagnetic radiation was the answer. Why, then, was his foot pressing harder on the accelerator? Why was his heart pounding? Why was there an icy prickling on his neck? Why did he have this growing dread that he had to get back to the house before it was too late? Barrett came out of the bathroom in robe and slippers, limping to Edith's bed and sitting on its edge. She lay under the comforter, asking if he felt better. He said, "Marvelous." She asked about his thumb. He said he'd have it checked when they got home, not mentioning that he'd tried to unwind the bandage in the shower, but had nearly fainted from the pain. Edith smiled bemusedly, still unable to believe they'd really see home again. He said they'd be there by tomorrow, making a face, as he added. They'd be there tonight if Deutsch Jr. wasn't such a... She finished the thought for him. He smiled, then the smile faded as he admitted their security was gone. She told him he was her security. Leaving the house with him would be worth $1 million. She took his left hand and asked if it was really all over. He nodded, all of it. She said it was hard to believe. He squeezed her hand and asked if she minded him saying he told her so. She said she didn't mind anything as long as she knew it was over. He said it was. She remarked on the pity of Florence dying when the answer was so close. He agreed, saying he should have made her leave. She pressed his hand reassuringly, saying he'd done everything he could. He admitted he shouldn't have left her alone before. She asked how he could have known she'd wake up. He couldn't have. It was incredible, her subconscious so intent on validating the delusion that her system had rejected the sedation. He called her a poor, self-defrauded woman, even to the final touch of scrawling the circle and B in her own blood. She had to believe, even as she died, that Belasco was destroying her, unable to accept that it was her own mind. He winced at the pitiful end, then stopped, seeing the look on Edith's face. He apologized, and she said it was all right. He forced a smile, saying Fisher should be back in an hour or so and they could leave, assuming he wasn't detained bringing in the body. Edith said she wouldn't miss the old place. Barrett laughed softly, saying neither would he, though it was his scene of triumph. She nodded, agreeing it was a triumph. She couldn't comprehend what he'd done, but sensed how important it was. He said parapsychology would get a leg up into polite society because it was science, no mumbo-jumbo. Not that he argued with critics. Their resentment of trivial humbug was justifiable. Psi lacked respectability, so critics ridiculed it rather than risk being ridiculed themselves. This was a priori evaluation. Unscientific. They'd continue to overlook parapsychology until they could sit down before fact as a little child, as Huxley said, prepared to give up preconceived notions and follow wherever nature leads. He chuckled self-consciously ending his discourse, then leaned over and kissed her cheek, saying the speechifier loved her. She slipped her arms around his back, saying she loved him too and was proud of him. She was asleep now. Barrett carefully disengaged his fingers and stood, smiling down at her. She deserved this sleep. She hadn't had a decent night's rest since entering Hell House. His smile broadened as he turned from the bed. Hell House was a misnomer now. From this day forth, merely the Belasco House. As he dressed with slow, contented movements, he wondered what would happen to the house. It ought to be a shrine to science, but Deutsch would doubtless sell it. Not that he could imagine anyone wanting to own it. He combed his hair, glancing at his reflection in the wall mirror. His eye caught the rocking chair across the room, and he smiled again. All that was over. The endless outputs of meaningless kinetics. No more winds or odors, no percussions, nothing. He crossed the room and went into the corridor, heading for the stairs. He was glad Fisher had insisted on taking Florence's body to town immediately. Fisher wouldn't have put her in the trunk, and it would have been painful for Edith to ride all the way with the body and back. He hoped Fisher didn't take too long. He was working up an appetite, his first of the week. A celebration meal. Poor old Deutsch. He'd never know now. Perhaps that was kinder, not that Deutsch had wanted kindness. He descended the staircase slowly, eyeing the enormous entry hall. A museum. Something should be done with the house now that the terror was exorcised. He hobbled across the entry hall, recalling how he'd examined his body in the bathroom mirror. Purple-black contusions everywhere, like a prize-fighter after a grueling bout. The burned skin on his calf was still contracting. The abrasion on his shin still hurt. And as for his leg and thumb, he smiled. The Olympics he wasn't ready for. He crossed the great hall to the reverser and stared at the main dial in awe. 14,780. He'd never dreamed the reading could be so high. No wonder this place had been the Everest of haunted houses. He shook his head almost admiringly, aptly named. He turned and limped to the table, frowning at the packing required. Maybe he wouldn't have to pack. If they put blankets in the trunk for padding, the equipment could be wrapped in towels. Maybe they should take a few objects d'art as well. Deutsch would never miss them. He ran a finger over the top of the EMR recorder. Its needle stirred. Barrett twitched, staring at the needle. It was motionless again. Odd. Touching the recorder must have activated it by static electricity. It wouldn't happen again. The needle jumped across the dial, then fluttered back to 0. Barrett felt a tick in his cheek. What was happening? The recorder couldn't function on its own. EMR was convertible to measurable energy only in the presence of a psychic. He forced a dry laugh. Grotesque if he discovered he was a medium after all these years. He scoffed. Absurd. Besides, there was no radiation left. He'd eliminated it. The needle started moving again, not jumping or fluttering, but inching across the dial as though recording a build-up. No, Barrett said irritably. The needle continued, passing 100, then 150. He shook his head. This was absurd. It couldn't record by itself. Moreover, there was nothing left to record. No, he repeated, more anger than dismay. His head jerked up so suddenly it hurt his neck. He watched the dynamometer needle begin to arc across its dial. Impossible. His gaze leaped to the thermometer. It was starting to record a temperature drop. No, he said, his face pale with malice. Nonsense. Totally illogical. He caught his breath as the camera clicked. He gaped, heard the film being wound, heard the lens click shut again. He gasped as the rack of colored lights went on, off, on again. No, he said, shaking his head. Not acceptable. A trick. Fraudulent. He started violently as a test tube broke in half, falling from its rack. This cannot be, his mind protested. Abruptly, he remembered Fisher's question. No! He snapped, backing off. Utterly impossible. Once dispelled, the radiation had no restorative power. He cried out as the rack of lights flickered rapidly. No! He raged, refusing to believe. The needles weren't all quivering across their dials. The thermometer wasn't recording a drop. The electric stove hadn't begun to glow. The galvanometers weren't recording on their own. The camera wasn't taking photographs. The tubes and vessels weren't breaking. The EMR recorder needle hadn't passed 700. It was all delusion, aberration of the senses. This could not be happening. Wrong! He shouted, face distorted with fury. Wrong, wrong, wrong! His mouth fell open as the EMR recorder began to expand. He stared in horror as it swelled like rubber. No! He shook his head, going mad. Impossible. He would not accept it. He would not. He screamed as the recorder exploded. Screamed again as metal splinters drove into his face and eyes. He dropped his cane and threw his hands across his face. Something shot across the table, and he jolted backward as the camera struck his legs. He lost balance, fell, heard equipment crash into the floor as though flung by invisible hands. He tried to see but couldn't, staggering blindly to his feet. Then the crushing Arctic force struck him, jerking him from his feet like a toy. A cry of shock flooded from him as the glacial force propelled him through the air and flung him violently against the front of the reverser. Barrett felt his left arm snap. He shrieked in pain, dropping to the floor. The invisible force seized him again, dragging his broken body across the great hall floor like a rag doll. He couldn't break its grip, couldn't even draw breath to shout for help as he bumped and scraped across the boards. The massive table loomed in his path. He threw up his right arm to shield himself, but the impact drove his bandaged thumb backward against his wrist. The joint gave way with a sickening crunch, and he felt warm blood begin to pulse from the ruin of his hand. Then he was yanked across the tabletop and flipped onto the floor, catching just a blurred glimpse of his thumb dangling by shreds of skin and bone. He fought against the power, hauling him across the entry hall, but it was useless. He was nothing but a toy in the grip of something invisible, monstrous. Sightless now, his face smeared with his own blood, he was pulled feet first down the corridor. Clutching pressure closed around his chest, crushing his heart with fiery agony. He couldn't breathe. His limbs were going dead. His face darkened, flushed red, then purple veins bulging at his neck, eyes starting from their sockets. Mouth gaping, he sucked uselessly at the air as the savage force bounced him down the stairs and hurled him through the swinging doors. Tile rushed beneath him, and then he was flying into space. The water hit him like ice, shockingly cold. The invisible grip dragged him down toward the bottom. Water flooded his throat. He choked, thrashed weakly, but the force wouldn't release him. Liquid poured into his lungs. He doubled over, staring sightlessly at the bottom as he drowned, blood from his ruined hand clouding the water around him. The power turned him slowly, and through a reddish haze he looked upward. Someone stood at the pool's edge, looking down at him. His feeble struggles faded. The figure blurred, dissolving into shadows. Barrett settled to the bottom, eyes staring at nothing. Deep in the collapsing cavern of his mind, one last thought flickered. A name, a cry of anguish, and then blackness folded over him like a shroud as he sank into night. Edith's left hand jerked. Her wedding band had snapped in half and fallen onto the bedspread. She blinked awake. The room was utterly dark. She called out for Lionel. The door opened, and a figure entered the darkness. She asked again, needing reassurance, and heard his voice confirm it was him. She asked what had happened, and he told her not to worry. The generator had simply failed. She tried to see him, tried to find his hand in the blackness, and felt his fingers close around hers. He assured her everything was fine, told her not to be afraid. His hand moved to stroke her hair, and he suggested they make use of the darkness and the privacy. She reached for him, confused by his distance. He reminded her they hadn't been intimate in a long time, and that she needed it. His hand slid across her cheek, then moved to her breast, squeezing painfully. She told him to stop. He asked why, questioning whether he wasn't good enough for her. She tried to ask what he meant, but he cut her off, mentioning Fisher, then Florence Tanner, saying they'd been good enough. His grip on her breast tightened as he made a crude proposition. She tried to push his hand away, her heart hammering, refusing him. He insisted, his hand shoving up her skirt to grab between her legs while he accused her of being a lesbian. The lights blazed on. Edith screamed. The hand pulled back. It was severed at the wrist, bloodless and gray, floating in the air above her chest. She recoiled against the headboard as it dropped onto her breast, pinching her nipple between its cold thumb and finger. She shrieked, tried to knock it away. The hand leaped at her face like a diseased spider clamping over her mouth and nose, reeking of the grave. A wild scream broke from her, and the gray thing flew back. She kicked at it madly, and it danced in the air, fingers wriggling obscenely. Then it darted under the bedclothes, and the comforter began to swell, ballooning upward. Gasping, Edith threw herself across the mattress and fled for the door. The comforter flew open, and suddenly she was engulfed in a cloud of moths. She flailed blindly, stumbling across the room as gray wings beat at her face, bodies fluttering in her hair. Moths filled her mouth, clogged her ears, their dusty wings whipping against her eyes. Arms over her face, she crashed into the octagonal table and started to fall. The moths vanished before she hit the floor. She landed hard, scrambling to her knees. The table thudded down beside her, Lionel's manuscript pages spilling across the rug. The pages leaped into the air, shredding before her eyes, and she swung at them in panic as the torn pieces fluttered down like giant snowflakes. She scrambled backward, pushing herself across the floor. A man's laughter echoed around her. She called for Lionel, heard her own voice played back at her. She pleaded, and her plea repeated. She whimpered, and the whine came back to her. Crying now, hearing her sobs echoed, she lunged to her feet and dashed across the room. She jerked open the door and leaped back with a scream of terror. Florence stood in the doorway, naked, staring at her. Dark blood ran down her thighs and legs. Edith shrieked as darkness crashed over her, and she began to fall. A jolt like an electric shock snapped her upright. The darkness fled. She was agonizingly aware that she hadn't been allowed to faint. She flung herself into the empty doorway and ran for the stairs. The corridor was thick with mist, reeking of the Tarn. A figure blocked her path, a woman in a white gown, soaking wet dark hair plastered to her gray face. In her arms she held something half-formed and monstrous. A voice inside Edith's mind screamed the words "bastard bog." She backed away, a demented moan in her throat. Something spun her around and slammed against her back. She was forced to run to keep from falling, but she wasn't heading for the stairs. She couldn't stop or turn. Florence rushed at her, and cold arms clamped around her, dead lips crushing against her mouth. Edith reached up, gagging with terror, trying to pull the head away. Florence vanished. Edith's yanking motion sent her tumbling to her knees. She screamed for Lionel, and a mocking voice roared his name back at her. Cold wind whipped at her clothes and hair. She tried to stand, and something icy sank into her neck. Teeth! She screamed as they dug deep. Her hands flew up but found nothing. Fetid spittle trickled down her skin. She felt the pits of the bites. She screamed Lionel's name in anguish. His voice answered from somewhere. "Here!" Her head snapped up. He was running down the corridor toward her. She scrambled up and rushed at him, throwing herself against him, and instantly recoiled. The man holding her was her father. His face had the slack, imbecilic expression she remembered from her nightmares, his red-rimmed eyes fixed on her with stupid glee. His mouth hung open, tongue protruding, and he pulled her against his naked, bloated body with a rumbling sound of animal amusement. She wrenched away, tried to run. Something smashed into her side, sent her stumbling toward the banister overlooking the entry hall. She crashed against it, crying out in pain. Her father advanced, gripping his enormous penis in both hands. She started climbing over the rail, desperate to die rather than face this horror. Strong hands grabbed her. She whirled in horror. Lionel was holding her. She stared, refusing to believe. His familiar voice insisted it was him, and she collapsed against him, sobbing, begging him to get her out. He promised to take her right away, and with his left arm locked around her back, he ran her to the stairs. She looked at him. No cane, no limp. She moaned, tried to pull away, but he insisted it was all right, rushing her down the staircase. Hollow laughter rippled through the air. She looked around and saw people gathered below, watching with elation. She turned back to Lionel, but it wasn't Lionel anymore. His features were gross, exaggerated, a monstrous caricature. His voice mocked her with the same words, over and over. She screamed, wrestling helplessly against his grip. He wasn't even looking ahead, just grinning at her as they ran. She closed her eyes, praying for a quick end. Through the entry hall, down the corridor, she was rushed along. The theater door flew open, and she was thrust inside. Naked people sat in the velvet chairs, keening with amusement. The bloated parody of Lionel dragged her up the steps and bound her to a post. The audience howled with anticipation. Her clothes were ripped away. A coughing growl made her turn her head. A leopard crouched on the stage. She tried to scream but couldn't. The audience screamed. She closed her eyes. The leopard sprang. She felt its huge teeth sink into her head, its heated, blood-sour breath flooding across her face, its rear legs thrashing, talons ripping out her stomach. Black pain seared through her, and she fell back, shrieking. She was crumpled on the dusty stage. Heart staggering, she sat up. The theater was empty. No! Someone sat in the shadows of the last row, dressed in black. A deep voice seemed to speak inside her mind, welcoming her to the house. She tried to stand, her legs buckling, and she fell against a wall. She pushed away and staggered to the steps. Lionel stood in front of her, repeating the same words. She cried out in agony. Laughter boomed through the theater. She stumbled to the door and pushed it open. Lionel was in the corridor, saying the same words again. She tried to reach the entry hall, but couldn't. Her body turned aside. Lionel waited on the cellar landing, crying out. The stairwell yawned before her, and he stood at the bottom, grinning up. She whimpered, clutching the banister as she was half pushed, half descended on her own. He stood by the metal doors now, crying out. The doors flew open, crashed against the walls. He stood by the pool. The force drove her toward him. She staggered forward and stopped beside the pool, staring into the bloody water. Lionel floated just below the surface. His dead eyes stared up at her. Madness took her. She backed away, screaming, stumbling into the corridor. A figure leaped down the stairs and grabbed her arms. She fought with demented strength, shrieks of frenzy pouring from her throat. The figure shouted at her, but she heard only her own screaming. Something struck her jaw, and suddenly she was falling, screaming endlessly as she plunged into the depths. Edith stirred, her eyes fluttering open. For a long moment she stared blankly at the front of the car. Then she turned, confused, and saw him sitting beside her. She looked at him in questioning silence. He apologized for having hit her. She asked if that had been him. He nodded. She looked around abruptly, calling for Lionel. He told her Lionel's body was in the trunk. She started for the door, but he held her back, telling her she didn't want to see him. She struggled against his grip until he said it again, "Don't." She fell back, turning her face away. He sat in silence, listening to her cry. She turned to him abruptly, saying they needed to leave. He didn't move. She asked what was wrong. He told her he wasn't leaving. She didn't understand. He said he was going back inside. She stared in horror, telling him he didn't know what it was like in there. He tried to explain, but she cut him off. It had killed her husband, killed Florence, would have killed her. Nobody had a chance. He didn't argue. She demanded to know if he had to die too. He said he didn't plan to. She clutched his hand, begging him not to leave her. He said he had to. She refused. He insisted. She pleaded with him not to do it. He took her hand in both of his and waited for her crying to stop. He told her he had to, for Florence, for her husband. She started to say they wouldn't have wanted it. But he cut her off, saying he wanted it. He needed it. If he left Hell House now, he might as well crawl into his grave. He hadn't done a thing all week. While Florence and her husband had been doing everything they could to solve the haunting, she interrupted, saying they couldn't solve it, that there wasn't any way. He admitted that might be true, but he was going to try anyway. She looked up at him, then fell silent. He asked if she drove. He saw the flare of hope in her expression. She said no. He smiled gently and told her, yes, she did. Her chin slumped to her chest. She told him he was going to die, like Lionel and Florence. He drew a slow breath. Then he said it. He would. Fisher crossed the bridge alone, his footsteps crunching on the gravel that ringed the tarn. The weight of his solitude pressed down on him, filling him with such sudden dread that he nearly turned and ran. Edith had driven away in tears, the Cadillac swallowed by the mist, and he had no choice but to enter the house anyway. The cold would kill him before he could walk to Caribou Falls. His tennis shoes scraped against the stones as he walked, his mind churning with doubt. He had no plan, no strategy. He didn't know if Florence had accomplished anything, or Barrett. He might have to start from nothing, from the very beginning. His body began to shake, and he stiffened his back against it, forcing himself forward. It didn't matter what he had to do. He was here, and he would do it. Edith would bring food and leave it on the porch. How long he lasted didn't matter either. Only one thing counted now. He became aware of the medallion Florence had given him, pressing against his chest. He'd told Edith he was doing this for Barrett too, but the truth was simpler. It was all for Florence. She was the one he could have helped, the one he should have helped. The house loomed ahead through the mist, an escarpment that might have stood for 1,000 years. Fisher stopped and studied it. Was there an answer to its haunting? He didn't know. But if he couldn't find it, no one could. Of that, he was certain. He crossed the porch silently, his steps padding on the wood. The door was still ajar, exactly as he'd left it after carrying Barrett's body to the car. He hesitated, sensing that crossing the threshold would decide his fate, finally, irrevocably. What fate did he have anyway? He pushed inside and shut the door. The telephone line was dead when he lifted the receiver. He'd expected as much. He dropped it back onto the table. He was cut off now, completely alone. As he crossed the entry hall, he felt the house swallowing him alive. Hours later, Fisher sat at the round table in the great hall, eating a sandwich and drinking coffee. Edith had brought 2 sacks of food and left without a word. It's insane, he thought, and had been thinking it for the past hour. The atmosphere of Hell House was completely flat. He hadn't needed to open himself up to realize it. The awareness had developed as he toured the house, first upstairs to all the bedrooms. If any presence had lingered in the air, he would have felt it. There was nothing. It was grotesque. What had killed Barrett so violently then? What had nearly killed Edith? He'd felt that presence strongly when he'd rushed down the cellar steps to rescue her. Now it was gone. The house felt as clear as it had after the reverser had been used. It wasn't a trick either. He was sure of that. When he'd opened up the first time, he'd known something was lurking there. He'd miscalculated its power and its cunning, but he'd known. Now it wasn't there. He stared at the floor. One of Barrett's galvanometers lay near his feet, its side cracked open, springs and coils protruding like polished entrails. His gaze shifted to the other broken equipment, then to the reverser, to the huge dent on its face. Something devastating had struck this room, struck this equipment, struck Barrett. Where had it gone? He sighed, propping his shoes against the table edge and leaning back. He'd come back with such dramatic resolution. For what? He was no further along than before. There wasn't even anything to work with. He'd walked through every room on the first floor, stood for nearly 20 minutes in the dining hall, surveying the wreckage, the massive table wedged against the fireplace screen, the giant lamp battered on the floor, overturned chairs, debris of broken crockery, the coffee pot and serving dish, scattered silverware, dried food, coffee stains, sallow blots of sugar and cream. Staring at it all, he'd tried to calculate the truth. Which of the two had been correct? Had Florence caused the attack, as Barrett claimed? Or had it been Daniel Belasco, as Florence insisted? No way of knowing. He'd walked through the kitchen, out the west doorway, down the corridor to the ballroom. What had made the chandelier move? Electromagnetic radiation or the dead? The chapel. Had Daniel Belasco possessed Florence? Or had it been suicidal madness? He'd gone into the garage, the theater, the cellar, along the pool, into the steam room. What had attacked Barrett there? Mindless power or Belasco? The wine cellar. He'd stood for minutes staring at the open section of wall. Nothing there. A void. Where was the power? He picked up the tape recorder and set it on the table, plugging it in. It still worked. He reversed the spool and pressed play. Barrett's voice emerged, recorded from the seance. Fisher listened to fragments, remembering the mist-like fabric that had covered Florence's head like a wet shroud. Why had she manifested physical phenomena? The question still disturbed him. He listened to Barrett describe her respiration, her dynamometer reading, the drop in temperature, the presence of ozone in the air. He stopped the spool, reversed it, let it run. What could he possibly learn from reliving those moments? They'd only confirmed what each of them already believed. He played more. Florence's hysterical voice threatening them, the sudden banging sounds, Edith's frightened question. Had that been Daniel Belasco's voice? He listened 5 times and gleaned nothing. Barrett could have been right. It might have been Florence's subconscious creating the voice, the character, the threat. He reversed the tape again, listened to Red Cloud's imperious voice. Had such an entity ever existed? Or was it another segment of Florence's personality? He shook his head. The deep-pitched voice was such a poor excuse for an Indian. He heard the words again. Limits, nations, terms, extremes and limits, terminations and extremities. Not now. He jabbed the stop button. Shit. He reversed farther, listened to the entire sitting, the rumbling Indian, the caveman entity, the arrival of the young man, the hysterical threat, the percussions, Barrett's clinical description of the onset of physical phenomena. Then the second sitting. Florence's invocation, her sinking into trance, Barrett's impersonal recording of instrument readings, the materialization, the rolling laugh, Edith's scream. The tape ran silent. Fisher switched off the recorder. 0. Who had he been kidding? What a laugh. He stood. He wasn't leaving. Not until something happened. Not until he started picking up the threads. There had to be an answer somewhere. He'd walk the house again, keep ferreting in corners until he found that mote of insight. The house felt flat, but somewhere something was still alive, something powerful enough to murder. He was going to find it if it took a year. As he moved across the great hall, he began to open up. There seemed no danger now, no point either. Still, he had to do something. He'd barely let his defenses down when something pushed him in the entry hall, nearly sending him sprawling. He staggered, arms crossed automatically, braced for resistance. Nothing more. He scowled. He should open up again. Here was something tangible at last. But it had caught him by surprise. He didn't dare expose himself the way he had yesterday. He stood hesitantly, sensing the presence hovering around him, wanting to confront it, afraid to. Enraged at his weakness, he opened up. Immediately, something clutched his arm and flung him toward the south corridor. He stumbled to a halt, removing his crossed arms. He had to stop this opening and closing like a frightened clam. He opened the door inside himself enough to feel the presence squeezing in. Again he was impelled toward the corridor, invisible hands plucking at his clothes, holding his hand, clutching at his arm. He moved along with it, amazed by the blandness of the presence. This wasn't dark or destructive. It was like an unseen maiden aunt hastening him to the kitchen for milk and cookies. He almost felt like smiling at the insistent, demanding touch, so devoid of menace. Then the thought struck him. Florence. She had sworn the answer lay in the chapel. A rush of joy burst through him. Florence helping him. He pushed through the heavy door into the chapel. The stillness was oppressive. He looked around as though to see her. Nothing. Then the words flashed across his mind. The altar. He moved quickly down the aisle, stepping over the cat, then the fallen crucifix. He reached the altar and looked at the open Bible. The page was headed Births. Daniel Myron Belasco was born at 2 a.m. on November 4th, 1903. Disappointment chilled him. That wasn't it. It couldn't be. The pages of the Bible flipped over in a bunch. Then individual pages whirled by so fast he felt a breeze across his face. They stopped. He couldn't tell which paragraph he was meant to see. His hand lifted on its own, and his index finger settled on a line. He bent to read it. If thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out. He stared, uncomprehending. It seemed Florence stood beside him, anxious and impatient, but he didn't understand. He started to speak her name, then jerked his head up at a tearing sound behind the altar. A strip of wallpaper hung down, revealing the plaster wall behind it. The medallion burned against his chest. He reached frantically inside his shirt and yanked it out, dropping it with a hiss of pain. It broke in pieces on the floor. He stared in dazed confusion. A wedge like an arrowhead had fallen from the other parts, pointing at... It came with an appalling rush. Like a native paralyzed by the roar of an approaching tidal wave, Fisher looked up dumbly. The power smashed against him, driving him backward. He screamed as it flung him to the floor and covered him with crushing blackness. He couldn't resist. Helpless, he lay there as the cold force flooded through him, swelling every vein with dark contamination. A voice howled in his mind, triumphant. And suddenly he knew the answer, just as Florence had, just as Barrett had, and knew he was being told because he was about to die. He didn't move for a long time, his eyes unblinking, like a dead man sprawled on the floor. Then, very slowly, his face expressionless, he rose and drifted to the door. He walked through the corridor, across the entry hall, out the front door, across the porch, down the broad steps, along the gravel path. He walked straight to the edge of the tarn and stepped into the glutinous ooze. The water rose past his knees. He heard a distant cry, blinked, kept moving. Something crashed into the water beside him, grabbed his sweater, jerked him back. An acid wrenching in his vitals made him gasp in pain. He tried to throw himself into the water, but someone was pulling him back to shore. He groaned and pulled away. Cold hands grabbed his neck. He snarled and tried to break free. His stomach knotted, doubling him over, and he fell to his knees. Icy water splashed across his face. He shook his head and tried to rise, to move deeper into the tarn. The hands kept pulling at him. Looking up through a gelatinous veil, he saw a white, distorted face. Its lips moved, but he couldn't hear a sound. He stared up dazedly. He had to die. He knew that clearly. Belasco had told him so. For the past half hour, Fisher had remained curled in the corner of the seat, his face drained of color, teeth chattering uncontrollably. His arms were crossed tight against his stomach, and his eyes stayed fixed and unblinking for minutes at a time, staring at nothing. The blanket kept slipping from his shoulders, and Edith repeatedly drew it back around him, but he gave no sign of noticing her. She might have been invisible. The struggle to keep him from walking into the tarn had felt endless. Though his resistance had weakened, his determination to drown himself never wavered. Like a sleepwalker, he'd stubbornly fought her attempts to pull him back. Nothing she'd said or done had helped. He barely made a sound, focused entirely on his single-minded goal. Grabbing at his clothes, his hands, his arms and hair, slapping his face, she thwarted him again and again. By the time his struggles finally ceased, she was as soaked and shivering as he was. She glanced at the gasoline gauge. The motor and heater had been running since she'd gotten him into the car, and the Cadillac was warm now, with more than half a tank remaining. But the warmth seemed to have no effect on Fisher. His shivering continued unabated. She knew it was more than cold that ailed him. She stared at his palsied features, unable to escape the thought they had come full circle. The 1970 attempt on Hell House was just another failure on the list. Fisher twitched, his eyes closing. His teeth stopped chattering, his body went still. Edith watched anxiously as faint color began to return to his cheeks. Several minutes later, he opened his eyes and looked at her. She heard the dry rasp of his throat as he swallowed. He reached out slowly, and she took his hand. It was ice cold. He thanked her in a barely audible murmur. She couldn't find her voice to respond. He asked the time. Her watch had stopped. She twisted to check the dashboard. Just past 8. He sank back with a feeble groan and asked how she'd gotten him there. She told him, and when she finished, he asked why she'd come back. She said she hadn't wanted him to be alone. He pressed, even after what had happened to her before. She told him she was going to try. His fingers tightened on hers. She asked what had happened. He said he'd been trapped. By what? She pressed. By whom? He corrected. He told her Florence had given them the answer, but he hadn't been smart enough to see it. She asked, what answer? He said the B inside the circle. Belasco alone. She couldn't comprehend it. He explained that Belasco had created everything. How did he know? Because Belasco had told him, letting him know the truth because he was about to die. No wonder the secret had never been found, Fisher continued. There'd never been anything like it in the history of haunted houses. A single personality so powerful he could create what seemed like a complex multiple haunting. One entity appearing to be dozens, imposing endless effects on those who entered, using his power like a soloist performing on a hellish console. The motor was off now, and the car was growing cold. They should have been heading into town, but sitting in the darkness, stunned and subdued, she couldn't rouse herself as Fisher's voice went on. He believed Belasco had known from the moment they entered that Florence was the one to focus on, not because she was weak, but because she was so willingly vulnerable. During her first sitting, Belasco fed her impressions until he found one that resonated. The young man she came to identify as Daniel Belasco. Simultaneously, to use her against Barrett, Belasco caused her to manifest physical phenomena. It served multiple purposes. It verified Barrett's beliefs. It created the first wedge in Florence's assurance. She knew she was a mental medium, and even convincing herself it was God's will it always distressed her, and it prevented Barrett from bringing in another psychic after Fisher refused to sit, keeping the group to a manageable number. Then Belasco cultivated hostility between Florence and Barrett. He knew they disagreed, knew Florence would resent the physical examination and the implication that she could be capable of fraud, even involuntarily. He worked on that resentment, built up their differences, then caused a poltergeist attack in the dining hall, using some of Florence's strength but mostly his own. Again, multiple purposes: weakening Florence, increasing animosity, further verifying Barrett's convictions, and injuring and frightening him. Edith tried to object that Barrett hadn't been frightened, but her voice lacked conviction. Fisher continued, saying Belasco kept working on Florence, draining her physically and mentally with the bites and the cat's attack, undermining her strength while elaborating her misconception about Daniel. When her confidence flagged most because of what Barrett said, Belasco let her find the body, even staging resistance to make it more convincing. So she became persuaded that Daniel Belasco haunted the house. To guarantee that conviction, Belasco led her to the tarn in her sleep, let Daniel rescue her, and even gave her a fleeting glimpse of himself rushing away. She was positive then. She came to Fisher with her theory that Belasco controlled the haunting by manipulating every other entity. She'd been so close, even fooled every step of the way, she'd almost had it. If he'd helped her, she might have broken through. He fell silent, staring through the window. Then he continued, explaining it had been a matter of timing. Belasco must have known Florence would eventually come up with the right answer, so he concentrated on her even more, using her memory of her brother's death and tying it to her obsession with Daniel. Her brother's grief became Daniel's grief. Her brother's need became Daniel's. He clinched it by finally letting her into the chapel, showing her the Bible entry from his son's birth. Belasco knew she'd believe it, because it was exactly what she was looking for. Final verification. There was no room left for doubt. A Daniel Belasco had existed, and his spirit needed her help. Combining the fact of his son's existence with her lasting sorrow for her brother's death, Belasco had convinced her. Fisher drove his fist against his palm unexpectedly. He said he'd sensed what that help was going to be, known it inside, and he'd let her do what she should never have done, let her destroy herself. From then on, she was lost. He'd been a fool to think he could get her out. She was Belasco's puppet to be played with and tortured. There he'd sat at the table while Barrett explained his theory, knowing she was possessed, yet not questioning why she was suddenly so quiet and attentive. Because it wasn't her listening. It was Belasco, wanting to hear the details. Edith asked if it was him who tried to break the reverser. Fisher said, why would he break it? He knew it wasn't any danger. She protested that the house had been clear after Lionel used it. Another of Belasco's tricks, Fisher said. She couldn't believe, but he cut her off, saying Belasco was still in that house, pointing that he'd murdered her husband, murdered Florence, almost murdered her and him. His laugh was cold with defeat. Even though they knew his secret now, there wasn't a damn thing they could do about it. When they reached the house, Fisher held back, staring at the doors. Edith asked what was wrong. He said he didn't know if he could go back in. She hesitated, then said she had to get Lionel's things. Fisher didn't respond. She reminded him he'd said if he stayed closed off, Belasco couldn't touch him. He said he'd said a lot of things that week, most of them wrong. She asked if she should go in alone. He was silent. She pressed the question. Finally, he stepped to the doors, pushed one open, looked inside for a long moment, then told her he'd be as fast as he could. Inside, Fisher stood motionless for several minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. He crossed the entry hall toward the stairs, the atmosphere flat again, but that didn't reassure him. He ascended quickly, wondering if Belasco was still in the chapel or moving through the house. He hoped being closed off was enough defense, but he wasn't even sure of that now. Entering the Barrett's room, he threw the suitcases on the bed and opened them. What unnerved him as much as anything, he thought, as he packed, was the realization that Barrett had been wrong. The man had seemed so confident. Everything he'd said had made so much sense. But what did that weigh against the fact he'd failed? Fisher moved quickly between bed, closet, and bureau, grabbing clothes and tossing them into the cases. Belasco must have decided from the start never to show himself. If no one ever saw him, they could never think him that important. Instead, they'd observe a fantastic array of apparently disconnected phenomena and work on separate elements, never realizing he was the cause of all of them. Bastard, Fisher thought, cramming things together so he could shut the lids. The only thing he couldn't understand was why Belasco, so diabolically efficient in plotting Florence's and Barrett's overthrow, had chosen such an inefficient way to finish him. Sending him away from the house couldn't have been fail-proof. If Belasco's power was unlimited, why choose such an inept method? He stopped packing abruptly. Unless that power wasn't unlimited anymore. Was it possible? He'd certainly been vulnerable in the chapel. If there was ever a time Belasco should have crushed him, that was it. Yet the most he'd been able to do was direct him to commit suicide in the Tarn. Why? Had Florence been right about him too? Was his own power really so vast? He shook his head. That didn't make sense. It was ego-flattering but unconvincing. Maybe when he was a boy, but not now. More acceptable was the idea that Belasco hadn't been strong enough to destroy him after destroying Barrett and Florence. But again, why? With such power as he'd manifested all week? Why weaken now? It couldn't be that the reverser had worked. If it had, Belasco would be gone. What was it then? Edith stamped her feet on the porch, the blanket around her failing to keep warmth in her still damp clothes. She peered into the entry hall, wondering if she could step inside to escape the worst of the cold. Finally she did, closing the door and standing beside it, looking toward the staircase. It seemed like another lifetime when they first entered this house. Monday felt as distant as ancient history. That was one reason she'd come back. Now that Lionel was gone, nothing seemed important anyway. She wondered how long it would take for the full impact of his death to hit her. Maybe when she saw his body again? She thrust the thought aside. Had it been only yesterday she'd come down those stairs after Fisher? She'd been such easy prey. When she was examining Florence, it had been Belasco looking in at her, noting her embarrassment. Belasco had shown her the photos, made her drink the brandy, turned her fear of lesbian tendencies into thoughtless counter-desire for Fisher. How weak she was, how easily manipulated. She thrust that aside, too. Every thought about Belasco was an affront to Lionel's memory. She was almost sorry she'd come back to discover he'd been wrong. She grimaced with self-accusing guilt. How could his entire body of work have been for nothing? She felt herself tighten with anger against Fisher for destroying her faith. What right had he? A rush of anguish made her cross the entry hall and ascend the stairs. The two suitcases stood outside their room. She heard sounds in Fisher's room and moved there rapidly. He started as she entered. She cut him off before he could speak, demanding to know why he was so sure her husband was wrong. He said he wasn't. Her anger carried her past reaction. Then she had to backtrack. He said he wondered if Barrett might have been partially right. She didn't understand. He reminded her what Florence had said, that both of them could be right. He was wondering if Belasco's power was electromagnetic radiation, as Florence had said, wondering if Belasco had been weakened by the reverser. He scowled, voicing his confusion aloud. Why would Belasco allow himself to be weakened? It made no sense, especially when he'd had a chance to wreck the reverser. Edith pushed past his objection, desperate to restore some validity to Lionel's work. She suggested that maybe he was weakened. After all, he'd had to trap Fisher in the chapel. If Belasco was still powerful, why not attack anywhere? Fisher wasn't convinced, pacing as he worked through the logic. He admitted it might explain why Belasco had lured him there. If coming out after the reverser had already drained him, using up most of his remaining energy to destroy Barrett and attack Edith. But he broke off angrily, rejecting his own theory. It didn't add up. If the reverser worked at all, it would have dissipated all of Belasco's power, not just part of it. Edith pressed on, suggesting the reverser might not have been strong enough, that Belasco's power was too great to be entirely destroyed. Fisher doubted it, and that still wouldn't explain why Belasco would allow the reverser to be used at all when he'd had a chance to destroy it first. But Edith persisted. Lionel had believed in the reverser. If Belasco had destroyed it before it could be used, wouldn't that have been an admission to Lionel that he was right? Fisher studied her face, something stirring inside him. The same exhilarating sense of rightness he'd felt when Florence had shared her theory. Seeing his expression, Edith hurried on, desperate to convince him that Lionel had been right, even if only partially. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to Belasco to let Lionel use the reverser than destroy him? Because Lionel must have died believing he was wrong. Wouldn't that be what Belasco would want? The feeling grew steadily in Fisher's mind. Could Belasco really have been so determined to destroy Barrett that way that he'd deliberately let himself be weakened? Only an egomaniac would... The groan that shuddered up from his vitals made Edith ask in alarm what was wrong. Ego, he said, pointing at her without realizing it. He repeated the word. That was why Belasco had done it that way. She was right. It wouldn't have been satisfying any other way. To let Barrett use his reverser, apparently dissipate the power, and then, when Barrett was at the peak of his fulfillment, to get him then. Only that way could satisfy his ego. He'd had to let Florence know before she died that it was him alone. Ego. He must have told Barrett, too. Ego. He'd let Edith know in the theater. Ego. He'd had to let Fisher know. Ego. It wasn't enough to lure them to destruction. He had to tell them at the precise moment he had them powerless that it was him. Except that by the time he got to Fisher, most of his power was used up, and he couldn't destroy him, only direct him to destroy himself. Fisher's expression shifted to sudden excitement. What if Belasco couldn't leave the chapel now? Edith objected that Belasco had made him go there. But what if he hadn't? What if it was Florence? What if she'd known he was trapped in there? Edith asked why she would lead him to destruction. Fisher looked distressed. She wouldn't. Why lead him there, then? It had to be for a reason. He caught his breath, the Bible entry flashing through his mind. There was a throbbing in his system he hadn't felt since boyhood, the pulsing of force inside him, crying for release. The words echoed, "If thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out." He paced restlessly, feeling himself near the edge of the precipice, the mist about to part, the truth about to appear. But he couldn't grasp it. He turned his mind away. What else had happened in the chapel? The torn wallpaper. What had that meant? The medallion. broken like a spearhead pointing at the altar. And on the altar, the open Bible. He was so close. The thought of ego recurred. If thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out. Ego. His inner senses heightened with awareness. He was almost there. Something. If thy right eye... The tape, he cried. He whirled and rushed for the doorway. Edith ran after him as he plunged into the corridor and over to the staircase, springing down with vaulting leaps. She descended as quickly as she could and ran across the entry hall. He was at the great hall table, listening to the tape recorder. She bit her lip as she heard Lionel's voice. But Fisher grumbled and shook his head, reversing the spool, playing again, making an impatient sound as he heard another fragment. He snarled and punched the reverse button again, switching to play. Florence's voice came through deeply, the voice of her Indian guide, with words about being there too long, not listening, not understanding, too much sickness inside. There was a pause. Fisher leaned across the table tensely, unaware he was doing so. The voice continued. Limits, nations, terms, extremes and limits, terminations and extremities. Edith flinched as Fisher cried out with savage glee. He reversed the tape and played it again, then snatched up the recorder and held it high above his head in triumph, shouting that she'd known. He flung the recorder across the room and was running before it crashed, calling for Edith to follow. He sprinted across the entry hall and down the corridor, Edith behind him. With a howl like an attacking Indian, he flung open the chapel door and leaped inside, challenging Belasco to destroy him if he could. Edith ran in beside him as he taunted the house, demanding it finish them both, not leave the job half done. Massive silence fell. Fisher's breathing sounded strange. He muttered to himself, then shouted again, calling Belasco a lousy bastard. Edith's gaze leaped toward the altar. At first she couldn't believe her hearing, but the sounds grew louder, clearer, unmistakable, approaching footsteps. She drew back, her eyes fixed on the altar, unconscious of Fisher's hand restraining her. The sounds grew louder, the floor shaking as though an unseen giant approached. The footsteps were almost deafening. She tried to shield her ears but could lift only one hand. The chapel shuddered with the thundering noise coming closer, closer. She jerked back hard, her cry of panic engulfed by the titanic crashes. They were going to die. She was certain of it. She screamed as a violent explosion filled the chapel, closing her eyes. Deathly silence made her open them. She lurched back, gasping. Fisher held her, his voice taut with excitement, telling her not to be afraid. This was a special moment. No one had ever seen his nibs before, not unless they were about to die. He told her to take a good look and meet Emmerich Belasco, the roaring giant. Edith gaped at the figure. Belasco was enormous, dressed in black, his features broad and white, framed by a jet-black beard. His teeth were bared in a savage carnivore's grin, his green eyes glowing with inner light. She'd never seen such a malignant face. Deep within her frozen dread, she wondered why they weren't being murdered at that very moment. Fisher's tone was brazenly insulting as he questioned Belasco. Why had he never gone outside, eschewed the sunlight? Was it better hiding in the shadows? The figure started toward them. Edith drew back, horrified to see Fisher move forward. Fisher observed Belasco's labored tread, asking if he dominated his movements at a cost. He shouted the question fiercely. Belasco stopped moving, his features ablaze with frustrated fury. Fisher pointed out the spastic pressure holding Belasco's lips together, the tension fisting his hands at his sides, asking if it was because he was a fraud. His mocking cackle rang out, calling Belasco a bullshit artist, a sawed-off freak. Edith caught her breath. Belasco was retreating, and he did look smaller. Fisher advanced steadily, his voice ruthless as he called Belasco a funny little bastard. A cry of anguished rage burst from the dwindling figure. Fisher's grin returned as he shook his head, saying Belasco couldn't be that small. He pressed forward, repeating the word bastard, watching the figure draw back further. He told Belasco what a funny little man he really was. A crawling bug of a ghost. Not a genius, but a nut. A creep. A deviate. A loser. A sawed-off little bastard. He howled the name Belasco, calling his mother a whore, a slut, a bitch, repeating that Belasco was a bastard, a funny little dried-up bastard. Edith flung her hands across her ears to shut away the hideous wail that filled the air. Fisher stumbled to a halt, his features washed to fury by the sound. He stared at the nebulous figure behind the altar, cowering, rat-faced, beaten, and it seemed Florence's voice whispered in his mind, "Perfect love casteth out fear." Despite everything, he felt sickened pity for the figure before him. He told Belasco, God help him. The figure vanished, and for a long time they could hear a screaming as of someone falling into a bottomless pit, fading until the chapel was still. Fisher moved behind the altar and looked at the section of wall revealed by the torn wallpaper, smiling. She'd shown him this too, if only he'd known. He pushed at the wall, and it opened with a grating rumble, revealing a short staircase. He extended his hand to Edith. She moved across the chapel, circled the altar, and took his hand. They descended. At the bottom was a heavy door. Fisher shouldered it open. They stood in the doorway, looking at the mummified figure sitting upright on a large wooden armchair. Fisher said they'd never found him because he'd been there. They entered the small, dim-lit chamber and crossed to the chair. Despite the feeling that everything was over, Edith couldn't help cringing from the dark eyes glaring at them from death. Fisher picked up a jug, running his palms across its surface. He said Belasco had set it down beside himself and made himself die of thirst, his final achievement of will in life. Edith averted her face from the eyes, then leaned forward. Noticing something in the gloom, she asked about his legs. Fisher set down the jug and knelt in front of the corpse. She made a sound of shock as he stood up with a leg in his hands. He repeated the Bible verse about the right eye offending and the word extremities. Florence had given them the answer. He ran a hand over the artificial leg. Belasco had so despised his shortness that he'd had his legs surgically removed and wore these instead to give him height. That's why he'd chosen to die in here, so no one would ever know he had to be the roaring giant or nothing. There simply wasn't enough stature inside him to compensate for his shortness or his bastardy. He turned abruptly, setting down the leg and crossing the floor to put his hands against the wall. He said maybe Belasco had been a genius after all. He walked around the chamber, touching all the walls, examining the ceiling and the door. The final mystery solved. It wasn't that Belasco's power was so great he could resist the reverser. He must have known more than 40 years ago about the connection between electromagnetic radiation and survival after death. The walls, door, and ceiling were sheathed with lead. The two walked slowly down the steps, Edith carrying her suitcase, Fisher carrying Barrett's suitcase and his duffel bag. She asked how it felt. He asked what she meant. To be the one who conquered Hell House, she said. He corrected her. He hadn't conquered it. It had taken all of them. She tried not to smile, knowing it was true but wanting him to say it. He explained. Her husband's efforts had weakened Belasco's power. Florence's efforts had led them to the final answer. He just polished it off, and even that would have been impossible if she hadn't saved his life. It had to be that way, he guessed. Barrett's mentality had helped but wasn't enough by itself. Florence's spirituality had helped but wasn't enough. It took one more element, which Fisher provided, a willingness to face Belasco on his own terms, defeat him with his own weaknesses. Then again, Belasco may have beaten himself. He'd been waiting 30 years for more guests, maybe so eager to use his power again that he overextended himself, made the first mistakes of his existence in the house. He stopped at the door, and both of them turned. For a long time they stood quietly. Edith thought about returning to Manhattan, to life without Lionel. She couldn't visualize it, but for now an inexplicable peace had taken hold of her. She had the remnants of his manuscript with her. She'd see to its publication, make sure people in his field learned what he'd accomplished. After that, she'd worry about herself. Fisher extended his awareness, letting unconscious tendrils reach out into the space around him. As he did, his conscious mind turned to the question of what lay ahead, though it hardly seemed to matter. Whatever came, he had a chance to face it now. It felt strange, almost paradoxical, that in this house, where his horror had first taken root, he should feel the returning stir of self-assurance. He turned and smiled at Edith, telling her that Florence wasn't there anymore. She'd stayed just long enough to help them, then moved on. They took a final look around the house that had claimed so much. Without a word, they stepped outside and walked into the mist. Fisher made a low sound, almost a grunt, and muttered something under his breath. Edith asked what he'd said. He repeated it softly. A quiet wish for the season, offered into the cold, fog-shrouded night. The end. For a while, the doors of Belasco House stood open for us. And if you stayed until this quiet moment at the end, thank you. Stories like this ask for more than time. They ask for your imagination, your uneasiness, and sometimes for that small part of you that still wonders whether darkness lives only in places or somewhere much closer. Richard Matheson carried that question with him for years. He was fascinated by the unexplained, by parapsychology, by life after death, by the collision between science and faith. Hell House was born partly from that fascination and partly from his desire to create his own answer to the haunted house story. Many readers have noticed the shadows of Shirley Jackson's The Haunting of Hill House lingering around its walls, but Matheson stepped into those shadows and pushed further into physical fear, temptation, and psychological decay. And beneath the ghosts, perhaps the story was never really about ghosts at all. Fear in Hell House rarely walks through the front door wearing chains and white sheets. It arrives wearing memory, desire, grief, obsession. Belasco House feeds on what people carry with them. The walls simply hold up a mirror. Maybe that's why haunted house stories survive for generations. We all walk into certain rooms believing we're searching for answers, only to discover we were searching for ourselves. Matheson understood human fragility better than most writers ever do. Long before these halls of darkness, he gave us I Am Legend, The Incredible Shrinking Man, and unforgettable stories for the Twilight Zone. Again and again, he took impossible ideas and rooted them in ordinary human fears. Only 2 years after the novel arrived, Hell House became The Legend of Hell House in 1973, and Richard Matheson made a rare decision. He adapted his own work for the screen himself. Directed by John Huff, with Pamela Franklin, Roddy McDowell, Clive Reeville, and Gail Honeycutt stepping into Belasco's world. The film remains surprisingly loyal to the spine of the novel, preserving much of the dialogue and structure. But cinema had different walls and different limits. Some of the book's darker sexual themes and more extreme moments were softened or removed entirely. What remained was atmosphere. Cold corridors, long silences, and the sense that something unseen was moving just out of frame. John Ho had a gift for suspense that never shouted. He preferred tension that crept toward you slowly, and you can feel echoes of that same approach in films like Twins of Evil and Escape to Witch Mountain. Cinematographer Alan Hume framed Belasco House with an almost oppressive stillness, while Delia Derbyshire and Brian Hodgson filled its empty spaces with electronic sounds that felt strangely alive. Their work never simply accompanied the film, it haunted it. There are small stories hidden behind the cameras, too. The house itself was filmed at Wykehurst Park in West Sussex, a place whose real-world appearance already seemed like something built from nightmares. Some scenes from Matheson's novel were filmed and later removed, including a disturbing steam room sequence. Michael Gough, remembered by many years later as Alfred in Tim Burton's Batman films, quietly appeared as Emeric Belasco himself, almost hidden like a ghost tucked into the edges of the frame. Even Barbara Parkins was originally cast before Gail Honeycutt eventually took the role, and perhaps that's fitting. Haunted stories often leave traces behind them. Small things, strange things. If this journey stayed with you, spend some time with the original novel, too. Books have a way of opening rooms films cannot reach. The silence feels different there. The darkness waits longer. And if these stories mean something to you, if you enjoy sitting together in these strange corners of imagination, you're invited to stay. Share your thoughts below, even your disagreements. Some people see Hell House as a story about evil. Others see loneliness, repression, belief, guilt. There are no locked doors on interpretation. If you'd like to keep traveling through more worlds like this, subscribing is simply a quiet way of keeping the lights on for future stories. And if someone comes to mind while listening, pass the story along. Because long after the final page closes, stories rarely end where we think they do. Sometimes they follow us home. Sometimes they wait. And sometimes, somewhere in the dark, a house remembers that you were there.